The Great Xia Empire, the capital, the street leading to the fusion temple was packed shoulder to shoulder. Move! Out of the way, a two-headed demon wolf the size of a calf came barreling through, a young man riding on its back, pedestrians scattered in every direction, chaos erupting. The guy blew past us, then glanced back with a smug little grin. I got it right away. His mount wasn't spooked at all. He was just showing off. Tisich, what a clown. A big guy next to me cursed. Just a crappy little biological civilization, and he's out here strutting around. Once I fuse a transcendent civilization, his planet's the first one I'm wiping out, another guy said through gritted teeth. While they were still cursing, a massive shadow slowly crept over our heads. Whoa, what is that? A Kuanpung, someone shouted, craning their neck. Summoned by the #1 prodigy of the Northern Garrison Kingdom, straight out of his cultivation planet. They say it can command the wind and rain, cross 1,000 miles in an instant. A cultivation civilization. Huh. The strongest kind of transcendent civilization, lives up to the name. I'm not even asking for the best anymore, a scrawny guy sighed. I just want to fuse any transcendent civilization this time around. Even the lowest tier martial world would do. A whole crowd stood there with their necks craned, watching the divine beast, its wingspan stretching hundreds of meters, fly farther and farther away. I looked away. It had been a year since I crossed over into this world, and I'd long since figured out how it worked. Here, everyone who turned 18 got one shot, one chance to randomly fuse their consciousness into a planet and build a civilization of their own. Anyone could become a creator. Anyone could become a god. Beast planets, where savage roars split the sky. Tech planets, where starship fleets swept across the void. Magic planets, where forbidden spells could destroy the heavens. Spirit energy planets, where a single thought could erase a galaxy. More importantly, a creator could summon the species from their civilization out into this world. That's why the streets had people riding exotic beasts, piloting airships, and folks flying overhead on the backs of cranes. Fuse successfully, and you'd rise to the top overnight, a favored child of heaven. Even the worst outcomes still meant a lifetime of wealth and glory. Fail, you drop to the very bottom, a commoner for anyone to step on. I followed the crowd into the fusion temple. The plaza in front of the hall was already a sea of people. Today was the annual Planet Fusion Day, and every young person in the country who'd hit the right age had crammed in here. People of the Great Xia, a temple elder stepped up to the front of the hall, raising a voice-amplifying mic. Today is your fusion day. It's also the day your fate changes, whether you become a dragon or a worm, whether you ascend to heaven or fall to hell. It all comes down to this moment. He pointed behind him. Dead center in the great hall stood a pitch-black boulder several stories tall, the fusion stone. They said it could connect to the vast reaches of space, linking to billions of planets. Every eye in the plaza was glued to it. Some people were nervous, some were uneasy. Whether you could fuse a planet, whether you could climb above the common masses, it all rode on that stone. Begin numbering. Maintain order, the elder said with a wave. His subordinates came up and handed out number tags. Those who got one lined up in orderly rows. The first group entered the hall. All kinds of dazzling light bloomed across the stone. Results came fast. The successful ones howled and cheered. The failures went ashen, breaking down in tears on the spot. Some just fainted. Every kind of reaction you could imagine. Soon enough, it was my group's turn. I stepped into the hall, stood before that giant fusion stone, and took a deep breath. I had to succeed. There was only one shot. Fail, and my life was over. No coming back. Ever. Heaven or hell, separated by a hair's breadth. Begin. The elder gestured. The 9 others in my group and I pressed our palms against the stone together. The next instant, everything went black and my head spun. When I came to and opened my eyes, my consciousness was already drifting through a dim void, points of starlight scattered all around. So this is the cosmos. Before I could finish, a massive pull suddenly seized me. My consciousness was yanked away. A fiery red planet crashed into view. Closer and closer, bigger and bigger. Chapter 2. Fusion failed, a god-tier system. I didn't fight the pull. I let myself plummet toward the planet like a shooting star, and finally dove straight in. Pitch black all around. Couldn't see a thing. I didn't thrash about. I waited, patient. Fusion happens in 3 steps. Your consciousness gets chosen by the planet. Your consciousness syncs with the planet. Then your consciousness fuses with the planet. Step 1 was done. Now came the critical second step. As long as the compatibility hit the threshold, step 3 was just a matter of time. I don't know how long it took, but I finally caught a trace of scorching heat. It's working. I screamed inside. That was the signal of fusion. What I was sensing was the planet's own aura. Once fusion completed, the two of us would become one. At that point, I, Qin Tian, would be the god of this planet. But my excitement didn't last long. My heart slowly sank. By the rules, the gentler a planet's aura, the better its environment, and the more suitable it was for life to flourish. But the feeling this red planet gave me was hot, violent, the complete opposite of gentle. Bad. This was almost certainly a planet with a terrible environment, one where nothing could survive. Activate the scan system, I called out immediately. Before fusion, everyone bonds a scan system to their consciousness at the temple's tech division. It auto-activates on success, helping the creator understand their planet. Most people are too anxious to wait, though, so they turn it on manually ahead of time. A screen of information appeared before my eyes. Planet name, none, terrain, volcanoes, lava, planet environment. Extremely hostile, overall rating, scanning. Knew it, my heart went cold, my mood hitting rock bottom. Extremely hostile, the lowest rating there was. As far as I knew, planets with this rating had almost no life on them. Odds were, it was a dead planet. No life meant the same fate as failed compatibility, fusion failed. In the temple plaza, everyone was staring at the projection screen above the Great Hall. Number 85, compatibility successful, fusion in progress, planet environment. Average. Number 89, compatibility successful, fusion in progress, planet environment. Suitable. The updates scrolled by one after another. Number 80, compatibility successful, fusion in progress, planet environment. Excellent. The plaza erupted. That was the first excellent since the ceremony began. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Excellent environment. That basically confirms a transcendent planet. Might even be a spirit energy planet. There hasn't been a cultivation civilization in 2 years. Looks like this year's the year. Who's number 80? Looks familiar. From the Northern Garrison Kingdom, I think. No wonder. The Northern Garrison is where transcendent civilization creators cluster together. Inside the hall, even the composed temple elder was startled. He turned toward the young girl standing before the fusion stone, and his expression immediately changed. Anyone who can fuse a spirit energy planet and build a cultivation civilization, no matter where they're from, gets pulled in by the Northern Garrison, might even land a spot under the Northern King, get a title, and land. He was already calculating. I'd better get on her good side. He was just wondering what kind of congratulatory gift to send when another commotion broke out below. Number 88, compatibility successful, fusion in progress, planet environment. Extremely hostile, that was my info. Damn, another poor sap. Extremely hostile, that means no life, right? What do you mean maybe? Every planet with that rating in the last century has been a dead one. Huh. Sinking with a dead planet is worthless. What a waste of such a lucky number. The crowd below was gloating. That flash of envy from a moment ago was completely gone. The elder shot me a glance, shook his head, and sighed. No life means fusion failed. From now on, I refuse to accept it. From now on, I'd be trash, slaughter fodder for anyone who wanted a piece. This was a world of the strong preying on the weak, with rigid class lines. Creators who'd fused planets stood at the top of the food chain, born superior, holding the power of life and death over the common folk below. Look at them wrong on the street, and they could cut you down without a second thought, no consequences. Just as I'd given up all hope, a voice suddenly rang out in my head. Ding! Creator detected in the process of fusing a planet. God-tier creator assistance system initiating bond. Detected that creator has bonded an unknown low-grade inferior system, auto-assimilating. Assimilation successful, bond successful. Ding! Detected that creator's fused planet shows no signs of life. Auto-activating rescue mode. Rescue mode. Randomly selecting billions of species from across the cosmos, migrating them to the creator's planet. Suitable species locked. Species count. 10 million. Organism count. 10 billion. Beginning migration. Migration successful. Asterisk asterisk chapter 3. God-tier deduction. The fate that lies ahead asterisk asterisk. The planet's once violent aura instantly turned gentle and vast, like a dried-up little creek suddenly flooded with an ocean of water. This was the aura of life, the aura of countless living things converging, teeming, bursting at the seams. At the same time, a boundless surge of planetary energy came rushing into my consciousness. Fusion successful. The entire planet and I became one. From this moment on, I was the planet, and the planet was me. I couldn't be bothered with anything else. Like every creator who'd fused successfully, I couldn't wait to see this world of mine with my own eyes. With a single thought, I appeared above the planet. Below me, volcanoes covered the land, lava flowed everywhere, and heat shimmered in the air. In the open ground between the volcanoes and the lava was a flowing black ocean, all of it crawling black bugs, dense beyond counting. Each one was the size of a millstone, shaped like an ant magnified countless times over. They clutched bits of rock and dirt in their pincers, streaming in and out of one massive pit, building a nest. Another thought, and I appeared before a volcano that towered into the clouds. This was one of a creator's most basic abilities. With a single thought, you could reach any corner of the planet. At the foot of this 10,000-meter behemoth of a volcano crouched hundreds of colossal creatures, each the size of a steamship. Those things wore fiery red carapaces, 6 pairs of thick legs planted on the ground, roaring one after another loud enough to make my ears ring, like they were staking out their territory at me. I couldn't be bothered with a thought. I was somewhere else. Below me was an entire river of lava, churning and bubbling away. Even a hellhole like this had living things in it. Bugs like giant crabs crawled in and out of the lava, treating 1,000-degree heat like bathwater. I shifted again. I hopped through a few hundred locations, looked at a few hundred species, and came back to where I started. The novelty had worn off. Besides, the system had migrated 10 million species onto this planet. There was no way I'd get through them one by one. But the few hundred I had seen were all, without exception, bugs. The rest were probably the same story. Makes sense, I muttered. On a garbage planet like this, bugs are probably the only things that can hack it. Guess I was stuck building an insect civilization. There were only 3 main categories of civilization a creator could fuse. The strongest was the energy civilization, also called the transcendent civilization, with off-the-charts individual combat power. Next came the tech civilization, plenty of potential, but too dependent on equipment and prone to hitting walls. Dead last was the biological civilization, low intelligence, weak individuals, and harsh survival requirements. Each of the 3 categories then split into further ranks. If cultivation was the ceiling of the transcendent civilization, then insects were the floor of the entire biological civilization, the floor of the floor. I wasn't too broken up about it, though. Being able to fuse any civilization at all was cause to count my blessings. Even dead last beat failure. Planet name, none. Terrain, volcanoes, lava, planet environment. Extremely hostile, overall rating. Scanning, civilization species, none. Evolution stage, none. Species count, none. Auxiliary function, God tier deduction. This kind of interface popped up for everyone after a successful fusion. The overall rating was still running, and the species field was blank. That wouldn't fill in until I picked a primary species, but my interface was different. There was an extra line. Auxiliary function. That was clearly a leftover from that supreme God-tier creator assistance system after it assimilated God-tier deduction. Deduce what? Deduce all things. The system answered directly in my head. All things. Something stirred in me, and I asked the thing I cared about most. So my own future. You can deduce that too. Yes. Then do it. Ding. Insufficient conditions. Creator must first determine a species civilization, right? Had to pick a primary species first. I glanced at the swarm of giant ant-like bugs below and casually pointed. Those, deduce whether I can survive in the Great Xia Empire. A few seconds later, the system spoke. Deduction path. The creator's future fate in the Great Xia Empire. Civilization species. Rock bugs. Outcome 1. Hide in the mountains and forests. Survival rate 80%. Outcome 2. Tuck away in a remote corner. Survival rate 50%. Outcome 3. Lie low in the countryside. Survival rate 20%. Outcome 4. Move about the towns. Survival rate 1%. Outcome 5. Head to the capital. Survival rate 0, 1%, that low. I'd become the creator of an entire planet, and I still faced a death sentence in the Great Xia Empire. Then again, it made sense. Before I summoned my species, I was no different from an ordinary person, even with a single rock bug to guard me. Forget the creators backed by powerful species. Any random wild beast could finish me off. No wonder the deduction said even hiding in a gully couldn't guarantee my life. Of course, there was no way I'd actually pick rock bugs. That was just me testing the waters. I scanned the wildly varied swarms in the distance. I had to pick the deadliest one out of these 10 million species. As if it read my mind, the system snapped up a screen, ranking every species on the planet from strongest to weakest. Wherever my gaze landed, that entry automatically enlarged, laying out a full 3D holographic image along with pros and cons. God tier, all right. I sighed inwardly. That junk scan system I'd freeloaded from the temple's tech division was trash compared to this. I recognized the one ranked first. It was that group of big hulking things coiled beneath the giant volcano. Blaze metal-devouring bug body length. 50 meters. Ability. Breathes 10,000-degree flames. Pros. Hard carapace. Ferocious attack. Cons. Slow movement. Extremely poor reproduction. System. Switch to the blaze metal-devouring bug. Deduce whether I can survive in the Great Xia capital region and the major towns. This time I phrased it precisely. Last time was too vague, and I got a pile of conditions. Civilization species. Blaze metal-devouring bug. Outcome 1. Keep a low profile, watch my words and steps. Survival rate 30%. Outcome 2. Don't start trouble, don't fear trouble. Survival rate 10%. Outcome 3. Arrogant and wild. Do whatever I please. Survival rate 1%. The first one was easy to understand. Someone slaps me and I still have to smile and apologize. The second, a little backbone. The third needed no explanation. Still that low, huh? I was a little speechless, bottling it up that much, and I still couldn't keep even a 50% shot at life, but there was no helping it. This was already the strongest species on the whole planet. Biological civilizations were the weakest to begin with, and insects were the bottom of that barrel. Never mind cultivators and mages who could wipe out the heavens with a wave of the hand. A single cannon blast from a tech civilization could blow a blaze metal-devouring bug to pieces. Plus, this thing reproduces terribly, so it's hard to work with. Among the three great civilizations, transcendence relied on cultivation, tech relied on breaking through bottlenecks, and biological civilizations relied entirely on evolution. Evolution was inherently slow work. You had to grind it out, but with a creator's hand in it, things could move a lot faster. Over the past century, biological creators had figured out a trick: have the species devour the flesh and blood of other organisms, gradually reshaping themselves, then breed through countless generations until they squeezed out a mutant that was stronger in every way, and use it as the seed to spread across the whole species. So reproduction was the lifeline. Clog that lifeline, and evolution ground to a dead halt. If only their reproduction were stronger, and their brains a little sharper. As the thought turned over, I suddenly realized something big. Which species on a planet was strong or weak didn't actually come down to how tough the individual was. Take my past life. Weren't wolves, tigers, and leopards all fiercer than humans, the one who rules through bugs? People build tools and weapons with their brains, so they stand at the top of the food chain all the same. But bugs, their brains are all pretty much identical. The path of intelligence is a dead end for them. There's one word, though, that can stand in for intelligence. One that can even span both systems, technology, and the supernatural alike. Potential, a species' potential for development. Reorder by potential. I ordered it once. The light screen flickered, then locked into place again. Sure enough, the one topping the list was no longer the flame-devouring gold bug, but a little thing called the host bug. Switch to the host bug. Run whether I can survive in the capital region and towns of the Great Xia Empire. A moment later, the result came back. But one look this time, and I froze right where I stood. This projection had no long list of conditions. It was simple, just 4 words. Projection result. Invincible across the world. I quickly pulled up the host bug's information. Host bug body length 50 centimeters. Ability 1, parasitism. Burrows into other organisms and coexists with the host. Ability 2, absorption. Instinctively absorbs the host's genes to complete its own gene chain. Achieving evolution. Ability 3, collective consciousness. No individual consciousness. All individuals' consciousness merges into a single mental network. Strengths. Extremely strong reproduction, limitless growth potential. Weaknesses. Extremely slow, no attack, no defense. The thing looked like a black earthworm, limp and droopy, weak just to look at, and honestly, it was weak. Slow as death, 0 offense, 0 defense. But one look at the abilities, and I instantly got why the system called it invincible. 3 abilities, every one of them flawless. Parasitism kept it alive. Gene absorption gave its evolution no ceiling. Collective consciousness molded it into one unified, efficient, ironclad whole. Put those 3 together, and it wasn't the slightest exaggeration to say they'd breed an invincible civilization. That gene absorption especially. It cracked wide open, with a single click, the one problem that gave every biological type creator the worst headaches. Others evolved by devouring flesh and blood, by grinding through generation after generation, by gambling on luck. This thing, your attack is invincible. I absorb your genes and evolve an attack just as invincible. Your defense is invincible. I absorb your genes and evolve a defense just as invincible. You've got wings. You can fly. Fine. I'll grow a pair too. Whatever strengths you have. I take them all in. I use your advantages, stack on countless more from evolution, then turn around and crush you. It's like turning a passive skill into an active one you can pick at will. Of course, all of this had a prerequisite. The parasitism had to succeed first. And the host bug's crippling early-stage flaw all but guaranteed it would die halfway. Snuffed out before the invincibility ever got off the ground. Take right now. I just scouted around. This host bug population wasn't far from here, and right below them sat a rock bug nest. Before long, the rock bugs would come out to expand their turf and hunt for food. Slow as the host bugs were, forget burrowing into those nimble rock bugs. They'd probably just get swallowed like a snack. So it was a contradictory little thing. The strongest and the weakest sewn into one body. Whether it grew up at all came down to pure luck. But they'd landed me as their creator, which meant sooner or later they'd rule this planet. More than that, they'd become the nightmare of every technological and supernatural civilization out there. The thought struck, and I appeared above that swarm of flame-devouring gold bugs. The creators will pour down. The next second, the earth roared. Howls tore into the sky. Hundreds of flame-devouring gold bugs, each the size of a small hill, threw out their 6 legs and charged like madmen toward the host bugs. This was the creator's second ability, and the most vicious one, control. A planet's creator is that planet's god. My will is everything. I drive whoever I want to drive, and whoever I want dead has to die. Even the mighty ones on cultivation planets who move mountains and fill seas with a single thought can't defy the will of their own creator. I flashed down onto the host bug's territory. A pressure will spread out, blanketing everything. The swarm of rock bugs to the south scattered outward like a receding tide, abandoning the nest they'd just built without a second thought. A swarm of fire bees to the north dropped the prey they'd just caught and swarmed off into the distance like their hive had blown up. In the lava river to the west, giant crabs surfaced one on top of another, scrambling to flee. To the east, tens of thousands of iron-armored bugs lowered their vicious heads in unison, turned, and ran. With a single thought, this place became forbidden ground from then on. Without my nod, no creature on the whole planet could set so much as a foot inside. Before long, the nearby swarms had cleared out completely, leaving a vast dead zone empty of all life. And 1,000 miles away, I hadn't even fully pulled my divine sense out of the planet before one thought filled my head. Hurry. A swarm of flame-devouring gold bugs raced madly under my will, over volcanoes, through lava, smashing through one swarm's territory after another. The ones that tumbled into volcanic craters, drowned in the lava, got surrounded and devoured by swarms of their own tier. I didn't care. Faster, faster, faster still, whatever the cost. A journey of nearly 1,000 kilometers that these sluggish things would normally take 2 days to crawl. I drove them to reach the host bug's territory in a little over 10 hours. 500 plus set out. Fewer than 100 made it alive. Enough. 18 host bugs lay before me. Right. That was the entire fortune of their whole species. Ignore them any longer and extinction was just a matter of time. With a thought, the host bugs wriggled their plump bodies, crawled toward the flame-devouring gold bugs, and slipped in through the gaps in their shells. The remaining flame-devouring gold bugs spread out and formed a ring, pinning the 18 hosts in the middle, not to protect them. On my turf, nothing dared come near. They had exactly one use: food. Chapter 6. All eyes on her, the heavens' favored daughter. I hadn't fully withdrawn my divine sense when a stream of mechanical announcements poured into my ears. No, 85, fusion complete. Planet's initial composite rating, intermediate. No, 82, fusion complete, low. No, 87, compatibility failed. No, 84, compatibility failed. The light screen in the temple plaza was cycling through people. For each successful fusion, the system gave an initial rating. Infinite, super, high, intermediate, low, from top to bottom. I knew the rules. Intermediate and below meant a biological civilization. High and above was where technological and supernatural civilizations came in. No, 89, fusion complete, high. No, 86, compatibility failed. No, 80, fusion complete. Planet's initial composite rating, infinite, whoa, the whole plaza erupted. Infinite, an infinite rating, No less. A planet with a top-tier environment. How could the rating be anything but great? Infinite. Worst case, it's a magic planet, and a 50-50 shot at spiritual energy, a cultivation civilization. Look, no, 80s waking up. My divine sense wasn't fully withdrawn, so I could only watch it all in a blur. The temple elder, his face creased with smiles, went to greet her personally. Well done, very well done. Infinite. It has to be a supernatural planet. He lowered his voice. What a tribute. Spiritual energy. A young woman's voice, unable to hide her excitement. The elder's cheeks twitched. I could practically picture him swapping the congratulatory gift in his pocket from a 500,000 gold card to a million. The next second, he grabbed the microphone, rushed to the front of the stage, and cranked his voice to the max. Sons and daughters, this year's first cultivation civilization is born. Boom. The plaza went absolutely wild. It really is a cultivation civilization, straight to the heavens in one step. A daughter favored by heaven. By sure, by sure, by sure. The roar surged like an ocean, all of it her name. I roughly pieced the scene together. A stunningly beautiful, tall young woman standing on the stage, looked up to by tens of thousands. In this world the strong were revered, and a cultivation civilization was the mountain peak every creator had to crane their neck to see. Next would come a title bestowed by the emperor, the 4 vassal states fighting over her, dangling sky-high terms to keep her like a treasure. She'd won it all. But right in the middle of the elder's speech, as he sprayed spit shouting, "This will be the most glorious year in our great Xia's history," the plaza went dead silent. All at once, the announcement rang out into the dead stillness. No, 88, fusion complete, planet's initial composite rating, infinite. No, 88, that was me. Chapter 7. The Demon Lord emerges, a nation in turmoil. I only pieced this legend together later. 100 years ago, the Great Xia had produced a cultivation planet with an extremely harsh environment. Back then the scouting system didn't even exist, so no one thought much of it. It took the creators decades of fumbling to discover, while everyone else worked themselves half to death just to summon 1 or 2 planet-born creatures. The cultivation civilization's creator who'd crawled out of that harsh environment summoned hundreds of cultivators with a single wave of his hand. Whatever happened in between, a century passed and the record went dark. No one could say for sure. People only remembered the outcome. He led hundreds of cultivators and stirred up a bloodbath across the Great Xia. One man, and he nearly wiped 2 vassal states off the map. The remaining 2 states were scared out of their wits. Only by throwing the entire nation's strength and every last creator into it did they dare face him. Some say that battle raged 10 days and 10 nights. Others say it went on for months, from south to north, east to west. In the end, the 4 vassal states joined hands in a desperate, all-out effort, and only then did they put him down. The cost? Hundreds of millions in population, and fewer than 10 million left after the war, 90% dead. The 4 vassal states were gutted. An entire generation of powerful creators all but wiped out. The age of creators was knocked straight back to rock bottom and took 100 years to climb back. They called him the Demon Lord, and now, blazing across the light screen, no. 88. Extremely harsh environment. Infinite rating, cultivation civilization, the exact same origin as that Demon Lord. No wonder the plaza fell silent as a grave. No wonder those young people went white in the face. They'd at least heard the story from their elders. No wonder the temple elder stood up on that stage looking like he'd seen a ghost. When he was born, his own parents were still living under the Demon Lord's shadow, and the words they used to scare him were right there on hand. Behave, or the Demon Lord will come eat you. Only I knew none of this at the time. I'd just fully come to from the planet's consciousness, with hosts arranged for the host bugs. The rest, absorbing genes, driving evolution, was out of my hands, at least for now. Time inside the planet ran differently from outside. I'd been immersed in there for over 10 hours, and only a few minutes had passed out here. Roughly 6+ hours inside to 1 minute outside. Like the myths say, a year on Earth, a day in heaven. That's the idea. But I opened my eyes and looked. The whole plaza full of people, dead silent, all staring at me in unison. What's going on? I walked to the front of the stage and swept a glance downward. Everyone my gaze touched guiltily turned their faces away. I turned to look at the tall beauty beside me. By Shursher's whole body shook. She instinctively took a step back and bowed her head deeply. A second ago, she was the focus of the entire crowd, the center of all eyes. This second, no one spared her another glance. Yet there wasn't a trace of resentment on her face at having her spotlight stolen. only a heart pounding wildly. People from great families had seen the hidden histories. She understood better than anyone. The same infinite rating, the same cultivation planet, but one forged in a harsh environment and one raised in a greenhouse. They were not even the same species. Like the difference between someone who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and someone raised cradled in the palm of a hand. That cataclysm 100 years ago was the proof. Cultivation creators of the same tier were like ants before that demon lord, crushed on a whim. Before the weak, you look down. Before the strong, you look up. But when you don't even have the standing to look up, all you have left is fear. I looked toward the temple elder next. The old man meekly cocked his head aside too, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. Fine. Then, feeling a bit put out, I turned and walked off the stage. Behind me, hundreds of stairs pinned into my back like nails, tracking me the whole way. Only after I'd left the plaza entirely did that dead stillness slowly catch its breath and fill with voices again. Word of the scene at the awakening temple spread fast. The great families and major powers moved at the news, sending people everywhere to dig up my background. The spies the 4 vassal states had planted in the capital were the first to rush secret letters back to their home states. The letters carried just 4 words. The calamity of a century. The demon lord has emerged. Overnight, all 4 vassal states were thrown into turmoil. And I, the center of this storm, was at that moment holed up in the capital's library flipping through books, utterly oblivious to the undercurrents surging outside. Not that it's surprising, I wasn't from this world. I'd only crossed over a year ago. Where would I have picked up all those old hidden histories? I pulled a few books off the shelves with practiced ease. A brief history of the Great Xia Empire, along with the brief histories of the 4 states, Jinbei, Jingnan, Anong, and Pingxi. I'd flipped through these more than a few dozen times. Landing in this world, I figured I'd better get the lay of the land first. Come to think of it, this world's setup felt awfully familiar to me. The original Great Xia was a dead ringer for the Ming dynasty. To guard the borders, the founding emperor enfeoffed his 4 sons as vassal kings, and it went the same way as the Ming. The moment the old emperor died, every hidden danger surfaced. The vassal kings held too much power, and the crown prince took the throne but couldn't hold the room, couldn't even manage to strip the vassals of their power. At that rate, chaos across the land and war among the vassal kings were just around the corner. But right at that moment, heaven opened its eyes. A meteorite crashed down on the outskirts of the capital. Someone touched that stone, and an otherworldly planet bound itself to their consciousness. More and more people like this appeared, and the reeling empire miraculously stabilized, even passing down through several generations. Of course, there was no way I could know this was also tangled up with that demon lord who'd swept all 4 corners a century ago. That cataclysm had killed too many. The 4 vassal kings had been beaten into fear and awestruck by the creator's power too, who still cared about grabbing land after that. So over the next 100 years, every state buried its head and quietly built itself up, scrambling madly to recruit creators. The logic was simple. Once you'd stockpiled enough creators at home, would sweeping the states and founding a new dynasty still be so hard? It was just that while the shell of the Great Xia Empire had been preserved, the emperor had long since become a figurehead. On the surface, the cries of "Long life" rang out loud, but he held no real power at all. Even this imperial city was locked firmly in the grip of the 4 states. Among the 4, Jinbei was the strongest, having recruited a whole host of cultivation civilization creators. People called it the cultivation realm. Jingnan came next. Unable to outcompete Jinbei, it could only focus on magic civilizations, styling itself the Magic Kingdom. Anong ranked 3rd. Rumor had it their young prince back then had awakened a technological civilization, and they'd had a soft spot for technology ever since. As for Pingxi, the weakest of the powers, stuck out in the bitter cold of the West where no one liked to go, it could only scoop up the leftover biological civilization creators. The rule went like this. A creator who successfully fused with a planet could pick their own state. In principle, all 4 states treated everyone equally, but over a century, each state's system had long since set in stone, and creators generally flocked to the state that matched their type. Think about it. A technological civilization creator heading to Jinbei. Were those spiritual energy cultivator masters supposed to teach you how to build an electromagnetic cannon? So, I said, closing the brief history of Pingxi. Pingxi it is. My plan had actually been a good one. Fusing with a supernatural civilization planet would have been ideal. Getting to experience the ethereal wonder of cultivation or the mystery of magic. Failing that, Fusing with a technological civilization worked too, a return to a familiar world. But of all things, I'd landed a biological civilization. Sure, I knew in my heart that my host bug's potential would eventually let me go toe-to-toe with those cultivation creators. But before they grew up, the feeble label wasn't coming off, and in the short term I could only sit at the bottom. Since it was a weak civilization either way, I'd go somewhere I could make a name for myself. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Decision made. I left the library and headed back to the rundown house on the outskirts where I'd lived for a year, but the moment I reached the door, I stopped short. Outside the house a dense crowd had gathered, every one of them in fine silks and brocade, wealthy or noble to a man. The few in the lead carried the bearing of people used to being on top in every gesture. Beside them, along with swarms of guards, sat parked golden magic airships, near lightspeed aircraft, golden glowing Chilean beasts, 8-winged immortal cranes, all top-of-the-line mounts. Standing at the very front was a big-bellied fat man. The moment he saw me, he broke into a little trot toward me and, still a good way off, called out in the tone of an old friend, Brother Chin, you're finally back. And you are?" I looked at this panting, middle-aged fat man, didn't know him from Adam. "Oh, let me introduce myself," he said, catching his breath. "I'm Fan Ishian, Inspector Envoy of the Jinbei State stationed in the capital. I've come especially to invite you, Brother Chin, to join our Jinbei State." Seeing my confusion, he quickly slapped his chest, brimming with bravado. "Name your terms. If I so much as frown, I lose." The words had barely left his mouth when 3 more men stepped forward, all clasping their fists at me in salute. "Inspector Envoy of the Kingdom of Jingnan, stationed in the capital, I invite Mr. Chin to join our Kingdom of Jingnan." "Inspector Envoy of the Kingdom of Anong, I respectfully request Mr. Chin to join our Kingdom of Anong." "Inspector Envoy of the Kingdom of Pingxi, I earnestly beg Mr. Chin to join our Kingdom of Pingxi." My heart lurched. Inspector envoys from all 4 kingdoms, all here to fight over me, inside the room. I sat in the seat of honor, the 4 inspector envoys flanking me on both sides, every one of them sitting bolt upright. Truthfully, one glance was all I needed to roughly place each of them by nationality. 100 years of development, and each kingdom had evolved its own attire modeled after the planets of their creators. Only in the capital, where all 4 kingdoms mingled, could you see this many outlandish outfits at once. Fan Ishian wore flowing white gauze, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly air that even his rolls of fat couldn't smother. No question, a cultivation kingdom. The one from Jingnan wore a black hooded robe, standard issue for a magic kingdom. The Anong man looked the most familiar. Sharp suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, though I couldn't tell if he was actually nearsighted or just posing. As for the man from Pingxi, he wore a plain, simple long robe, lavish fabric, but with a stuffy, old-fashioned look that was old Great Xia attire, handed down through the ages. The kind Pingxi folks always considered dowdy, but what choice did they have? If you didn't wear the old Great Xia clothes, would you go around bare-assed and gnawing raw flesh like the beasts on those bio-civilization planets? "Gentlemen," I began, hesitating, for kingdoms fighting over one person. Even an ordinary transcendent creator wouldn't get that treatment. Probably only someone who'd merged with a cultivation planet would qualify. But now even the inspector envoys of all 4 kingdoms had come in person. This was downright bizarre. An inspector envoy was the equivalent of an ambassador in my past life, with full authority over a kingdom's affairs in the capital. In the past, even when a cultivation civilization emerged, each kingdom would just send some representative to go through the motions. Nobody was foolish. The kingdom that matched the creator's type would naturally send someone. And me, a Zerg, the absolute bottom of the barrel among bio-civilizations. What could possibly warrant the attention of these 4 big shots? Unless, I frowned slightly, either my god-tier creator system had been exposed, or they'd seen the potential of the parasitic bugs. Either one of those would be explosive, and if both were true at once, then this whole spectacle would actually make sense. "Brother Chin, I won't waste words." Fan Ishian jumped in first. "Same as I said before. Name any condition, and on behalf of my king, I'll grant it, no exceptions." "Heh, big talk, Lord Fan. Aren't you afraid you'll bite your own tongue?" The Jingnan inspector envoy across from him sneered. "If he wants the throne of your northern garrison king, will you hand it over?" The remark left Fan Ishian red-faced and speechless. The Jingnan man couldn't be bothered with him any further and turned to give me a slight bow. "Mr. Chin, my kingdom of Jingnan is pragmatic. Unlike certain people who only know how to fire off empty promises, 5 million on a gold card, plus. Ha ha. Comparing money, the Anong man couldn't hold back his laughter. When it came to wealth, Anong ranked second among the four kingdoms, and nobody dared claim first, if nothing else. Just look at the exploration system everyone had to bind to before awakening. The steady stream of revenue it brought Anong was staggering. I say, Lord Grey, he said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his face full of contempt. You've got the nerve to say 5 million out loud. That's what you'd toss to a beggar. He turned to me. Mr. Cheen, my kingdom of Anong may lack many things, but money's not one of them. We've got so much it burns our hands. 50 million on a gold card, plus 1 million a year for expenses. The gold card was this world's bank card, a product of Andong's technology, but prices here were low. An ordinary household spent maybe 5,000 a year. 50 million, enough for 10,000 households to live a year, or for one household to live comfortably for 10,000 years, and that wasn't even counting the million a year on top. Humph, so it's 50 million, whatever Anong can afford, my Jingnan can't pass. Whatever Jingnan offers, Anong will multiply it tenfold. That shut Gray right up, in a contest of wealth. Jingnan was no match for Anong. The Anong man, Guo Wenzu, wasn't finished. His next words made Gray's face even darker. What's more, Mr. Cheen may take his pick of a residence in the most prosperous district of our royal capital, a villa or a classical estate, tech furnishings or a primitive style. All as you please. Our top designers will build it for you free of charge. Gua, you son of a... Gray shot to his feet. Don't push it too far. Oh, getting worked up already. I'm not even done. Guo Wenzu wasn't the least bit intimidated, a look of moneyed disdain curling his lips, and an 80 million sublight-speed airship on top of that. You. Oh, right. Anong borders the sea, so I'll throw in a 200 million ultra-luxury anti-gravity yacht as well. Gray was so choked up he couldn't get out a single word. Seated in the lowest position was the Pingxi Inspector Envoy, Fu Wenhai. Watching the two kingdoms bicker to each other's faces, his expression cycled through shades of green and white. He desperately wanted to chime in, but he simply didn't have the standing. Chime in with what? Compete on money. His kingdom of Pingxi was a cold, barren land, its treasury chronically running deficits. If he opened his mouth, they'd laugh themselves sick. Yet the order his Pingxi king had given him was as harsh as it was clear. Don't come back without landing this man called Qin Tian. Go find a river and jump in. He understood why His Majesty was so anxious. 100 years ago, that demon had nearly wiped out 2 vassal states, and one of them was Pingxi. That single war had reduced Pingxi, once on par with the other 3 kingdoms, even a shade stronger, to the sorry state it was in today, and now, along came another peerless prodigy, if they could. Bring him into Pingxi. Then once he came into his own, Pingxi would become the strongest overnight. Relying on this one man alone, they could sweep away the 3 kingdoms, found a new dynasty, and unify all of Great Xia. Who wouldn't be tempted by a figure like that? The orders the other 3 inspector envoys had received were, in all likelihood, the same as his. At any cost, secure him. But Fu Wenhai felt a chill run through him. Your Majesty, sir, did you ever stop to think? With conditions like ours, what am I supposed to compete with? Gentlemen, are you perhaps? I really couldn't sit still any longer. Earlier I'd asked my system in my mind, and the answer was, absolutely no chance of being discovered. The system had put it bluntly. Crude technology like the exploration system was, before a god-tier system, like a mayfly next to the stars, laughably insignificant, so it wasn't exposure, which meant a misunderstanding. But the moment I started to speak, my name is Qin Tian. Gray, so frantic his eyes had gone red, cut in and grabbed the thread of conversation. Mr. Qin, no need to say anything else. My kingdom of Jingnan's treasury is yours to spend. Forget tens of millions. We're talking billions, tens of billions, no problem. The whole kingdom will fund your life of luxury. Humph. Ignorant. Fan Yishian had recovered by now, and picked up the thread with a cold laugh. Money is a worldly thing. What good is more of it? A hardy body is the real capital. My kingdom of the northern garrison has immortal elixirs that extend one's years. Haha. And here I thought it was something special, just adding years to your life. Guo Wenzu laughed even harder. As it happens, my kingdom of Anong recently developed a gene serum from a gene civilization planet that adds 10 years. Developing one that adds 100 years is just a matter of time. At those words, the faces of the other 3 inspector envoys changed. I saw it clearly. They weren't shocked by the secret. They'd been backed into a corner by the offer. With a bargaining chip like that dangled out there, they didn't even have the right to compete anymore. And seeing a flicker of interest cross my face, Those few faces sank into utter despair. Failed to land the man. And it wasn't just their own heads on the chopping block. Their entire families would be exterminated. This was too big. Whoever got me could unify all of Great Xia. The room fell heavy in an instant. After a long while, Fu Wenhai, who hadn't said a word this whole time, gritted his teeth and abruptly rose to his feet. Hold on. Mr. Qin, at your age, you surely haven't started a family yet. He fixed his eyes on me, all but spelling it out. Old Qin, you want a wife? Before I could answer, he pressed on. My king has no sons, only a single daughter, whom he cherishes like a jewel in his palm. His Majesty has long since decreed, should Mr. Qin join our kingdom of Pingxi, he will be granted the title of Prince Consort, wed to the princess, and made heir to the throne. Me. The other three, the second half he left unsaid, but who couldn't grasp it, help Pingxi unify Great Xia, and the heir would be the crown prince. When the new emperor's 100 years came to an end, you would be the next ruler. Fu Wenhai breathed an inward sigh of relief. Having laid it out this far, he figured I couldn't possibly have any other thoughts. I'd surely join Pingxi. The allure of that position was something no one could withstand. In truth, the Pingxi king had never issued any decree of marriage. This was Fu Wenhai acting on his own, selling off His Majesty's precious princess. But as long as he landed me, His Majesty surely wouldn't mind. Right? Probably not. A mere woman. How could she compare to an empire that would last for the ages? Chapter 11. Sell the princess first, then sell the prodigy. The room went stiff again. The other three inspector envoys let their eyes dart around, muttering doubts to themselves. They were all old foxes, who couldn't tell Fu Wenhai was forging a royal decree. As far as they knew, the Pingxi king, having fathered a daughter late in life in his 60s, would never bear to marry his precious princess off so casually. Ordinarily, they wouldn't mind copying the play. First sweet-talk the man into coming back, and once he was there, whether the marriage happened or not wasn't up to him. But with me, they didn't dare. If they truly reneged on the marriage and enraged this former demon, they'd fail to land the man and instead make a mortal enemy capable of razing cities and destroying kingdoms. After some struggle, Fan Yixian was the first to grit his teeth and speak. I won't hide it from any of you. My king has the same intention. Princess Chongping is of marriageable age, and she may be granted to Mr. Qin as prince consort to inherit the position of heir. Seeing that even Fan Yixian had gone all in, Gray and Guo Wenzu figured there was nothing left to hesitate over, and immediately followed suit. My king decreed long ago, grant Mr. Qin the title of prince consort and the succession as heir. My king has issued a decree too. The title of prince consort and the position of heir, all to Mr. Qin. You dare sell your princess, so why wouldn't I dare? Either way, it was a blade to the neck whether you stuck it out or pulled back. Dead either way, so might as well gamble. Gentlemen, I think you may have misunder, I said, a bit helplessly, trying to explain. Before I could finish, the hot-tempered Gray threw out a hand and cut me off again. Prince consort, say no more. Come to my kingdom of Jingnan, and in a heartbeat you'll be second only to one, above all others. Your Highness the heir, join my kingdom of Anong. More money than you can spend, and more years than you can use up. Your Highness, come to my kingdom of the northern garrison, money and long life. We've got no less of either, and whatever else you want. Just name it. Think of that immortal, mist-wreathed realm. Think of the celestial cranes that can carry you soaring through the heavens. Oh, right. My king also said, if you'll only come, we'll give you the Kuanpung that senior brother Zhang just summoned from a planet as your personal mount. How about it? Fan Yixian, without a second thought, sold off the northern garrison prodigy's Kuanping too. He'd already sold the princess. Why care about some prodigy? My kingdom of Pingxi. Fu Wenhai opened his mouth, but everything felt so pale and powerless. He'd risked his life to sell the princess, and had finally clawed out an absolute advantage for Pingxi. Only for these three bastards, each more shameless than the last, to turn around and sell their own princesses too, then brazenly start calling him prince consort and heir in advance, a pack of dressed-up degenerates. Worst of all, this maneuver had pulled all four kingdoms back to the same starting line. On top of the princess and the heir's seat, the others could still offer money, immortal elixirs, gene serums. Even a Kuanping celestial beast, what could he offer? A wild beast for a mount. Would you even want it? May I ask, Your Highness the heir, which kind of planet did you merge with? Fu Wenhai asked, drained of energy. This was the only opening he'd racked his brains to come up with, slim as it was. All he could do was pray I'd merged with a biocivilization. Yes, yes, exactly. Everything else is worldly stuff. Going to the kingdom that suits you is the true way. Fan Ishian smacked his forehead, cursing himself inwardly for forgetting this point. Had he asked a single question earlier, he'd have spared himself all this haggling with these three. Infinitely rated planets were generally cultivation civilizations. A creator of a cultivation civilization would naturally have a future only in his kingdom of the Northern Garrison. May I ask, Your Highness the Heir, is it a spiritual energy planet? I shook my head. It isn't. Gray's eyes lit up. If it truly were a spiritual energy planet, his kingdom of Jingnan definitely couldn't outcompete the Northern Garrison. But if it were some other transcendent civilization, then Jingnan was the place to go. It was dominated by magic civilizations, along with a whole host of self-contained transcendent civilizations. Then is it a magic energy planet? Gray ventured cautiously. It's not a transcendent civilization. I shook my head again. It couldn't be a tech civilization, could it? Guo Wenzu perked up. Tech civilizations were special. If a kingdom lacked that system, there'd be no established peers to guide you. So you'd be destined for Anong and Anong alone. It's not a tech civilization either. Fu Wenhai froze, unable to process it for a moment. He'd just been mulling over which river would make for the most comfortable way to die, and the pleasant surprise came so suddenly that he was at a loss instead. Ha ha ha. Heaven has mercy. The heavens have blessed me. After a stunned pause, Fu Wenhai leapt up, abandoning all decorum. A biocivilization. It really is a biocivilization. It took him quite a while of excitement to calm down. Then he strode up to me and grabbed my hand. Your Highness the Heir, is it a magic beast planet? Magic beast planets are the strongest class of biocivilization in my kingdom. It's not. A wingfolk planet is quite good too. And not that either. Seeing me keep shaking my head, his brow furrowed and he hesitated. An ocean planet, savage beasts, still not it. It couldn't be a plant planet, could it? It's a Zerg planet, I said. Fu Wenhai. Chapter 12. We are nothing but clowns. Fu Wenhai released my hand, let out a long sigh, and slowly retreated to his seat. The other three straightened their clothes and sat back down, spines ramrod straight. In the blink of an eye, every trace of that fawning was gone, replaced by the stern dignity of a kingdom's special envoy. Your Highness. Boy, why didn't you say so sooner? Are you toying with us? This is outrageous. The three barked in unison, both mortified and furious. Had I awakened to a somewhat normal biocivilization planet, they wouldn't have reacted this way. Take a magic beast planet, like that demon 100 years ago, who summoned hundreds of magic beasts with a wave of his hand, matching a transcendent creator of the same rank, even a lesser savage beast planet. A few hundred of them made an army, but of all things, it had to be bugs. What good was summoning any number of bugs to scare people, never mind 100, even 1,000, 10,000, any single savage beast could just trample right over them. Enough ants can bite an elephant to death, but you'd need a dead elephant first. The four of them, dignified inspector envoys of their kingdoms, had competed over wealth, forged royal decrees, and sold off their princesses, all for a wretched civilization that ranked below even a savage beast planet, only to end up brazenly calling this man heir. They were exactly like a pack of prancing clowns, utterly shameless. Still, beneath the mortification and fury, the four secretly counted themselves lucky. Had I truly awakened to a transcendent civilization, then no matter which one landed the man in the end, the other three would have been put to death by their enraged kings. As it stood, this outcome was actually the best possible way for things to wrap up. Gentlemen, I've urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Fan Ishian clasped his fists, rose, and was the first to go. The other three didn't linger either and filed out after him. Outside, a dense crowd had long since gathered. These people were richly dressed, the heads of the great families that each kingdom kept in the capital, having rushed over at the news. Some were the family patriarchs themselves. Behind them stood several carriages, and some carried leather cases. The carriages held rare treasures. The cases held gold cards worth many millions. Every one of them craned their necks, waiting anxiously. Each time a formidable creator emerged. Up top, there was the contest between the four kingdoms, and down below the jockeying among the various families. Once the four kingdoms settled the winner, it was the turn of the domestic great families to make their move. Whoever landed a powerhouse saw their family's strength and influence rise a notch. After a long wait, Fan Ishian's figure finally appeared in the doorway. An old man leaning on a cane hurried forward, supported by a servant. Lord Fan, how did it go? Did our kingdom of the northern garrison secure this person? The old man was the patriarch of an upper-middle family in the northern garrison. The moment the news arrived, he'd been the first to rush over, ready to nearly bankrupt his family for this matter. Unlike in the past, before, landing a cultivation creator only boosted your prestige. Today, though, was a moment that would decide the family's fate. When a figure like that demon of 100 years ago came into the world, a kingdom that secured him could sweep away all others and unify Great Xia. A family that secured him would rise with the tide, straight into the ranks of the top-tier clans. After the new dynasty was founded, they could even ride this man to a seat among the 9 ministers, too. Be in theft a marquis or appointed a chancellor, an opportunity that came once in 100 years. No, Fan Ishian said sourly. How could that be? The old man froze on the spot. Hearing this, the other kingdom's families behind him all breathed a sigh of relief at once. Not being taken by the northern garrison meant they still had a shot. Nobody who could lead a great family was a fool, who couldn't work out that much. But as the other 3 kingdoms' inspector envoys emerged one after another, and everyone saw the gloom on their faces, the joy on their own faces drained away, bit by bit. A mere creator from some bug civilization, and yet all of you went to such lengths. Truly laughable, truly laughable. Fan Ishian laughed loudly, and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Hard to say whether he was mocking himself or genuinely found it funny. All that commotion, and in the end it was just a joke. Pity, what a pity. The old man shook his head, turned, and climbed into his carriage. The rest of the crowd dispersed too, all carrying the same regret. Inside the room, I didn't feel the least bit slighted at being left behind. If anything, I felt the same way those 4 inspectors did. Relieved that what I'd fused with was the very bug civilization they all looked down on. There's no such thing as a free lunch, however big an advantage you grab today. That's how big a price you'll pay tomorrow. It's always been that way. Throughout history, when great powers play their game of chess, it's whoever's caught in the middle who suffers most. But back then, I thought about all this far too simply. I didn't know the hidden history, so naturally, I couldn't imagine how serious it was. It only clicked later. If I'd fused with a transcendent civilization and picked one of the 4 nations, could the other 3 have swallowed that? Would they just sit back and watch me grow strong, then let me come around and wipe their homelands off the map? From that day on, I was destined to face relentless assassination attempts from the other 3 nations, to the death. But that's a story for later. For now, I sank my consciousness into that planet. Only a few hours had passed outside, but on the planet, months had gone by. Those near-100 blazing, gold-devouring worms were long gone. Not even a scrap of bone left, and that patch of territory belonging to my parasite worms had changed completely. Chapter 13. First-Generation Evolution, setting out to join a nation. Inside the Forbidden Zone, the original 18 parasite worms had somehow multiplied into several thousand. As far as the eye could see, it was all a dense, teeming red tide. These were the parasite battle worms my first generation had evolved. They looked like shrunken versions of the blazing, gold-devouring worms, about a meter tall. The difference was the sharp, single-horn spike that now jutted from their foreheads. They moved in and out. Chaotic, sure, but with a certain order to it. Some hauled worm carcasses back, others headed out in packs to hunt. At the very center of the territory sprawled the mother of this whole swarm, the queen mother of the entire race. The queen hadn't changed much in shape. She still had that primitive worm look, just magnified countless times over. Her body stretched a dozen or so meters long, looking like a giant python from a distance. Aside from the head at the front that did the eating, the rest of her was one massive, oily, bloated belly. She had one job in life: breeding. In just the short while I watched, she'd already dropped more than a dozen half-meter-tall eggs from her tail end. She laid fast, and she had plenty of help. Hundreds of basin-sized worms covered in limbs surrounded her, some sorting the prey the battle worms brought back, some stuffing food into her mouth, some hauling eggs off in clusters to a sloped pit nearby. I sent my consciousness down into the pit. Not deep, not complicated. The one directive I'd given the parasite worms was a single line: breed with everything you've got. I'd marked this land as a forbidden zone. No way was I letting them waste time on pointless things like nest building. The 2 pits connected at the bottom. One side was piled with thousands of eggs, the other packed with larvae, also in the thousands. Some had just hatched, soft and pale, while others had shells already turning red and hardening. Splitting them into two pits was probably to protect the eggs and larvae from being scorched by the heat outside. I left the nest and drifted to the outer edge of the forbidden zone. By the lava river, a group of battleworms was hunting a giant crab over 3 meters tall. Their tactics were clever. The battleworms split into two teams. One moved in to draw fire, while the other seized the chance to charge in and torch the crab's shell with flames. When the crab spun around in pain, the decoy team immediately dropped low and rushed forward, ramming the softened spots with the spikes on their heads. That's how it went. Charge after charge, more than a dozen rounds before they finally brought the crab down. Weak. Way too weak. I shook my head. This pack of battleworms fought with real ferocity, and their opponent was several times their size, but I still wasn't satisfied. Not satisfied at all. Scan for the fastest species on the planet. Scan for the strongest attacking species. Scan for the quickest reacting species. The light screen flickered rapidly. In a few breaths, the system had sifted through 10 million species and pulled out nearly 1 million top-tier specimens, each with its own specialty. The next moment, my will fell upon all these species at once, like 10 million rays cast down by the sun. I was the creator, the god of this planet. Here, I could do whatever I wanted. But this time, I didn't rush the way I had when I'd grabbed the blazing, gold-devouring worms. I only had them make their way slowly toward the forbidden zone, on the condition that they stayed alive. These creatures were weak overall, strong in just one area, and they were far away, somewhere on the complete opposite side of the planet. If I made them sprint recklessly, they'd probably get eaten up by other swarms halfway there. At the same time, I had the queen pause her breeding. Once all that was arranged, I called up the system and started by naming the planet. Nothing to agonize over there. Volcanoes and lava everywhere. So I'd call it Mars, fitting. Planet name: Mars, civilization race, parasite worm race, evolution stage, first generation evolved form, race population, 5048, auxiliary function, god tier deduction, parasite battleworm. Rank: first generation evolved form, size, 1 meter, combat power, 135 points, population, 4015, ability, none. Once I selected the primary race, the corresponding data refreshed on the interface. The so-called evolved form was a measure of how far a race had evolved. The standard. The next generation's combat power had to be at least double the previous generation's. My very first round of breeding had pushed the parasite worm straight into a first-generation evolved form. But just as I'd complained, still weak, even with combat power 100 times higher than the primitive form, it couldn't change how pathetic they looked in these early stages. Other biological civilizations had primitive forms with combat power in the thousands, even tens of thousands, but I wasn't worried. This was only the first generation. Others relied on luck to evolve. I was combining the strengths of 10 million species from an entire planet into one. Every generation I bred from here on, the combat power would climb geometrically. Back outside, I quickly packed my bags and headed to the Pingxi Nation's creator recruitment office in the capital. As planned, I'd chosen Pingxi Nation in the end. Only by joining a nation could a creator get basic living security and a stipend. More importantly, you got a platform and the chance to climb, like being granted a title of nobility. Chapter 14, Bug Civilization, the Encyclopedia. Creators who joined Pingxi Nation were all assigned to one of 5 cities within the country: the Royal City, Juxian City, Shimo City, Mai City, and Linen City. The middle 3 city names made their meaning obvious. They were aimed at the 3 current great nations. It was a bit unrealistic, laughable even. But this was the Pingxi King's lifelong dream of unifying the Great Xia. The Royal City had the highest requirements. Creators of the 3 dominant civilizations, Beast, Wing People, and Ocean, would be assigned to Juxian, Shimo, and Mai. As for Linen City on the far east, it was where they dumped all the weakling creators ranked below savage beasts. Being a bug civilization, I got tossed into Linen City with zero suspense. The city had 3 main academies: Savage Beast, Plant, and Bug, and each academy was further split into several branches. Students, welcome to the 8th Bug branch of Linen City. I'm your instructor for this term. My surname is Su. My name is Su Jian, creator of the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion civilization. On the podium, a burly middle-aged man introduced himself. He swept his gaze over the young faces below, and a hint of satisfaction crossed his rugged face. Compared to past years, this is our strongest class yet. Our 8th branch alone has been assigned 308 creators, plenty of strong species among you. Take student Lu's ghost-faced mantis here, or student Zhao's single-horned golden beetle over there. We might even see a few brand new bugs this year that have never been recorded before. People all say our bug civilizations are weak, no potential. I don't see it that way. No civilization is born inferior, and no civilization is born already at its peak. So-called inferiority is just a race that hasn't found its own limitless potential yet. So-called limits might get shattered the moment you casually devour some species. So don't lose heart just because you fused with a bug planet. And don't slack off over it either. Remember, there are no weak civilizations, only weak creators. The moment he said it, the room erupted. Even a few who'd been slumping listlessly started nodding along. "Huh. Well said. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. The instructor's right. No civilization is born weak. As long as you're willing to fight, anything's possible." Watching the whole room perk back up, a smile tugged at Su Jian's mouth. Then he raised a hand to press down, signaling for quiet. "All right, down to business. You all know the branch rules, but let me remind you again. 3 days from now, the preliminary trial. This affects your futures, so I want you all to take it seriously and build your planet's civilization well." At those words, the students' freshly kindled spirits went cold in an instant, and worry clouded most of their faces again. The preliminary trial was the Academy's first assessment. Put plainly, it meant being pulled out for real combat, to see whose race was stronger. Every year, a few never-before-seen new bugs would show up, and they had to size them up. In the end, based on your results, you'd be sorted into the elite hall or the ordinary hall. Getting into the elite hall was no small thing. Preferential resources, focused attention, higher stipends, and a direct impact on your future career. When creators graduated from the academy, they'd generally be assigned to various government offices to serve, and those from the elite hall were basically handed key posts. With this many people this year, going by the usual rules, the preliminary trials got to be at least 3 rounds of elimination. 3 rounds, 3 rounds. You're the Sand Scorpion race. Ranked top 20, you're a lock for the elite hall. I'm not worried about the first round. It's the last 2, in case I run into something nastier. Still beats me. My magic-corrupted flying ant is the weakest of all. Can't beat anyone. It's really dicey. Don't be so down. You never know, right? Sigh. On the podium, Instructor Su cut off the muttering below again. Now we'll hand out the textbooks. Get yourselves familiar with the traits of the major bug civilizations first. The so-called textbook was just the bug information recorded over the years, ranked by strength. Put bluntly, it was an encyclopedia of bugs. Sitting in the back row, I took the textbook and started flipping through it. Turning to the first page, I froze for a second, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. Turning to the second page, I frowned, completely baffled. Turning to the third page, I couldn't hold back and raised my hand. "Excuse me." "Yes, student. What is it?" Instructor Su came over. "I think I got the wrong textbook." "Wrong." Instructor Su picked it up, glanced at the title, and flipped a few pages. "Looks right to me. What are you pointing at?" Okay. My mistake." I seemed to grasp something and dropped the question. A moment later, I looked back down at this records of 10,000 bugs in my hands, at a loss for words. Ghost-faced mantis, rank 1, size 50 centimeters, combat power 58, primitive form. Traits: flying insect, short-range leaping, sharp forelimbs. Single-horned golden beetle, rank 2, size 46 centimeters, combat power 52, primitive form. Traits: flying insect, powerful strength, hard shell, tiger-striped wolf spider, rank 3, size 40 centimeters, combat power 48, primitive form. Traits: spits webs, quick movements, paralyzing venom. What the heck are these things? I stared at the book, sizes all measured in centimeters, combat power that was frankly pitiful, and I was dumbfounded. This past year, everything I'd learned about was the fierce players among the 3 great civilizations. I knew little about bugs, but I never imagined. No matter how weak, bugs had to have some kind of floor, right? At least monster level, surely. Instead, this encyclopedia smashed my expectations to pieces. I set the book down. No wonder the world looked down on bugs. No wonder those 4 national envoys reacted so strongly the moment they heard I'd fused with a bug planet. Because in everyone's eyes, a bug civilization was really just a swarm of slightly larger than usual bugs. Chapter 15. 10,000 Planets, the Ruling Races. Once we were dismissed, I went back to the dorm and sank my consciousness into the planet. Inside the Forbidden Zone, the parasite worm civilization's evolution was progressing in good order. Of the several million hosts I'd picked earlier, the closest dozens of swarms had already arrived. Under the suppression of my will, the swarms that arrived didn't dare resist. Not a single one. Not even the ones flying in the air. Those once ferocious battle worms all lay obediently on the ground, letting the far weaker parasite worms slaughter them. With the queen evolved to the first generation, the system had upgraded too. No more need to parasitize, just devour. The organs inside her body would automatically separate and absorb the prey's superior genes and slot them into the next generation's gene chain. I patrolled inside and outside the forbidden zone, then returned above the queen and pressed down the will to breed and evolve. A few days later, the queen began laying eggs. A month later, the first batch of adults came crawling endlessly out of the nest. I took one look and froze. This batch was a completely different thing from the previous generation. Their bodies were under a foot long, but they stood on 6 long, bayonet-like legs, rising a full 5 meters when upright. Their entire bodies were wrapped in pitch-black shells, covered in spikes. These were the strongest battleworms the queen had cobbled together by instinct, fusing dozens of superior genes for speed, defense, and attack. I gave them a name, Slayers. They were born to kill. The name turned out to be spot on. The moment this batch left the nest, they charged straight at the first-generation battleworms. Even though those old worms had been risking their lives hunting and delivering food for them not long ago, bugs have no feelings, and they don't understand mercy. In their tiny brains, there was only one thing: continuation of the species. The new generation was stronger, so the previous one was destined to be culled, and the culled had only one fate: becoming food for the swarm. With me as the creator, the parasite worms didn't actually lack for food, but this was an instinct carved into their genes. It couldn't be changed. The massacre lasted a full hour. Aside from the 1,000-odd worms responsible for hauling, the remaining 4,000-plus first-generation battleworms were cleaned out completely. That red tide inside the forbidden zone was replaced, patch by patch, with pitch black. Planet name: Mars. Civilization race: parasite worm race. Evolution stage: second generation evolved form. Race population: 2006. Auxiliary function: God tier deduction. Slayer battleworm. Rank: second generation evolved form. Size: 5 meters. Combat power: 980 points. Population: 500. Ability: none. The second generation's combat power wasn't as absurd as the first generation's had been at birth, but it was still nearly 10 times higher. The strange thing was, combat power went up tenfold, yet the evolution index didn't double with it. It only rose 1 tier. I chewed on the system's logic. As long as the next generation's combat power was more than double the previous generation's, it counted as one evolution. So whether I doubled it or multiplied it 100-fold this time, the system only logged it once. Still, combat power near 1,000 was more than enough for a preliminary trial. So more than enough, it gave me a sense of humiliation. The ghost-faced mantis, ranked first in the records of 10,000 bugs, had combat power that barely broke 100. Even if it evolved 2 generations in a row, it couldn't come close to a slayer. They weren't even in the same league. After seeing the true hand of the bug civilization, a guess surfaced in my mind. The 10 million species the system had migrated here were probably not just ordinary bugs grabbed at random. Never mind the blazing, gold-devouring worms that were like little mountains. Even the weakest rock worm was the size of a millstone, like some monster, and back on their original planets, they'd most likely evolve to some kind of limit. Otherwise, how could they possibly survive on a dead planet like Mars, where life couldn't even evolve in the first place? In other words, every single species on my planet was very likely the ruler at the top of its own planet's food chain. 10 million species meant the kings of 10 million planets. Now they were all crammed onto this one planet of mine, Mars, and I was actually picking and choosing among this pile of former planetary overlords, hunting for material to evolve my parasite worms. A chill ran through me. In that moment, I suddenly felt like I was being a little extravagant. Chapter 16. The preliminary trial begins. Strong versus weak. The day of the preliminary trial, in the 8th bug branch, the new class of creators, who'd gotten through 3 days outside, meaning 3 years on their planets, had gathered once more. The rules were just as everyone had guessed. 3 rounds, elimination style. In the first round, 308 people faced off in pairs. Winners advanced to the next round, and the final 77 would make it into the elite hall. Instructor Sue presided. On the projection light screen up front, the matchups began pairing off at random. Soon, the first group came up. I'll translate this into natural American English. Feng Li's Blood Beetle Swarm versus Zhao Wenba's Unicorn Gold Beetle Swarm. The opening match came down to two beetle species. Feng Li's finished. He drew the unicorn gold beetle. Roten luck, that's the second-ranked species. His blood beetles wouldn't even crack the top 50. Not even close, whole different league. Amid the buzz of spectators, the two contestants stood. Feng Li's face was dark. Zhao Wenbo looked relaxed. They walked to the battle platform, pressed their palms into the grooves of the device, and sank into consciousness. Everyone below fixed their eyes on the light screen. The match would broadcast in real time. The screen showed a vast plain, a rift split open at each end. Feng Li's consciousness drifted out first, a huge swarm of flying insects trailing behind him. Fist-sized, crimson-shelled, they hit the ground like a sea of blood. At the other end, Zhao Wenbo emerged with a swarm of basin-sized gold beetles. Their shells gleamed metallic in the sunlight, and the inches-long spike jutting from each head glinted cold. There weren't many gold beetles, fewer than 100. The preliminary round caped combat power at 10,000 points. That worked out to over 100 per gold beetle. In the myriad insect compendium, the unicorn gold beetle's base form was only a little over 50 points, which meant this whole swarm had evolved a full generation. The blood beetles across from them numbered around 500, at just 20 power each. The gap was obvious at a glance. Both contestants gave the order. The two swarms buzzed forward and slammed into each other. There was no suspense. It was a one-sided slaughter. Next to the gold beetles, the blood beetles were as small as ants. One hit sent them flying. One stab ran them through. A huge swath died the instant they made contact. The rest couldn't even chew through the enemy's shells and were picked off one by one. A few minutes, start to finish, Zhao Wenbo wins. Instructor Su announced. Next match, Li Weiran Sand Scorpion Swarm vs. Wang Lu's Green Spotted Bug Swarm. Li Weiran wins. Tang Ye's Giant Jaw Ant Swarm vs. Pu Gaoi's Fong Spider Swarm. Pu Gaoi wins. The matches flew by. Most were just head-on collisions, one wave against another, a few minutes each. A few who knew they couldn't win surrendered outright. Sitting in the back, I watched these so-called battles on the screen and couldn't muster any interest. A swarm of slightly bigger bugs charging in all at once, like kids playing pretend. I just wanted this farce to end. Another hour passed. Finally, just as my patience was wearing thin, my name popped up on the screen. Qin Tian's Parasite Swarm vs. Xiong Hanlin's Tiger-Striped Wolf Spider Swarm. Phew, the third-ranked Tiger-Striped Wolf Spider is finally out. With that, every top 20 species this year has shown up, right? The moment the info appeared, everyone still waiting to compete let out a collective breath of relief. All the strong species were out now, and that was good news for them. Parasite Swarm, never heard of it, new species. Someone shifted their attention to the wolf spider's opponent. By the name, probably some kind of parasitic worm. Worms, aren't those dead last in the rankings? Basically no combat power. Tisteske. The gap between these two is even bigger than the opening match. Bearing surprises, the other side just concedes. Obviously, how's he supposed to fight that? Anyone with half a brain surrenders. Amid the chatter, a fat guy weighing over 200 pounds slowly rose from the middle of the hall. There wasn't a trace of joy on his face, just regret. He'd been hoping to make a name for himself in one battle, only to draw such a soft target. What a waste, his shot at the spotlight was gone. Xiong Hanlin shook his head, resigned, and didn't rush to the platform. Like everyone else, he was waiting for me to surrender. There was no way to fight this. No way at all. The strongest against the weakest. How do you even fight that? Just as everyone was sighing over it, the person they were waiting to concede actually stood up and walked toward the battle platform. Hashtag Chapter 17. A pearless genius, stunned speechless. In the hall, everyone stared in astonishment as I walked straight to the platform. He's actually got the nerve. Some people just love to dream, hoping for a miracle. Where do all these miracles come from? Pure waste of time. The crowd chattered away. So many who knew they'd lose had conceded early. And yet here I came. This oddball, with a gap this big. Was there even any point in fighting? Xiong Hanlin was stunned too. He actually dares. He actually did it. Once it registered, Xiong Hanlin wasn't the least bit annoyed. He was ecstatic, jiggling all his fat. He rushed to the battle platform, plopped down, didn't so much as glance at me, and pressed his hand into the device to sink into consciousness. The way he moved, he seemed terrified I'd blurt out, "Never mind. I give up," halfway through. On the wide-open plain, Xiong Hanlin's equally hefty consciousness hovered in midair. Below, 50 tiger-striped wolf spiders crouched on the ground, leading out a shrill, quivering hum. Each was about a meter across, with a pair of jaws protruding from its mouth like two scythes. Beneath the dense fuzz, the tiger stripes that should have been pale yellow had turned to dark gold, with their 8 legs splayed out. They looked from a distance like fierce beasts coiled to strike. Xiong Hanlin tilted his head back, narrowed his eyes, and drew a deep breath of air that didn't actually exist, his round, chubby face awash with rapture and enjoyment. Right then, he could already imagine the shock among the students in the hall, because whether by number or by size, anyone with eyes could tell, this was the mark of a second-generation evolution. Second-gen evolved forms, nearly 200 power each, 3 years on the planet, 2 generations advanced. Never mind this year's class. It was rare even in past years, and on top of that, a strong species ranked 3rd. His spot in the elite academy was locked. Barring surprises, he'd hold the internal number 1 ranking too. But compared to having an instructor quietly note your name, showing off in front of more than 300 people, could the thrill possibly be the same? In the hall, just as Xiong Hanlin predicted, the place erupted. A second-gen evolved form. How'd he do that? And it's the 3rd-ranked tiger-striped wolf spider, no less. The last genius in our branch to evolve to second-gen in the prelims was, what, 5 years ago? That guy's species only ranked 10th, and he still shot straight to the top. Word is he even got a noble title. Heavens, after 5 years, our 8th branch is about to produce another genius. Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. The students stared at the plain-looking fat guy on the platform, too shocked to speak. Evolving 1 generation in the prelims was nothing, common enough among insect species, but evolving 2 generations, and carrying a strong species label on top of that. In the entire history of the 8th branch, no, the whole insect academy, that was a rarity. A few of the girls had stars in their eyes, as if in that single moment, the fat they'd found so off-putting on the guy suddenly looked a whole lot better. Su Jian, sitting off to the side, could barely hide his excitement. If not for his position, he'd have laughed out loud on the spot. The 8th branch's previous instructor had ridden that year's genius to a smooth rise. First deputy dean, then dean. And to this day, he still held the seat of dean of the Insect Academy. Now that Su Jian had taken over as instructor, how could he not dream of doing it all over again? But as those tiger-striped wolf spiders swarmed out, I stood in midair, watching coldly. Above the battlefield on the other side, Xiong Hanlin was completely dumbstruck. A few minutes ago he'd been up there, arrogant and basking, the very picture of a man with victory in hand. And now, his face had gone white, his eyes bulging wide, like someone yanked from the clouds straight down to the bottom of the sea, the dizzying highs and lows of life. That was about the size of it. My consciousness stood tall. From the rift below me, a black torrent was surging out. It wasn't the parasitic worm he'd assumed. Hashtag chapter 18. Sweeping them away, slaughter in an instant. I could picture the looks on the faces of that crowd back in the hall. On the light screen, my warbugs bored out of the rift one by one. Their streamlined bodies were smooth as if machine-polished, their 6 limbs long and sharp as blades and spears, their bodies covered in barbs, each as tall as a house. Which bastard called these worms? What did these have to do with worms? I counted them. 10. Slayer warbugs, not many, but each one's combat power was several times a tiger-striped wolf spider's. The moment they touched down, they locked onto the swarm of wolf spiders across the field. In their world, there was no friend or foe. Every living thing was prey. I didn't even need to give the order. The 10 warbugs pounced. Their scratching tore across the entire battlefield in an instant, the kind of sound that made your scalp crawl. Only then did Xiong Hanlin snap out of it, frantically shouting for his spiders to meet the enemy. Too late. The 2 sides were only a few dozen meters apart. His shout might as well have been nothing. The wolf spiders spat out their webs, useless against the warbugs sprinting at full speed. Even when the webs caught hold, one swipe of those 6 blade legs cut right through. A few dozen meters, gone in the blink of an eye. The front row of a dozen OD spiders was disemboweled on the spot. The warbugs didn't even pause. They pressed straight ahead. They didn't rely on biting. They relied on those 6 blade-like limbs. It was an instinct carved into their genes. They were born knowing exactly where their strength lay, and they pushed that advantage to the limit when they hunted. 10 warbugs, like 10 meat grinders, carved viciously into that swarm of spiders as soft as blocks of tofu. Fluid sprayed, severed limbs everywhere. 2 passes, back and forth, and all 50-some tiger-striped wolf spiders were gone. Not one intact corpse remained on the field. Some were sliced into pieces. Others were trampled into a pulp of flesh. I knew the hall had to be dead silent now. Xiong Hanlin exited the planet consciousness. Back in the outside world, he still had that dazed look. How could? He mumbled, lifting his head to stare at the frozen image of that unrecognizable meat pulp. How is this possible? He couldn't accept it. I didn't care whether he could. For the first time ever, the preliminary round was called off midway. Su Jian publicly announced that I was promoted straight to the elite academy. No need to fight the last 2 rounds. Then he hurried back to the instructor's office. Not long after, I was summoned. Instructor, you wanted to see me? Yes. Come in. Come in and talk. He fetched a chair himself and warmly took my hand. All smiles. Where's Brother Qin from? Are your parents well? The address felt awkward, reminding me of that envoy fan Ishian from Jinbei back then. I withdrew my hand without a flicker of expression. From the capital, an orphan, no father, no mother. Huh. That's grand. Oh no. I mean, from now on, our 8th branch of the Insect Academy is your home. He was so excited he was tripping over his words. I had a rough idea what he was thinking. No family, no ties, easy to befriend. Thank you, instructor, right? Here's the thing. He steadied himself and got to business. You know about the Academy's annual grand tournament? I do. That was the very reason I'd come to Pingxi. In 3 months, the governor's manor in Linen would hold its annual Academy Grand Tournament. The 3 great academies, insect, plant, and savage beast, would each field their strongest. Put plainly, it served 2 purposes: to test the newcomers and to bring some revenue to this poor city. Locals from all around, families of every stripe, and envoys from the royal city would all pour in. More people meant more money. But none of that was what I cared about. What I cared about was the tournament's reward. By past custom, the top prize was a noble title, a title that could vault an ordinary creator straight into the aristocracy. ## Chapter 19, The Linen Grand Tournament. The demon beast civilization. After coming to this world, I'd grasped one truth. To live well, strength alone wasn't enough. You need power and status too. Otherwise you were just a tool in the hands of the great families, jerked around at their whim, live when they let you live, die when they told you to die. However fierce a lone tiger, it couldn't beat a pack of jackals. The terms those envoys from the 4 kingdoms had offered before didn't tempt me in the slightest. Fleeting smoke. Nothing more. Only what you seize yourself is truly yours. Same as past years, each branch sends 10 to compete this year. Su Jian glanced at me and smiled. Normally, before the tournament, each branch's elite academy holds its own internal selection to pick the strongest 10. But with your record today, Brother Qin, you're already a guaranteed pick for our 8th branch. Don't worry about the second round of selection. Just focus on developing your swarm. Thank you, instructor. I knew this was him pulling strings for me, and a mark of recognition too. Honestly, even through the normal process, with my parasite swarm's evolution sped, snagging a spot would be no problem. 3 months in the outside world was close to 100 years on the planet. Over that long a stretch, even I didn't dare imagine how far they could evolve. Enough with the instructor this and that. Too distant. Su Jian waved a hand. We're about the same age. From now on, let's talk like brothers. Deal? Sure. Instructor, Brother Su. Ha! That's more like it. He got up, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed me one. Your big brother here's a commoner by birth, a rough sort. None of that fussy etiquette. Today let's use tea for wine and become sworn brothers. What do you say? I'll be straight with you. I've got my own agenda. Down the road I want a big tree to shade under, to catch a little of your light. I paused. I'd thought he was just talking, but he meant it, and put it so bluntly too. I gave a small smile and took the tea. We clinked cups and drained them in one go. Huh. Brother Qin, honestly I was worried just now you wouldn't accept this gesture, and if I hadn't, then you wouldn't have. No big deal. You think I'd hold something that small against you later? He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Today's fight. Anyone with eyes can see you're no fish content to stay in the pond. Unless I was tired of living, I wouldn't do anything to cross you. The man looked rough and honest, and his temperament matched his looks, straight to the point, saying whatever came to mind. Oh, right. He walked to the desk, took out a blue gold card, and pressed it into my hand. The reward for placing first in the prelims. Take it. The prelims weren't even over, but he'd clearly decided no one left could beat me. This much. I knew the prelims came with a reward, but in past years each branch's first place got only 50,000. This card was blue, 100,000. The extras your big brother placing an early bet, an investment. He wouldn't let me refuse. If you don't take it, that means you look down on me. All right. Thanks, Brother Su. Since he put it that way, I wasn't going to stand on ceremony. Brother Su, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Go on. Go develop your swarm in peace, barring surprises. With your species, placing top 20 at the tournament in 3 months is no problem. I stopped, turned back to look at him, and said in earnest, top 20 isn't what I'm after. I want first place. Only first place came with the noble title. First place, Su Jin was taken aback, then let out a sigh. Brother Chin, it's not that I'm underestimating you. In past years, with your prelim showing, evolve a few more generations and first place isn't out of reach, and top 3 at worst is a lock. But this year is a little special. Just got word. The Savage Beast Academy has 2 creators from the Demon Beast civilization this year. A Demon Dragon and a Fire Phoenix, both top-tier species. Why would the Demon Beast civilization come all the way to Linen? I was a little surprised. Word is the woman is a local from the Duan family, and she stayed out of love for her homeland. The man is a young lord of the Lin family in the royal city, and he chased her all this way to court the Duan girl. So he sighed again. I could tell he genuinely felt the injustice for me. And for the 8th branch, after 5 long years, they'd finally turned up a settling that could soar to the top, only to have him crushed by 2 mountains dropped out of nowhere. Demon beast civilizations were born powerful, and they could wield all kinds of world-shattering magic. How could a mere insect species, a few generations evolved, stand against that? That was how he saw it. Hashtag Chapter 20. Invading the planet, stealing genes. In the Linen Library, I leafed through a few texts on the Demon Beast civilization. I'd been fully confident about the tournament, but the appearance of these 2 Demon Beast species did cast a bit of a shadow over my mind. No wonder the system's projected win rate is so low. From what Big Bro Sue told me, the first thing I did was run a system simulation. The hosted insect swarm a century from now versus these 2 great magical beast species. The results weren't pretty. Win rate under 50%. But after I finished going through all this material in my hands, I actually felt relieved. Beast civilization and magic civilization are, at their core, the same thing. Both can wield all kinds of powerful magic, even world-ending stuff. The only difference is intelligence. Beast civilization was a failed product to begin with. The magic planet never hatched a truly intelligent species, and what was left became them. But failure or not, magical beasts are still magical creatures. And my Mars, no matter how much my bugs evolve, they'll top out as ordinary organisms, smacking into the ceiling. This planet has a limit. So I'll take a different angle. Invade someone else's planet. Steal their creature's genes. Once I had it figured out, I turned and walked out of the library. Actually attack a planet that has an owner. Dream on. Nobody's going to let an outsider slaughter and hack away on their turf, so I need to find an ownerless planet to practice on first. When a creator dies, their fused planet becomes no man's land. The various nations gather these up and use them as training grounds, or rent them out to rich kids who failed their fusions and want to see something new. 100 years in, it had actually turned into a business. I headed straight for the city's Planet Guild. The first floor lobby was bustling, people coming and going. A few counters had long lines, all young lords who hadn't succeeded at fusion and had come to gawk. I scanned the room. My eyes lingered on the magical beast planet counter. Then I shook my head. With my war bug's current capabilities, touching a magical beast planet would be suicide. I walked toward the savage beast counter next to it. After you, my lord. The man at the front of the line took one look at my creator's attire and immediately bowed and stepped aside. Creators have privileges. No waiting in line. The clerk behind the counter, who'd been lounging lazily, suddenly perked up and spoke with great respect. Esteemed creator, sir, are you looking to rent a planet? Rent a Tier 2 planet. A planet's tier is the number of generations its life has evolved. Tier 2 means the primary species has evolved to the 2nd generation. For how long? 1 day outside. 1 year inside the planet. Plenty for experiments. A Tier 2 savage beast planet. 1 day, 500 gold. Not expensive, at least not to me. Creators get a monthly stipend. 100 gold at the Insect Academy. Jumping straight to 1,000 once you make the elite school, plus the 100,000 from the preliminary exam reward. A few hundred gold was pocket change. I handed over my gold card. Once it was done, an attendant led me to a rental room in the back. Small room, with a pale blue crystal ball sitting on the table, holding the planet's coordinates inside. I closed the door, grabbed the crystal ball, leaned back in the lounge chair, shut my eyes, and sank into consciousness. Planet name, Mars, civilization species, hosted insect swarm, evolution stage, 2nd generation evolvers, population, 20,580, support function, godlike simulation. Slayer war bug, rank, 2nd generation evolver, size, 5 meters, combat power, 980, count. 18, 500, ability, none. Above the restricted zone, I pulled up the info screen and took a look. 3 days outside, over 3 years inside the planet. The whole swarm was already over 20,000, with 18,500 of them were bugs. The queen lays 500 eggs at a time. An egg to maturity takes a month, 6,000 a year. Converted to outside time, 6,000 second-generation war bugs a day, still slow. Across the entire insect civilization, this breeding rate was already terrifying, but I was going to raid planets and steal genes. The more bugs the better. War bug numbers directly determined how fast I could steal. But there was no way around it. A population's growth has its own balance. Force up the breeding rate and adult combat power drops across the board. Not worth it. I closed the screen and turned my gaze toward the restricted zone. A single thought, and swarms of black war bugs surged together like a tide. At the same time, using the coordinates in the crystal ball, I quickly sensed where that Tier 2 savage beast planet, Beast World, was located. The next moment, a spatial rift slowly tore open. I drifted in first, as a consciousness. Entering an ownerless planet carried zero risk. Moments later, I stepped out of the passage, and before me was a world bursting with life, almost unnaturally peaceful. Chapter 21. In the hundreds of millions, the War Bug Legion. The end of the passage was lush and green, an endless emerald grassland. Countless creatures living within it. Some, deer-headed and horse-bodied, grazed quietly. Others, slender-framed, chased and played. Farther out, a few giant beasts ran and hunted. Compared to my Mars, I laughed bitterly. This place is basically paradise. When a creator dies, the fused planet doesn't actually change much. With nobody interfering, the primary species just evolve slower, while the other creatures keep breeding by nature's rules. By now, over half of the 20,000-plus warbugs had poured out. I glanced at the panicked savage beast herds scattering in fright and gave a light wave. The black mass instantly became rivers of darkness sweeping outward. On this alien planet, I'd lost my creator abilities and couldn't cross vast distances in an instant like I could on Mars to watch the warbugs hunt. I could only drift along slowly. But there was a compromise. I stood with my eyes closed and cast my consciousness into the swarm. The darkness before me gradually cleared, replaced by a dim space full of interwoven, glowing points of light. This is the swarm's collective consciousness. I understood at once. Hosted insects have no individual consciousness. Every one of them is linked into a single network. Each point of light is a war bug. Suddenly, I noticed several points of light in one area rapidly winking out. At that same moment, the war bug swarm outside seemed to sense it. The ones running stopped. The ones hunting dropped the prey at their mouths. Every war bug snapped its head toward the same direction in unison. Scree, scree, the swarm shrieked at the sky, the piercing screams exploding across the land. The next moment, they wheeled around and charged toward that area like they'd gone mad. I locked my consciousness onto the nearest war bug. Immediately, the scene before me was violently jolting: gray sky, gray ground, gray grassland. This was a war bug's perspective. Their world had no color but monotonous gray. After a few minutes of hard running, the image steadied. Enormous shadows loomed into view, one after another. They were a pack of ferocious beasts a size larger than the 5-meter war bugs, part tiger, part bear, mouths lined with dense fangs, blades several inches long springing from between their paws. Not far ahead lay the mangled corpses of 8 war bugs. Roar! More and more war bugs gathered around. Feeling the threat, the tiger bears lowered their mountainous bodies, glared, and roared, the sound waves so strong they whipped up little whirlwinds in the air. Scree! The swarm didn't back down. If anything, their ferocity was stirred up, and they shrieked and lunged. I quickly suppressed the possessed war bug's agitation, keeping it still to serve as my eyes. Savage beasts, no question. Their combat power isn't anywhere close to those bugs from the prelim. This pack of tiger bears, one of them's probably worth several thousand. I watched the one-sided slaughter before me. In a single clash, the war bugs took horrific losses, some swatted flying, some torn apart, some pinned to the ground with their heads bitten clean off. The sheer ferocity made my chest tighten. And these were just creatures from a Tier 2 savage beast planet. Not even the primary species. There was no way the primary species was just these dozen or so beasts. But shock aside, I wasn't worried about the outcome. However strong the tiger bears were, they were still flesh and blood, and their strength had limits. With tens of thousands of fearless, death-defying war bugs swarming in, their deaths were only a matter of time. The result came even faster than I expected. More and more war bugs poured in from the edges, piling layer upon layer, and before long the tiger bear pack was drowned in the dense sea of insects. I withdrew from the war bug consciousness and returned to Mars. The swarms, one in trouble, all rushed to aid. Tactic meant that as long as they didn't run into large-scale primary savage beasts, I could basically rest easy. An hour later, the war bugs began dragging their spoils back. The pack bugs stationed near the queen immediately crawled over, hauled the prey in, and fed it to her. The queen mostly just sampled it. Mars didn't lack food. Having her eat was purely on my orders, to take in savage beast genes. Ding, planet origin plus 0001. HM. I froze, thinking I'd misheard. Right after, two more chimes. Ding, planet origin plus 0001. Ding, planet origin plus 0002. Something clicked, and I snapped my head toward the passage entrance. Most of the prey the war bugs dragged back were already dead, but inevitably a few still had breath left in them. Sure enough, a war bug walked out of the passage carrying a still-living deer-type savage beast, and the beast, unable to withstand Mars's extreme heat, died on the spot. In that very instant, the system prompt sounded, "Planet origin can actually be gained by sacrificing creatures' lives." Once I confirmed it, I was startled, then wild with joy. Planet origin is a planet's core energy, and also the foundation for summoning companion creatures. But one summon costs a horrifying amount. A planet's entire original reserve is barely enough for 2 summons. Over 100 years, countless creator predecessors had tried every method and never found a way to increase origin and boost summon counts. Who would have thought origin could be stockpiled like this? This means my breathing suddenly quickened. This meant I was no longer bound by summon limits. This meant I could pour Mars's war bugs out endlessly. In the outside world, summon a war bug legion in the hundreds of millions. Chapter 22. 2 months of build-up, 3rd-generation war bugs. The setting sun was blood red. Thousands of savage beasts fled across the land in panic. The slow ones were mobbed by the war bugs at the edges, and when the swarm dispersed, only pools of crimson remained. The effect of this slaughter-style herding was obvious. In under half a day, several thousand savage beasts had been driven into the rift passage. Ding, planet origin plus 0001. Ding, planet origin plus 0001. Ding, planet origin plus 0002. Ding, planet origin plus 0001. Listening to the prompts chiming endlessly in my mind, my emotions had long since settled, leaving only a bit of reflection. Those predecessors, searching for a way to increase origin, had probably plundered ownerless planets like this too, but they'd never have raided by the thousands. At most they'd have experimented with a handful. The scrap of origin from a few or a few dozen was so negligible it couldn't even be sensed. If not for the system prompt, I wouldn't have noticed a thing myself. Planet name: Mars, civilization species, hosted insect swarm, evolution stage, 2nd-generation evolvers, population, 20,580, planet origin, 81,622, support function, godlike simulation. I pulled up the system info. The screen now had a new origin value, a feature added by the godlike creator support system, laying the planet's origin out as raw data, clear at a glance. Mars's original origin was only 80-some thousand, far short of the countless war bug legion I'd envisioned. But with a method in hand, it was manageable. The rest was just accumulation. One day it would happen, and compared to hunting and killing, simply herding savage beasts to steal genes was far faster. I passed a command to the queen and withdrew from the planet. From now on, the queen would keep sending newly hatched war bugs to Beast World per my orders. As for that spatial rift passage, as long as I didn't sever it myself, it would stay open. Back outside, I took the crystal ball to the counter. The clerk stared at me in surprise. I didn't waste words. 5,000 gold, and I bought the savage beast planet outright. Then I went to the magical beast planet counter, and under another clerk's equally shocked gaze, tossed out 90,000 and walked off with 2 magical beast planets. The 2 clerks watched my back and shook their heads, probably cursing inside. This guy had money to burn, buying planets just to train troops, absurdly loaded. Back at the dormitory, I cast my consciousness into Mars again. The 2 magical beast planets, one tier 1 and one tier 2. I wasn't in a rush to open a passage and start rounding things up. My war bugs, in both strength and numbers, were nowhere near ready to develop a new planet. Besides, opening a passage continuously drained planet origin. Very little, sure, But compared to earning just 1 point of origin per nearly 1,000 savage beasts, even that was precious, save where I could. I made a round through the inside and outside of Mars's restricted zone. Since I'd bought that savage beast planet, I wasn't in a hurry anymore. The million-strong insect species I'd picked earlier were still arriving in waves. The farthest populations might take a few more centuries. Mars was too big, at least 10 times my past life's Earth. A whole species migration, crossing mountains and rivers while dodging countless other insect swarms, was hopelessly slow, no rushing it. Round finished, I entered Beast World. For the next 2 months, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, I basically stayed immersed in the planets, patrolling territory, touring alien scenery, occasionally diving into a war bug's perspective myself to direct a few roundups. As a consciousness, I had no sense of time inside a planet, so the days weren't dull. 2 months outside, 60 years inside the planet. Planet name: Mars, civilization species, hosted insect swarm, evolution stage, second generation evolvers, population 405, 681, planet origin 127, for 35, support function, godlike simulation, Slayer war bug, rank, second generation evolver, size 5 meters, combat power 980, count 357, for 86, ability none. 60 years, and the hosted insect swarm had exploded to over 400,000. Subtract the 40,000 plus pack bugs used for hauling, subtract combat losses, and there were still nearly 360,000 war bugs. Across Beast World, everywhere you looked was a black tide of insects, stretching beyond sight. But with this many war bugs, origin efficiency hadn't gone up, it was actually dropping. 60 years had only added 45,000 origin, averaging 2 or 3 points a day. No way around it. The savage beasts near the passage had long been rounded up clean, so the war bugs had to run farther to find herds. Now traveling thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, the efficiency would only keep dropping. I pulled back my gaze and returned to Mars. Most of the nearly million insect species I'd picked had arrived, aside from a few from each species selected for the queen to absorb genes from. The rest all lived scattered around the restricted zone. To fit such a massive swarm, the restricted zone was no longer the dozen-odd miles it started as. Under my will, it now radiated out for tens of thousands of miles. I hovered above the queen. Evolve, I passed down the command, my voice carrying a slight tremor. Excitement, reflection, and a touch of world weariness. Everything I'd held back, everything I'd waited for, all came down to this moment. Below, the queen's bloated body shuddered, fusing countless insect and savage beast genes within. I waited patiently. That wait lasted half a month. On the 16th day, the queen finally stirred and began laying eggs. These eggs were no longer white, 2 meters tall, mottled with every color, giving off a ferocious aura. Another 2 months of waiting, and roars echoed from the expanded, massive insect nest. Vehement, a roar like fighter jets passing overhead. I watched, and one enormous black shadow after another beat its wings and shot into the sky. Chapter 23. A hybrid species, combat power in the tens of thousands. My eyes went sharp, and the creators will slam down in an instant. The pack of giants that had just shot skyward immediately checked their ferocity, each one landing meekly like a little lamb and lowering itself to the ground. Hybrids really do look completely different. I studied them for a few moments. The color hadn't changed. Jet black all over, not a speck of other color. But they hardly looked like insects anymore, more like a fusion of insect and savage beast. The most striking part was the mouth. Beak, fit better, nearly a meter long, closing up into what looked exactly like a sharp spear. These wings are way too much. Wingspan of dozens of meters. They probably came from Beast World's primary species genes. The war bugs had run into that primary species 30 years back. A flock of pterosaur-like flying creatures. The war bugs had no anti-air capability, and nearly 1,000 died back, then just to barely kill a dozen. But unlike the pterosaur beast's fleshy wings, the queen had likely mixed in some flying insect genes. These wings were almost all bone, with only a thin membrane stretched over the gaps. Beneath the body was a pair of exaggerated bone claws too. Overall, the insect traits still dominated. I thought it over and named it the Interceptor War Bug. Interceptor War Bug. Rank: 3rd generation evolver. Size: 68 meters. Combat power: 25, 800. Count: 300. Ability 1. Rapid Impalement. Coils the body into a weapon. Ability 2. Bone Spike Barrage. Ejects internal bone spikes via cavity pressure. 2 abilities, actually, in-depth analysis. I have to say, I was a little surprised. As for combat power, passable is about all I can say. After all, this was the 3rd generation. I'd spent 60 years brooding over it, splicing in God knows how many strains of insectoid and beast genes just to hatch it. Naturally, to keep the life structure balanced, the Mother Empress cherry-picked only the finest genes, dump all several million genes into one species, and you just hatch some nondescript, combat-worthless freak. I led this batch of interceptor warbugs into Beast Star. The instant we cleared the passage, their eyes locked onto the Slayer warbugs below, the ones driving the wild beasts. A murderous glint flared in every one of their eyes, all at once. Instinct, the arrival of a stronger generation means the previous generation is due for culling, exactly the way the 2nd generation had slaughtered the first back in the day. I immediately clamped down with a pulse of will, pinning their restless urge in place. It was nowhere near time for a generational replacement. I still needed those few 100,000 Slayer warbugs to seize origin essence for me. I hung in the air above the passage, my gaze thrown toward the distant surface. My will surged outward. A swarm of interceptor warbugs spread their wings and shot southeast at breakneck speed. In that direction, 1,000,000 kilometers out, sprawled this planet's dominant race, the Wyvern Beast clan. Back in the outside world, it was early morning. I got up, stretched, and was about to head to the dining hall for breakfast when I ran straight into Su Jian, who'd shown up out of nowhere. "Brother Qin, how have you been lately?" "Not bad." I poured him a glass of water and skipped the pleasantries. "Brother Su, something up?" Dropping by first thing in the morning, he definitely wasn't here to shoot the breeze. "Nothing major, just got word that this year's grand tournament rules have been changed." He kept going before I could ask. "The 3 major academies used to each get 10 slots per sub-academy. Our Insectoid Academy has 8 sub-academies, so 80 total. This year they slashed it hard. Each of the 3 academies gets just 30 regular slots plus 1 seed slot. 31 people total. And they're not splitting them evenly anymore. It's elimination now, half a month from now. Our academy runs an internal cross-sub-academy match to pick the strongest 31 to represent us." I nodded, not paying it much mind. To me it was just a formality. "This trip, the notice is secondary, heh." Su Jian smiled a little sheepishly, unconsciously rubbing his hands, full of anticipation. "Mainly I wanted to ask, Brother Qin, how far along is your race's evolution?" "Decent, just hit 3rd generation. 3rd generation." The smile froze at the corner of Su Jian's mouth. He'd figured that after 2 months, I'd have evolved 3 or 4 generations at least. Turns out it was just 1 more than at the entrance exam. He stood there, stunned, his face falling. "Relax, Brother Su." I could see his worry. Racial strength isn't measured by generation count. My insectoids may only be 3rd generation, but the combat power is over 20,000. Grabbing a slot in the internal match half a month from now is absolutely no problem. Right. Racial strength isn't about evolution count." Su Jian mumbled back, looking lost. A moment later, he snapped awake like a cat with its tail stepped on and shot straight up out of the chair, eyes bulging. "Wait, what did you just say?" Over 20,000 combat power. Chapter 24. The Foundation to Stand On. The Viscount's fiefdom. Su Jian was genuinely shaken. Evolving a biological civilization is notoriously hard. Everyone knows that. The next generation's combat power has to be at least double the last to even qualify. Countless creators fret and fuss through a dozen, even 100 rounds of breeding, grinding it out bit by bit, and barely scrape a new generation up to the double standard. That kind of effort is nothing short of mental torture. Yet this monster in front of him, 2nd gen combat power, hadn't even hit 1,000 at the entrance exam, and after a single evolution it had rocketed up 20-fold. To be exact, 3rd gen combat power is something like, I pulled up the Interceptor's stats in my memory, right, 25,800. Su Jian's head buzzed, his mind churning. Evolving 1 more generation before the internal match in half a month wouldn't be hard either. I ignored him, mulling it over with a frown. But that'd drag down my breeding speed. Kind of not worth it. Su Jian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. People rack their brains begging for evolution, and here it was as easy as eating or drinking to me. Evolve if I want, don't if I don't, and I was even griping about it slowing me down and not being worth it. Coming from anyone else, Su Jian probably would have slapped them and told them to quit talking nonsense and get back to developing. But coming from a monster you see once in 5 years, no, once in a century, nothing was impossible, as far as his memory went. I was the only one who'd evolved a species to 2nd generation in the 3 days of the entrance exam. with 2nd gen combat power near 1,000 no less. Brother Qin, Su Jian clapped a firm hand on my shoulder. Su Jian pressed down the excitement all over his face and said to me in a low, serious voice, "You just focus on developing. Forget the internal match. Your target is the grand tournament." Sure. I nodded. I hadn't been taking the internal match seriously anyway. Fewer slots this year, but the rewards doubled. Su Jian leaned in. 2 noble titles alone, and first place gets a Viscount title as a special exception. But he shifted gears. Those 2 titles are probably reserved for the 2 creators from the Magic Beast civilization. I'll be blunt, brother. Don't count on a title. 3rd and 4th place are a long shot too. 5th's got a chance. Worst case, top 10. Make top 10, and the prize money's fatter than past years. Plus you get on the Inspection Bureau's reserve list. Take office straight out of graduation. As an inspector, he bit down hard on that last line. The Inspection Bureau is the office that governs every creator in the nation, real power in hand. Not those hollow posts from years past. Afraid I didn't get it. He tacked on another sentence. Viscount. My eyes sharpened. Coming to the Pingxi Kingdom and enrolling in this Creator Academy. A noble title was the whole point. The lowest title in past years was Baron. A Baron can open an estate, recruit troops, draw a fief's revenue, and collect a stipend. But a Viscount is different. A Viscount can have his own fiefdom. That's the real capital to stand on. As for some inspector post, I couldn't care less. However much real power the office holds, it's clenched in the fists of those great families. In the end, you're still risking your neck for them. So I might as well find a master to serve sooner rather than later. That night, Su Jian came back with a look that was equal parts aggrieved and thrilled, and dumped the whole scene from the dean's office on me. I set our 8th sub-academy's roster down on the desk, and Dean Ma didn't even lift his head, just waved me off like I was a fly. Su Jian sneered. Then Old Chun and Old Lu came in right after. Dean Ma switched faces on the spot, all smiles, and asked Old Chun, "How's your sub-academy? Feeling confident about the tournament?" That smug look on Old Chun. "Not bad. We've got a fair few geniuses this year. Top 50's no problem." Old Lu wouldn't be outdone. "My 2nd sub-academy will make top 80. Easy." Su Jian mimicked them to a T. Then the 2 of them finally noticed me and started needling. "Oh, Instructor Su, how's your 8th sub-academy doing? Heard you've got 2 geniuses. 2's a bit thin, isn't it? The whole Insectoid Academy only has 31 slots this year. Work hard. Instructor Su, don't come away empty-handed. That'd be embarrassing." I could tell he was holding back with great effort. Everyone knew the 8th sub-academy was starved of talent, eliminated in the first round year after year. Bluntly put, the dean kept it suppressed on purpose. All the good seedlings got parceled out to the other sub-academies, and only the mediocre leftovers trickled down to the 8th. A sub-academy's number was basically its strength ranking. In years past, Su Jian could only swallow it and slink away, but this time, in his eyes, those 2 were just a pair of fools blowing hot air. Top 50, top 80, Su Jian dropped his voice and forced out something vicious through gritted teeth. The gist. Once he took the dean's seat, those 2 would be the first ones he kicked out. Not a dirty word in it, but plenty of fire. "Brother Qin," he finished, clapping my shoulder. "My whole reputation's riding on you now. Whatever you do, don't drop the ball." Chapter 25. The first campaign, the Magic Beast Planet. I woke up in the evening, ate, and entered Mars, inside the restricted zone. 1 day outside equals 1 year on the planet. Over that year, the interceptor warbugs had grown into a real force. I looked up. Swarms of warbugs blotted out the sky, and as their shadow flickered past, the bug swarm at the restricted zone's outer edge stirred into a commotion. A lot slower than the Slayers. I studied the stats interface. The Mother Empress lays only 300 eggs at a time, and between hatching and maturation it's 2 months, nearly double the Slayer's time. Only 1,800 added in a year. I followed the space passage to Beast Star and attached my consciousness to a single interceptor warbug. This whole year, the first 300 I'd brought over had spent all their time on the march, aside from hunting to feed. At the edge of my vision stood several hundred towering ancient trees. That was the turf of the planet's dominant race, the Wyverns, the very group I couldn't beat before and had to give up on. Whoosh! The moment the warbugs drew close, Wyverns surged up from among the ancient trees in a swarm and lunged. Kill. I let my will loose. I'd hauled these bugs all this way for 2 reasons. To deal with these Wyverns, and to see the 3rd generation's ability with my own eyes. The warbugs growled low, but they didn't rush in. They formed several ranks, perfectly aligned, and beat their wings hard all at once. SHG, a vast black spray poured out, bone spikes, meters long and shaped like spears, launched from the cavities in their abdomens. The wyvern swarm was still thousands of meters out, packed together, with no way to dodge. The nearly 100 at the front were skewered on the spot, plummeting with shrieks. From my angle, it looked like a rain of beasts falling from the sky. Magnificent. Shame the bone spikes only fire once. I watched the swarm dive in, knowing rapid fire wasn't realistic. The spikes have to regrow inside the body. There's no firing them endlessly. Still, even one volley was brutal enough. Long range, high speed, and against an enemy of comparable numbers, a single volley wipes out the lion's share. The two swarms closed in. At under 500 meters, the warbugs abruptly twisted into a spin, wings folded, wrapping their whole bodies into a spiral, spinning faster and faster. In the end, they became so many whirling lances, boring viciously into the wyvern swarm. Screams and wails shook the earth, punching through the other side. The warbugs unfurled, flew on for a stretch, then wheeled around as one, spun back into lances, and drilled through again and again. Good. This move works on a loop. I nodded, satisfied. This was the interceptor's primary attack all along. The slender body, the exaggerated bone wings, the spear-like beak, all of it built for exactly this. I watched for a while, then ordered them to encircle and drive the beasts, and returned to Mars. I looked up at the swarm circling overhead. 1,000 plus. That'll just do. Time to open the magic beast planet. Best to evolve the 4th generation within half a month. This wasn't for the internal match, for mopping up those insectoid civilizations. The interceptors were more than enough. But for the grand tournament, I couldn't afford to be careless. The problem was, the stronger the warbug, the more complex the genes, and the slower the hatching and maturation. Half a month to grab magic beast genes, the other half all spent on breeding. I didn't hesitate any longer and linked to a pale purple crystal orb in the outside world. A spatial rift slowly took shape. I stepped through first. The instant I cleared the passage, a great blast of blinding white light slammed into me head-on, followed by a vast, overwhelming pressure. That force was thick and majestic. Caught off guard, I almost felt my consciousness was about to be crushed apart. Chapter 26. Furious Invasion. The swarm pours down. Before me stretched a vast, frigid white world. Cold wind howled. White snow blanketed everything, and energy overflowed the air, violent and biting. When I bought this planet, the listing called it Ice Crystal Star. I felt out the thick force in the air, snow everywhere, ice crystals everywhere. It lives up to the name, and all this energy in the air, that must be magic energy. That pressure hadn't actually crushed me. It was just a bit of discomfort from first arriving on an energy planet, like not being acclimated. It was no threat to me. Besides, what had come through was only a thread of consciousness. My true body was condensed from Mars's origin essence. Below, the warbugs that had followed out stirred for a moment too, but quickly steadied. This frozen wasteland meant nothing to them. The tens of millions of insectoids the system had migrated over had lived through environmental upheaval already. Vegetation collapse, volcanic engulfment, ice and snow thawing. Their ancestors had endured every kind of extreme, and the Mother Empress had stored it all in their descendants' genes, so the warbugs adapted fast. I rose high, taking in a broader view. 1,000 meters out, due north, a huge pack of white-furred wolf-type creatures teemed, tens of thousands at the least, but they were pint-sized, under 2 meters. In front of warbugs dozens of meters long, they were like ants. I swept my will out, and 1,000+ warbugs shot upward, loosed a volley of bone spikes at the wolf pack, then spun into lances and dove. They're not dodging. That caught me off guard. The wolves not only didn't flee, they gathered together and howled at the sky. The next second, I saw something staggering. With the howls, sharp ice spikes condensed in the air above their heads, a massive number of them, almost blotting out the whole ground. Clang, clang, clang. The 1,000+ bone spikes were smashed away by the ice spikes in an instant. The warbugs were still mid-charge, utterly unguarded, and in a blink they slammed into a sky full of ice spikes. Wails and howls of pain shook the heavens. The dense barrage kept them from holding their spin, and they broke apart, wings spreading. But before they could fly clear, the wolf howls rose again, and a fresh round of ice spikes had already condensed right in front of them. I watched warbug after warbug fall and die in the second wave. My heart bled, the fire in me climbed. The Creator's will, along with the fury I couldn't hold down, burst violently outward. At that same instant, The countless swarms at the outer edge of Mars's restricted zone all raised their heads as one. Zizzy. Chirr, scree, roar, they howled skyward. They felt my fury. They sensed my will. The next moment, the earth roared, shrieks shook the sky, and hundreds of thousands, millions of bugs, they set their limbs moving, poured through the restricted zone, and tore toward the passage in a hysterical stampede. On the magic beast planet, my face was ashen, my emotions surging so hard that even my consciousness body twisted and warped. The passage mouth below me was now like a dam bursting, black torrent after black torrent gushing madly outward. The bugs swarming out had eyes gone a piercing, bloody red. They didn't fear cold, didn't fear death, like moths to a flame. They hurled themselves shrieking at the wolf pack. From this moment on, what I wanted was no longer a hunt, no longer a roundup, no longer a drive. It was a species-wide invasion of the entire planet. Chapter 27. A million to the death. The Dragon Clan creatures. The savagery of a creator only truly showed itself now. Choosing a dominant race is for better evolution, but that doesn't mean I can't drive the planet's other creatures into battle. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of creatures invading together to an ownerless planet with no creator is nothing short of a catastrophe. In under 2 hours, the tens of thousands of ice wolves ahead were slaughtered to the last, their entire territory razed flat. However fierce their ice spike magic was, it couldn't go on forever. The swarm left over 100,000 of its own corpses behind, and the rest pressed on into the distance. Behind them, the passage mouth kept spewing bug tides without pause, the black torrent racing to spread across the whole surface. Things weren't so easy on my end. Of the original 1,800 interceptor warbugs, over half were lost. Every survivor was wounded. Some had wings punched through and couldn't fly. Some were gravely hurt and barely clinging to life. Only 500-odd could take the field again. Angry, of course I was angry. 60 years of grinding to evolve the third-generation warbugs, and against a not particularly strong Ice Wolf clan, I'd lost this badly. But if you're asking whether I lost my mind and threw everything into revenge, no. A single Ice Wolf was no match for an interceptor at all. I got burned in this fight for 2 reasons. The warbugs met magic beasts for the first time and got thrown off by the magic, and the Ice Wolves' numbers were absurd, 1,000 plus against tens of thousands, outnumbered and caught flat-footed. Not getting wiped out entirely was already a decent outcome, pouring Mars's creatures out heedless of cost to sweep. Ice Crystal Star was the only option I had. The grand tournament was a month away. I couldn't wait for the interceptors to breed up slowly, and I certainly couldn't wait to grind out magic beast genes one roundup at a time. Pity the other insectoids have no collective consciousness. I shook my head, and their intelligence is far too low. A simple kill command is fine, but rounding them up, don't count on it. Forget rounding up and herding. Getting them to drag prey carcasses back to Mars was too much to hope for. That was exactly why I only used Slayer warbugs on Myriad Beast Planet. Back on Mars, I pulled 200,000 Slayer warbugs from Myriad Beast Planet and sent them to Ice Crystal Planet. Their job wasn't to fight. It was to trail behind the swarm and haul corpses. The remaining 500-plus strikers, I sent them all out with a sweep of my will, leaving the Ice Wolf territory to scout wide and hunt for the dominant species. The ones that hatched later would keep filling in the ranks, batch by batch. Over the next few days, the first thing I did every time I entered the planet was check whether the strikers had picked up any trace of the dominant species. The dominant species towered above all magic beasts, indisputably powerful, and that power came from devouring countless magic beasts to evolve. Their genes were exactly what I wanted. On the 8th day, the 8th year inside the planet, one of the strikers sent back a signal. I projected my consciousness into it. At the far edge of its vision, a towering mountain was completely blanketed by a black swarm. At the summit, 2 massive dragon-shaped magic beasts, crystalline as ice, roared at the sky. Hiss! Their bodies are that huge. I was stunned on the spot. From a distance, the 2 frost dragons nearly filled the several thousand-meter summit. Each was at least 500 or 600 meters long, 10 times the size of a striker. Their bodies radiated the raw force of natural evolution. My warbugs, thin as reed stalks, couldn't even begin to compare. For sheer visual impact, they were genuinely terrifying. This slaughter had clearly dragged on for a long time. The summit was piled thick with bug corpses. Area magic. I stared at the ice blades exploding through the swarm. At a glance, they spread across at least several thousand meters, grinding every bug in range into pulp, carving out a huge dead zone by brute force. I'd possessed plenty of magic beasts over this stretch of time. The The strongest were a pack of snow apes a dozen or so meters tall, and even they only cast small area magic. This kind of range, this kind of absurd size, I was seeing it for the first time. One of the dragons launched into the air and breathed out an endless stream of white frost, freezing the freshly cleared ground, and a whole swath of the nearby swarm into ice sculptures. Get closer. I ordered the bug I was riding. I didn't spare a thought for the bugs that died. I let them in to die, to grind the magic beasts down with their lives, to flatten them by sheer attrition. No mark of civilization, not the dominant species. I sensed it for a moment. Once the creator selects a dominant species, prolonged contact leaves them tinged with the aura of the source. But these two dragons carried not a trace of source resonance. Still, they're absurdly strong. My interest was piqued. Even if they aren't the dominant species, they're worth some special attention. I didn't hesitate. My will scattered outward, summoning every nearby striker. The handful of bugs in the distance probably wasn't enough to bury these two. I made my possessed bug lift its head, glanced at the sun rising for who knew how many dozenth time, then looked back at the endless slaughter on the summit. There've got to be over 1 million dead bugs by now, and it's still not over. I had to admit, the sheer endurance of these two dragons impressed me. They'd fought this long, killed this many, and still wouldn't retreat, stubborn to the death. But it was almost over. Those two crystal-clear bodies had long since dimmed. Their magic was nearly spent. A few more days passed. The two dragons let out low, mournful cries, ground down the last great mass of the swarm, then suddenly spread their wings and shot skyward. I froze and instantly understood why they'd been so relentless. In the dragon nest where the two had been crouching, 2 dragon eggs glimmered, crystalline in the sunlight. Hashtag Chapter 28. The second-generation Mother Empress, breaking free of the shell. Insectoid Race 8th Branch. On the road to the mess hall, everyone hurried along. The internal tournament was almost here. Everyone qualified to compete was racing to evolve their race, hoping to bank a little more strength before the tournament and grab a spot in the grand tournament. Not a second to spare. They wolfed down their food and bolted. Watching a few more people rush past me, I smiled. Compared to them, I was lucky. No worries about evolution. All I had to do was bank primal genes, others bred hard, dozens or even hundreds of times, just to hit the combat rating for the next generation of evolved bodies. But every single breeding cycle of mine not only met the standard, it blew past it several times over, dozens of times over. Back at the dorm, I entered the planet and did my usual patrol of the Forbidden Zone. Passing the bug den, I stopped and projected my consciousness inside anyway. At the center of the den stood 2 dragon eggs, each over a dozen meters tall. These were the children of the 2 frost dragons. As for their parents, I certainly hadn't let them go. Even drained of magic and stripped of their spells, after fighting for dozens of days and nights, slaughtering over 1 million bugs, their energy and stamina bottomed out. I still had to throw in over 4,000 strikers to wear them down and finish them off. The strength of dragons completely overturned everything I thought I knew. The 14,000-odd strikers I'd painstakingly amassed over 8 years on the planet lost nearly a third in one go. I didn't mind. The heavier the losses, the stronger the dragons. The combat power of warbugs hatched from fused dragon genes. I didn't even dare imagine it. These 2 dragon eggs were spoils I'd grabbed along the way. At the time, leaving them to fend for themselves felt like a waste, so I had my warbugs drag them back along with the dragon corpses. No idea if they'll even hatch, I muttered, staring at the eggs. And even if they do, Mars isn't as cold as Ice Crystal Planet. Dragons probably couldn't survive here anyway. I didn't dwell on it. Turning away, I entered another separately carved-out nest. This one held a batch of enormous eggs too. Not many, 100 of them, slightly smaller than the dragon eggs, each just under 10 meters. These the Mother Empress had laid after fusing the dragon genes. They'd crossed a species threshold entirely, no longer mere ova, but elevated into true eggs. The Mother Empress spent over half a year fusing the dragon genes. I counted the days. 2 days have passed since. 2 years inside the planet. A full 2 years, and still not a single sign of hatching. These past few days, every time I entered the planet, I forced myself not to look at these dragon eggs that kept nagging at me, but I gave in every time. Then I'd finish looking and grumble, just like a dad stuck pacing outside the operating room. Leaving the nest, I came to the center of the Forbidden Zone, where the Mother Empress used to rest. A white cocoon now stood, hundreds of meters long. After laying the 4th-generation dragon eggs, the Mother Empress had immediately birthed this special egg. and at the same time sent a wave of grief my way. Decades of ceaseless breeding had worn it down. That batch of dragon eggs had drained the last of its life essence. Its life had run out. The mother empress was dead. Before it died, it left behind an heir to take its place. Over more than 2 years, the egg had slowly cocooned and grown from a dozen meters to hundreds, decades on the planet, and barely a few dozen days outside. I felt a pang, lifting my eyes toward a small hill not far from the bug den. There, the mother empress was buried. It had bred so long and so hard for the whole race. It couldn't be denied even a resting place after death, couldn't be turned into feed for its own descendants. Screech, roar, right then, waves of shrieks and roars erupted all at once. The Slayer warbugs hauling corpses through the tunnels, the pack bugs shuttling back and forth to feed the larvae, even the countless swarms nesting on Myriad Beast Planet and Ice Crystal Planet. Every last one of them froze mid-motion in that instant. They all raised their heads together and let out sharp, trembling cries. I could feel that emotion clearly. They were cheering, exhilarated, thrilled. They were welcoming their sovereign. I snapped to it and looked hard at the cocoon. Sure enough, cracks webbed across its surface, and through the gaps, a jet-black body was struggling out. The new generation Mother Empress had arrived. Hashtag Chapter 29. You're so great, so high and mighty. Time flew. The day of the internal tournament, after countless setbacks for so many people, finally arrived. A spacious arena in the academy was packed to bursting, as loud as a boiling pot. All 2,000-plus students from the 8 branches were crammed together today. 99% of them weren't qualified to compete. But this was the first internal tournament after all. Even those who couldn't take the field could cheer for their branch's competitors and help build momentum. I arrived late and slowed my pace the moment I stepped in. The 8 branches hadn't mixed together like I'd expected. Instead, they were sharply divided, each deliberately leaving a full column of empty seats to mark a boundary. One glance showed them split neatly into 8 blocks. I could faintly hear the branches cursing each other, trading insults. Nobody backing down. Nobody backing down to anyone. If it weren't for the few instructors standing at the front keeping order, I'd bet this crowd would have started brawling before the tournament even began. Where's the 8th branch? I scanned the dense mass of people and got a headache. Every branch was clustered tight. Sit down just anywhere, and I'd offend a whole crowd in seconds. Worse, the branches weren't even arranged by number. I'd barely stepped through the door before I heard people in the second block pointing at the far left, against the wall, cursing, those little trash from the 6th branch. The real problem was that outside the entrance exam, I'd hardly set foot in the academy these past 2 months. I didn't recognize a single person from the 8th branch. Brother Chin, over here. Right here, a big fat guy in the front row waved at me. I looked and let out a breath of relief. Xiong Hamlin, the mountain of flesh who'd lost to me in the entrance exam. One look and you couldn't forget him. Also the only person I knew. What's your 2nd branch so cocky about, calling us trash? The fat guy fired off in every direction, red-faced and thick-necked, even as he cleared a spot for me. Fine, just don't let me run into your people later. And you 6th branch, what the hell are you laughing at? Don't you know what sorry state you're in? And you over there, 5th branch, don't think I didn't hear you mutter about us 8th branch just making up the numbers. Later I'll beat you within an inch of your lives. I walked over, only to find the fat guy's rolls of flab had blocked the entire reserved seat. The front rows were probably all for each branch's competing students. Here, Brother Chin, sit, quick. Xiong Hamlin shoved his rear over with effort. What's going on? I pointed at the groups he'd just cursed. These little brats are just asking for it, mocking our branch nonstop. Xiong Hamlin fumed, then seemed to remember something and quickly turned. Oh right. Thank you, brother, for looking out for me. Without you I'd never have made it into the elite academy, let alone this internal tournament. I knew what he meant. A while back, Su Jin had come to me specially. Xiong Hamlin's racial strength was more than enough for the elite academy. He'd just had the bad luck of drawing me in the first round and getting eliminated. Su Jin thought it was a shame and asked if I'd make an exception to let him in. I had no objection. Of course, no grudge, no bad blood. And an opponent from the entrance exam wasn't a mortal enemy. No reason to hold it against him. This didn't even need my say-so. Su Jin was just showing courtesy. Of course, if I'd shaken my head, he wouldn't have crossed me over something like this. So that's the 8th branch's supposed genius. Seems like it. Look at how the 8th branch stares at him. They hyped him to the skies back in the entrance exam. 2nd generation evolved body, combat power over 1,000, all that. Huh. No one else left. So they grabbed the one halfway decent and hyped him up. Only the 8th branch would pull something this shameless. In our branch, this guy wouldn't even qualify to compete. Not far off, a group of people jeered openly. My brow furrowed. Before I could say anything, the fat guy was already snarling back in a mocking sing-song. Ooh, your 2nd branch is so impressive, so high and mighty. We 8th branch don't measure up, don't rate a glance from you. Yeah, keep gloating. If I don't beat the crap out of you later, I'll take your surname. Huh. Gloat now, because you won't get the chance later. A pack of snobs looking down on everyone. Once the fat guy set it off, the whole 8th branch erupted. The 2nd branch didn't hold back either, and the cursing flew both ways. All young people. Who doesn't have a temper? Neither side would give an inch, and the insults escalated. The fat guy, riding on his booming voice, nearly held off most of the other side single-handed, cursing without ever repeating himself. Luckily, it didn't last long. Dean Ma walked up to the platform with a microphone, and the crowd gradually quieted. Students, welcome to this academy's first internal tournament. He cleared his throat. This year, the creator flourished exceptionally. Our insectoid academy alone admitted 2,157, and much talent has emerged. It's precisely because of these numbers that we have this internal tournament. Those qualified to compete, don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Those who don't qualify, don't be discouraged. This is a rare chance to learn. Opening remarks done, he went straight to the rules. Each branch fields 20 competitors, 160 in total. Each branch's instructor has submitted the roster, along with the seeded competitors. He opened a projection screen, and one seed name after another floated up. The rules mimicked the grand tournament, so seeds had been set. My name was right there on the list, ranked 8th by branch number. The seeds were the strongest, chosen through each branch's tryouts over the past few days. I hadn't participated, but Su Jian had naturally entered me anyway, and no one objected. Under each name was the evolution generation, beneath mine, 3rd generation evolved body. But after displaying the 8, the screen didn't stop. A string of more names floated up, 23 in total. As people puzzled over it, Dean Ma pointed at the extras. These are the top 23 ranked from the 160 ordinary competitors, by evolution generation and time. Their seeds too, together with the 8 above, that makes 31 seeds, corresponding to 31 grand tournament spots. He paused, raising his voice. So this internal tournament won't use the usual elimination format. Instead, it's a challenge format. The remaining 137 may freely challenge any seed, win, and you replace their name. Then take on other challengers, no limit on attempts, no limit on opponents. Absolutely fair and just. The final 31 who hold their positions will compete in this year's grand tournament. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted. Didn't the instructor say it was one-on-one elimination? When did the rules change? Why didn't we get any notice? The 8th branch was baffled. Xiong Hanlin nudged me. Brother Qin, did you know beforehand? No. I shook my head and instinctively looked towards Su Jian. His face was blank too. But every other instructor stayed calm, and their branch's competing students showed no surprise at all. I understood in an instant. When they discussed the rules, they'd cut Su Jian out entirely. Xiong Hanlin saw it too, and sneered. See that, Brother Qin? This is the fairness and justice the dean talks about. The weak have no voice, and they just don't let you play at all. On the platform, Dean Ma picked up his tea and sipped slowly, not even glancing at the furious look Su Jian shot him. Ignoring the protests of a few 8th branch members who'd caught on. Tea finished, he set the cup down and pointed at the bamboo tubes beneath each seed's name. Competitors, please come up and collect the bamboo tag engraved with your name. Whoever you want to challenge, drop your tag into the tube beneath their name. The crowd fell silent. The 8th branch stopped making noise too. Unfair was unfair, but the tournament still had to be fought. Students went up one by one to collect tags and pick opponents. My heart sank as I stared at that line beneath my name. 3rd generation evolved body. Sure enough, before long the tube under my name filled with more and more tags, until it nearly overflowed. Pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Everyone knew that. Of the 31 seeds, I was the only glaring 3rd generation. The 23 editions were all 7th generation, and the top 7 original seeds were uniformly 8th generation. Of the 137 challengers, 80% of the tags landed on me. And of the remaining 20%, you had to subtract the 8th branch's own 20. Huh. So this is your 8th branch's genius, hyped to the heavens. And this is it. Why so quiet now? Where'd all that arrogance from earlier go? Dying of laughter. A 3rd generation evolved body as a seeded competitor. No one else left. That's why. Look at these 31 seeds. Apart from the ones the 8th branch picked itself, not a single one is from the 8th branch. Everyone, don't fight me for it. I dropped my tag first. Those last few 7th generations are from the 1st branch. That spot's got to be ours. The 8th branch flushed red, wanting to argue but unable to find a reason. The facts were laid bare. My 2nd generation combat power in the entrance exam had been near 1,000, but even at a 2 times rating, 3rd generation was only a bit over 2,000. In truth, the 8th branch wasn't that pathetic. More than half its competing students had reached 6th generation, with combat power far beyond mine. If not for fear of being branded traitors and lackeys, plenty of them would have dropped their tags on me. Even if they couldn't withstand others' challenges, at least they could get their names up there, show their faces, and win some glory for the branch. I couldn't be bothered with those noisy little clowns. I just stared glumly at that tube stuffed full of tags. How long was this going to drag on? The fat kid bear cracked first. He shot to his feet. So what if it's a 3rd gen evolution? 3rd gen'll still blow you clowns away. Huh? Yeah. Keep talking. Gonna blow us away with your mouth. 2nd Academy laughed even harder. To them, this fat kid was just a stubborn duck refusing to admit it was dead. You bastards, this is going too far. Bear glared at them, face flushing red like they'd hit a nerve. Yeah, we're picking on you. What are you gonna do about it? When you're weak, act like it, stay down. Weak and still running his mouth. What an idiot. You all. Bear jabbed a finger at them, shaking so hard with rage he couldn't string words together. All that flab rippling like waves. Finally, he forced out one line, voice cracking. You pieces of trash, you want to bet? I sat off to the side, enjoying the show. That fat pig bear was going toe-to-toe with the 2nd Academy crowd. A bet. Bring it on, you fat pig. Bear's eyes went red with fury. He stiffened his neck and roared. I'll run the book. 10-1. I bet you all lose. The guy across from him froze for a second. Then it clicked, and he rushed over to grab a card. Deal. I'm in for 1,000. Betting we win. Terrified Bear would back out. He snatched the gold card and slapped his bet on. This money was basically free. The 2nd Academy crowd blanked for a beat. Then it hit all of them at once. 500 on me. 1,000. 2,000. They scrambled forward, shoving cards out, shouting loud enough to shake the room. That's when Bear snapped out of it, face going white. He yanked his own gold card back and clutched it tight. What's this? Trying to weasel out. You're the one who said you'd run the book. You're betting today whether you like it or not. A few hotheads grabbed him by the collar, the whole vibe screaming. You back out. We swing. Bear squirmed and begged off. Hold on. I never said I wouldn't bet. I just think your stakes are too small. If you're gonna bet, bet big. Minimum 2,000 gold to start. Fine, 2,000, 3,000. The Elite Hall kids swiped their cards without blinking. 2 months' salary. Gone. Not a flicker. 100,000 on it. A low growl cut across the whole room. Bear's jowls twitched. He looked up. A man in ornate robes had risen from the 2nd Academy side. 100,000 blue card pinched between his fingers, strolling over to him. What? Don't have the guts to take it. Humph. Why wouldn't I? Bear gritted his teeth and grabbed the card. The robed man smiled, aloof. You know who I am. Yeah, the Song family's 2nd young master from Linen City. Bear thumped his chest. Relax, I bet. I pay. I don't stiff anyone. Hey, Brother Cheen, quit tugging at me. It's fine, really. Win or lose is small. Face is what matters. My Bear family's a local merchant house. A few million. I can afford to lose it. I blinked, lost. Did I just tug at him? Chapter 32. The harder you laugh, the harder you fall. Inside the battle chamber, more and more people piled on bets, going crazy enough to make your heart jump. The other academies rushed to get in on it. Even the 8th Academy crowd dropped the whole traitor label and pulled out their gold cards to bet against their own guy. Anyone who couldn't scrape together 2,000 just bullied and pressured Bear into lowering the floor again and again. From 2,000 at the start, it dropped until there was no minimum at all. Nobody worried he'd welch. The Song family's 2nd young master had led the charge, and behind him a dozen kids from the great families had all put down hundreds of thousands. If Bear dared not pay up, he'd be asking to die, and every single one of them, without exception, bet on me losing. Can I place a bet? I asked. Bear was slumped in his chair, all the life drained out of him. Go ahead. Then I'll put 1,000,000 on Chin Tian to win. Sure. Swipe your card. He was reaching for his card in a daze, then bolted upright halfway when he saw it was me, and let out a breath. Brother Chin, don't mess around. Can I bet on myself to win? You can. But keep it up with the act. Heh, he grinned sheepishly, narrowing his little eyes to scan the room. Seeing people still watching him, he immediately flopped back into his chair, pulled on a hopeless face, and dropped his voice. Don't rush, Brother Cheen. After this is over, we split all this cash 50-50. You're that sure I'll win? Of course, with combat power over 20,000, I can't think of a single way you lose. Instructor Su tell you that. He mentioned it in passing last time. When we were talking about the elite hall, I smiled. So you picked that fight with those guys on purpose, to bait them, to set this whole thing up? Heh, half and half. Honestly didn't expect them to switch the rules to a challenge format. Makes it even easier to work. And if I lose? Not possible. I said if. I put weight on the words. Bear stiffened, then it registered, and his face collapsed like a bitter melon. Brother Cheen, don't scare me. If you throw the match on purpose, my bear family's finished for sure. 70-30. 30 for you, 70 for me. Deal, no problem. He agreed instantly, no hesitation. He'd probably figured the pot here was at least a few million. Lose for real, and he'd owe tens of millions, and his old man would beat him to death. Off to the side, a few instructors clustered together, chatting and laughing. Someone was running a book right there in the arena, and not only did they not stop it, they all got down there and placed bets too. The Creator Academy never had those stiff rules to begin with. Even Dean Ma turned a blind eye. He'd even pushed back the start of the match just for this. Instructor Liu of the Second Academy spotted Su Jian passing by and called out cheerfully. Instructor Su, how much are you in for? Come on, Liu. The man's an 8th Academy instructor. Huh. So what? Bet against your own. Why not? Nobody's got a grudge against money. 8th Academy's in for it this time. Lost the slot. And now one of their students is getting wiped out too. Su Jian's face went cold. He ignored them and walked straight to an old man by the door. That was the 7th Academy instructor, the oldest of the bunch, and the former dean who'd been replaced last term. He and Su Jian were two of a kind, both fallen from grace. Don't take it to heart, Su. Just ride it out and it'll pass, the old man said gently. It's fine. Su Jian glanced at the crowd still laughing and joking. Laugh. Laugh all you want. The harder you laugh now, the harder you fall in a bit. Chapter 33. Won't pay up front. Then I ended in one move. The noise slowly died down. Under the eager gaze of over 2,000 people, the internal match officially began, an event only a tiny handful were qualified to join had. Thanks to one bet, pulled everyone in. Nobody cared about the grand tournament slot anymore. One match to settle it, and a win meant obscene, maddening profit. Even the great family kids couldn't hide their glee. Toss out 100-odd thousand in pocket change. Watch it turn into a few million in a blink, faster than the family businesses back home. Among the Second Academy's competitors, a scrawny guy stood up shakily. His name was Zhou Feng. He was the first to cast his lot against me, so the opening match was naturally his. Bathed in the whole room's envious, burning stares, Zhou Feng felt like he was dreaming. His race had only evolved to the 6th generation, dead last to begin with. Grabbing the first match was really just to get his name on the grand tournament list for a while, so later he could go around bragging. I'm the first man to beat the Bug Race Academy's seed contender, but now it was different. This one match, every 100,000, every million, everyone was winning. All of it hinged on him fighting it out. The male students would be grateful to him. The female students would fancy him. The great family kids would look up to him. Fame and fortune, both at once. Zhou Feng's face went beet red, his whole body trembling. He nearly burst out laughing in front of everyone. Seeing me already heading up to the platform, he swallowed his excitement and hurried after me. Wait, Brother Cheen, can we talk something over? What's that? I slowed my step. All that earlier contempt was gone. He was the picture of respect now. Brother Cheen, don't concede when we start. Fight me a proper match. Yeah, if I threw in the towel right away, none of the money everyone won would have anything to do with him. Concede. I shot him a look, like I was staring at an idiot, couldn't be bothered to answer, and walked straight into the battle chamber. The chamber was built to mimic the grand tournament arena, sealed on all sides like a private room, shutting out every outside distraction. Zhou Feng chased in after me. 5,000 gold. Fight me a match. I looked up at him. There's a guy just handing out money like this. 10,000. Take it or leave it. I doubled it on the spot. Free money's free money. 10,000. His expression flickered, but thinking of what this match meant, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, but you've got to drag it out as long as you can. Don't end it the second we start. The longer and more nail-biting the fight, the more he'd put on the line, and the bigger the goodwill he'd beg. I hesitated on purpose. I know, that's a tall order for you. Zhou Feng nodded, all understanding. Third gen against sixth gen, a full 3 generations apart. No matter how much I held back, I couldn't stall long. He wavered a moment, then gritted his teeth and went for it. Here's the deal, 10,000 as a base, plus 10,000 gold for every extra minute you stall. Stall as long as you can. I studied Zhou Feng's face, already getting a taste of what was going on here. Sure, money up front, I said, nodding. I don't have that much right now. I'll pay you after. After? Then why should I trust you? Either you pay up front, or I end it in one move. You? Fine, I'll go borrow it, wait here. He turned and bolted, and a minute later came panting back, shoving a blue gold card into my hand. I held the card, and suddenly couldn't bring myself to go through with it. This kid was just too naive. You're sure it's only about stalling, not about me throwing the match on purpose? I wanted to confirm one more time. No, 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 Brother Chin, just stall. Whatever you do, don't put on a show, don't let anyone see through that it's staged. Zhou Feng was so anxious he could barely get the words out. This match, he was betting his whole future on it. All right, 100,000 gold, stall 10 minutes. I took the card, thought it over, and still felt the money burning in my hand. I'll throw in 5 extra minutes on the house. Chapter 34, The Warbugs Emerge. Dead silence across the room. In the Mars-restricted zone, my Mother Empress lay flat against the ground, her pitch-black body stretching hundreds of meters, having fused the Frost Dragon's genes. This generation of the Mother Empress had changed shape long ago, half dragon, half bug, ink-dark dragon scales layered over one another, her forelimbs joined to a pair of inverted fleshy wings, a savage dragon's head. Dragon eyes deep as stars, if not for that fat, swollen belly still there, who could tell she was ever a bug? Sovereign. The Mother Empress raised her dragon head, then lowered it to greet me. Since she fused the dragon genes, she could even speak now. It threw me at first. I'm used to it now. How's the swarm mustering? I flashed down in front of her. 38,465 third-generation warbugs. Mustering complete. Good. From this moment, breed the 4th generation at full capacity. This generation of the Mother Empress was leagues stronger than the last. The last one laid 300 eggs at a time. This one lays 1,200, for years of non-stop breeding, plus the old stock, and the 3rd-generation strikers had piled up past 38,000. I swept my eyes over the warbugs blanketing the ground, casually picked out 10,000, and stepped onto the spatial passage as it opened. The Grand Tournament caps numbers by racial strength. The bug race caps at 10,000. The internal match copied the rule, same number. On the other side, over the yellow sands, Zhou Feng's consciousness hovered in midair. Behind him swarmed a dense mass of gray-blue hornets, each a dozen meters long and shaped like fighter jets, wings buzzing loud enough to rattle the whole ground. I'll have to hold some of them back later. No, send at least half down to die, Zhou Feng muttered. Best to win ugly, lose it pretty, so I can win sympathy and bank the goodwill. He'd already resolved to sacrifice most of his swarm, lose the race, breed a while, and it comes back. Miss this chance, and he'd never forgive himself. But he lifted his eyes to the passage across from him and worried again. The thing was, his opponent couldn't be too weak, or all his sacrificing would be for nothing. Brother Chin, oh Brother Chin, your species better be strong. The words caught in his throat. What is that? Out of the rift across from him, first emerged a straight, razor-sharp spear, then a pair of hawkish, ferocious eyes, then a streamlined head lined with grooves, and those absurdly, ridiculously massive wings. Zhou Feng stared for a full half a minute before the whole thing drifted out. His pupils shrank bit by bit. His mouth fell open wider and wider, and finally he froze stiff as a statue. He wasn't the only one frozen. The entire arena went silent. Everyone held the expression from a second before, some laughing, some with brows raised, some sneering, all locked in that instant. They stared, transfixed, at the colossal thing nearly filling the whole screen, minds blank, the same thought rising up in every one of them. What kind of creature is that? No, that doesn't even look like a creature. That slender, spear-like body born for killing. Those tens of meters wings that defied all normal anatomy. Utterly overturned their understanding of life. Below the platform, the instructors caught their breath without thinking. Su Jian was no exception. He'd known Qin Tian's species' combat power in advance, but he'd never imagined the form could be this terrifying. Even through the screen, he could almost feel the killing intent pouring off those javelin-like things. It took Su Jian a long while to come back to himself. He cut a sideways glance at a few instructors nearby who were still stunned, and gave a cold snort. Not laughing anymore, stunned, speechless. Bunch of snobs. Serves you right to lose your shirts. Chapter 35. Blood stains the sky. An instant kill. Under the dusky sky, two species worlds apart in size were fighting a bizarre, evenly matched battle. Even stranger, the side that should have held the crushing advantage kept retreating and fleeing in a panic. Damn it, I never should have gotten greedy. Up in the air, my face was nearly twisted into a knot. One hand fighting to hold the warbug swarm back, the other cursing myself for taking this job. Heaven have mercy. I was genuinely worn out right now. I'd figured the opponent's 6th gen evolution, under 4,000 combat power, would be weak, and I'd have to put in some effort to stall, but I never imagined those hornets could be this weak. Their speed wasn't a tenth of my warbugs. Their only attack was the stinger on the tail, which couldn't even pierce the carapace, and their aim was hopelessly off. All I could do was blanket my will over every single warbug and micromanage them in the most sadistic way, suppressing their instinct to counterattack, holding back their speed to play along with the enemy, like one hand working 10,000 puppets, not daring to lose focus for a second. Sometimes I even had to force a portion of the warbugs to fake a retreat, just to ease the strain of controlling them. If I hadn't taken the money, made the promise, and held out this long, I'd have wanted to let go and have them end this ordeal in 1 second flat. See, I told you, how strong can a 3rd gen evolution really be? Big, sure, but all show and no substance. Huh. Gave me a scare earlier. That size is pretty intimidating. What good's intimidating? 0 fighting power. Tisk, can't even beat Zhofeng's 6th gen ghost hornets. Laughter came back into the arena. 20,000 bugs locked in slaughter, the scene too vast, so the system had to keep pulling the view up higher and higher. Both swarms shrank down to look like ants, only the rough shape visible. Still, my giant warbugs stood out plenty on the screen, their fleeing postures clear as day. This Qin student is such a fool. What's the point of just evolving size? And that form, body so thin, wings so huge, completely against biological structure. Ignoring biological balance like that only breeds a pile of deformed rejects, easily collapses the whole race's ecology too, and slowly drives it to extinction. Such basic evolution theory. Didn't instructor Sue ever teach it? Him. He's gone mad wanting to turn things around. An instructor who only cares about his own future, doesn't give a damn whether his students live or die. No wonder 8th Academy fails to produce talent year after year, ruining kids' futures. The dean's had his eye on him for a while. After this match, you think the dean's keeping him. The shock had worn off, and a few instructors, faces a little sheepish, started passing snide, mocking judgments, throwing sideways glances toward where Sue Jian stood. They didn't bother lowering their voices, didn't care to. How is this possible? Su Jian was in no mood for them. He couldn't believe Qin Tian would lie to him. But the losing streak on the screen was plain as day. His heart sank to the lowest it could go. The fat guy down below was in even worse shape. He'd slumped into his chair like all the life had been drained out of him, eyes glazed over, his mind fixated on that 10 million plus payout he was on the hook for. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhou Feng stared numbly at the carnage. Unlike the crowd outside, he could see every detail crystal clear. At first he'd clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe the enemy wasn't as strong as they looked. Maybe they were all show and no substance. Reality shattered that fantasy fast. His ghost bees, famous for their speed, could barely keep pace with the enemy's shadows. His prized venomous stingers, the ones he was so proud of, struck like they were hitting steel plate and got bounced back without leaving a mark. Those retreating shapes that looked like they were losing, they'd just been toying with him the whole time. 15 minutes have passed. The voice in his head snapped his focus back. He stiffly lifted his gaze to me, watching him from across the way. Then it hit him. He'd really. Zhou Feng's mouth fell open as a wave of crushing humiliation flooded his brain. Before he could recover, a shriek tore across the sky. Those massive shapes beat their wings and rocketed skyward as one, the roar of ripping air trailing behind them. The next instant, they poured down like arrows in a blink. Deafening death screams shattered the battlefield's dead silence, splattering blood-painted patch after patch of crimson across the desert. Chapter 36. Send 10 first. I'm in a hurry. The arena went dead quiet. Too fast. So fast nobody had a second to prepare. A tug-of-war that had looked evenly matched, over in an instant. And the winner was the side that had been losing the whole time. Asterisk slam. Inside the battle room, Zhou Feng smacked his palm on the table and shot to his feet. Qin, you went way too far. How exactly did I go too far? I shot back. You. His face went livid, chest bursting with frustration. He was the one who'd begged me to drag it out. He was the one who kept hammering at me not to hold back. I did every bit of it. What was my problem supposed to be? But what kind of deal was this? He'd forked over 100,000 gold. And what did he get for it? To lose a little later, and lose a little less humiliatingly. He cursed himself 6 ways to Sunday inside. Only a waterlogged brain would pull a stunt this dumb. I couldn't be bothered with him. I waited a moment, and when nobody came in for round 2, I got up and walked out. Who's next? I called out to the silent crowd below. I'm in a hurry. Send 10 at once. That's fine by me. After a long pause, a man in fine robes in the Second Institute section slowly stood, his face grim, every eye in the place snapped toward him. I remembered this guy, Song Zipping, the Song family's second son, the first one to bet 100,000. The crowd was still murmuring. That's him. Instructor said he's got the best shot at a spot in the grand tournament this year. Then why isn't he in the 23 backup seats? Reached the 7th generation half a day late. That's all. But his combat power beats anyone's. With him stepping up, this is a lock, right? Lock my ass. Didn't you see Zhou Feng's 6th gen ghost bees get wiped in one bite? I didn't care to listen. That last fight had ended so fast nobody caught what happened. All they saw was my swarm of monsters dive once, and the other side was gone. So now the whole Second Institute was drowning in gloom, and even Song Zipping didn't look sure of himself. Second son of the Song family. Right, fine. Get up here, let's make this quick. I turned to head into the battle room, and out of the corner of my eye I caught the fat stack of challenge tokens under my name on the table, packed full. I stopped, turned back, and called out, forget it. One at a time is too slow. Send 10 first, all at once. Asterisk whoosh, the whole place exploded. 1 against 10, was he insane? Song Zipping's face went black on the spot, like someone had stomped on his pride. He roared, Chin Tian, what's that supposed to mean? Several of the challengers below bristled too, cursing as they charged the stage. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? Cursing all the way, but their feet didn't slow one bit. Good, good, good. Let's see if you've got the goods to back up that swagger. Song Zipping bellowed while scrambling up the stage, like he was terrified I'd change my mind. These 10 who came up, Song Zipping's 7th gen, 3 other 7th gens from the Second Institute, and 6 6th gens with the strongest species. This one challenge basically pulled the best fighters out of the remaining 137. I say 1 against 10, and you not only swarm in to answer, you handpick your strongest. Shameless. The instructors on the sidelines twitched, looking like they wanted the floor to swallow them. But with the betting on the line, nobody's stupid. A win's a win. Hold on, hold on. Xiong Hanlin, the fat guy, came charging up the stage, forehead soaked in cold sweat, his rolls of fat jiggling all over. First he glared at the 10. Have you got no shame? 10 against 1, and you can actually stand up there. Then he sidled up next to me and dropped his voice to a pleading whisper. Brother Chin, let's not overreach. Yeah, if you lose this, what am I going to do about that 10 million payout? I pressed my lips together. That last fight had left a knot in my chest, and the pile of challenge tokens had gotten on my nerves. That's the only reason I'd tossed out the 10 at once thing and clean forgotten about the bet. Fatty, I won't lose. I've got a bad feeling about this. These guys are the top of every institute. Even better, settle it in one round. Save the trouble of grinding through them one by one. 80-20. No, 90-10. Brother Chin. If you take them one at a time, we split the winnings 90-10. The fat guy was frantic. I'll eat the whole loss if it goes bad. I didn't want to drag it out any longer. I turned and walked into the battle room. My consciousness sank, dropping over the lava lake on Mars, its surface churning with scorching bubbles. The thousands of giant crabs from before had long been slaughtered. Corpses everywhere. What ruled this place now was a swarm of dragon-headed, insect-bodied giants. Those 100 dragon eggs had hatched on the 3rd day. Once the outside world's 4-year growth cycle passed, they all reached maturity yesterday. They looked a lot like the frost dragons. Dragon scales swapped for the insect race's glossy black carapace. Bodies shrunk down to 100 meters. The most striking part was those 3 whip tails, tens of meters long, sharp and taut like steel cables. Together they could hold the body aloft for flight and steering. Lashed out, they were weapons. For close-range strangulation. 4th generation, whiptail dragons, combat power of 200,000. This was the confidence behind my 1 against 10. Chapter 37. The dragons arrive. The whole arena erupts. Above the battlefield, 10 spatial rifts split open one after another, and all kinds of insects poured out in dense clouds. Every single one a flying species. The 10 challengers hovered in the air, gazing down at the endless sea of insects below, spirits high. 100,000 against 10,000, they couldn't think of a single reason they'd lose. At the far end, a lone passage slowly took shape. My battle insects emerged, a savage aura rolling off them. Even braced for it, the 10 felt their scalps prickle, but they shook it off fast. As fierce as you are, you're still only 10,000. We're 100,000. We'll bury you with numbers alone. Then the last group, far more massive, crawled out of the passage. They froze, a chill shot from the crown of their heads down to their feet. That was a dragon. Dragons, impossible. How could the insect civilization have dragons? I've got to be dreaming. No way in hell. Out in the arena, first came a dead silence. Then it roared to life. Everyone stared, riveted, at the dragon-shaped creatures pouring out of the passage on the screen, their screams nearly bursting eardrums. Dean Ma sat on the platform gripping his teacup, hands trembling non-stop. He'd been wanting to bow and cozy up to Su Jian for a while, and now he couldn't hold back. He got up and made for Su Jian, tripping over his own feet and nearly falling, but nobody could spare a glance at his embarrassment. Dean Ma hunched over and asked nervously, "Instructor Su, old Su, this student Qin, is he really from the insect civilization?" Maybe so." Su Jian answered in a daze, his mind in turmoil. Then the line I'd said when he first came recruiting me suddenly popped into his head. "Evolving one generation is no problem. Good grief, casually evolve one generation, and you evolve a dragon race." Kill, my will blanketed the entire swarm, and I spoke one word. The next instant, every Slayer battle insect beat its wings, unleashing a dense volley of bone spikes. Less than a kilometer, crossed in a blink. Asterisk thwack, thwack, the muffled thuds of bone spikes punching through bodies merged into one sound, and the insect screams tore across the sky in an instant. The swarm was packed so tight that a single spike often skewered 2 or 3, sending them plummeting helplessly like candied fruit on a stick. Scatter, everyone scatter. The death wails jolted the 10 awake. Their minds were linked, communication seamless, and the efficiency really showed. The moment the swarm scattered, my bone spikes barely killed a thing. Good thing the slayers were fast, boring back and forth, whittling them down bit by bit. They're too fast. Cluster in the center, draw their fire. Hold, don't move, tie them up, flank them from both sides. Hurry. The 10 of them barked out chaotic commands, their mental ripples spreading over to me. I could sense every bit of it clear as day. I closed my eyes and let out a comfortable breath, releasing all the frustration bottled up from the last fight. Nothing highlights the gap like a direct comparison. The other side scrambled in a frenzy while I watched like it was a show. Truth is, one kill, and I didn't have to lift a finger. Every Slayer hunted on instinct, and with their collective mind linked, the coordination was near flawless. Still, the enemy's commands weren't completely useless, blockading at any cost. They gradually cut off some of my battle insects' escape routes, and a whole mob of bugs swarmed up, tearing them down as they fell. I overestimated them. I watched the slaughter below. This 100,000 can probably barely stomach 10,000 of mine. Battle insects kept dying, and I didn't panic one bit. The first volley of bone spikes shaved off nearly 30% of their side. A few more passes took another 30, leaving 40-some thousand. It took 3 or 4 of theirs to trade for one of mine. I could afford the grind. Could they? Besides, I still had 100 whiptail dragons held in reserve at my side. Until it was necessary, I had no plans to use them. Time trickled by. The ground was blanketed in thick layers of insect corpses, blood mixing with fluids of every color, dyeing the sand a riot of hues. The swarms in the sky dwindled on both sides. Finally, the last Slayer went down, dragging 5 insect corpses with it. My consciousness drifted forward, a pack of long-starved whiptail dragons trailing behind me. I glanced at the 10, then at the few hundred sorry-looking scraps left behind them, and lazily let a single question out. Still want to fight. Chapter 38. Marching out again, the Beast Planet. Still want to fight. The 10 looked at each other, shame and fury tangled together. Fight. Fight your ass. Take on a pack of dragons with these few hundred stragglers. It wasn't that nobody had thought about it. Throw a swarm several times their size at it, and maybe a miracle happens. But the moment their eyes landed on that pack of dragons right up close, that little spark went out. The dragon heads breathed scorching dragon breath from their nostrils, an aura so heavy it made your chest tighten, especially those 3 steel cable tails, whipping the air with crackling snaps. One look told anyone this was no showpiece. Fighting on would just be inviting more humiliation. Forget a few hundred. Slap 2 zeros on the end, and it wouldn't matter. In the face of raw strength, numbers were always hollow. That last fight was proof enough. 100,000 against 10,000, and it ended in a laughable mutual wipeout. Back outside, I stepped out of the battle room and looked at the crowd below. Anyone else? Not loud, not soft, but it went off like a bomb in everyone's ears. Nobody made a sound. The remaining challengers buried their heads lower. Even the 10 strongest of the year had lost. How could they fight? I waited a moment, then turned my gaze to the dean standing beside Su Jian on the sidelines. Dean Ma jolted and was about to step up and announce the result when something struck him, and he glumly stepped back. That step was a gesture and an early handover of power. A great teacher makes great students. Flip that around, and it fits the Insect Academy perfectly. The stronger an institute students, the more say its instructors have, strong enough, and you replace the dean and take the reins of the academy. That's been the rule for 100 years. Once this fight ended, no matter how I performed at the grand tournament half a month out, Su Jian's promotion to dean was basically set in stone. All that was missing was a sheet of paperwork. He didn't dawdle either. He glanced at the few instructors bowing and scraping beside him, and walked straight up to the stage. Qin Tian, permanent seed for this year's grand tournament. Anyone object? Dead silence below. Who'd dare object? Su Jian worked the equipment, wiped my name off the screen, and left 30 challenge slots. That's it. He waved a hand. Challenges continue. Redraw the tokens. I said my goodbyes to him and left. The internal matches, I never cared about them. My goal from start to finish was one thing. The grand tournament, and that Viscount title waiting there. This place. I was just going through the motions. Back in my quarters, my consciousness sank and I arrived at the outer edge of the planet's restricted zone. Before me was a pitch-black mass, an insect tide stretching past the horizon. When I'd thrown out that 1 against 10 challenge, half of it was Zhou Feng lighting a fire under me, and the other half was that I genuinely didn't want to burn time on this crummy internal contest. These past few days I'd been busy with something real, invading Thundercloud Planet. It's a Tier 2 beast planet. I planned to stockpile more beast genes before the grand tournament, and ideally squeeze out a 5th-generation battle insect. When I took Crystal Frost Planet, I spread my will across all of Mars, and ordered every species to mass at the edge of the restricted zone. 7 days here, 7 years on the planet. Tens of millions of species, nearly 10 billion insects. The ones who actually arrived didn't even amount to a tenth. Still not enough? I scanned a few directions and estimated 600 million, tops. I paused. Good enough, we can get to work. Back when I took Crystal Frost Planet, I hurled the whole 500 million swarm camped at the edge into it. Sounds terrifying, but to a whole planet it was like tossing a stone into a lake. Just a little splash. 7 years of bloody fighting wiped those 500 million out completely. The 200,000 killers that cleaned up I pulled back, then threw at 10,000 Beast Planet to grab the source. The beasts on Crystal Frost were long slaughtered clean. Throwing these newly arrived 600 million in would only push things farther out. No use in the short term. If I wanted to see a return faster, there was only one path. Open up a fresh planet. 28,000 slayers left. I glanced back at the equally black mass of insect shadows in the restricted zone. Enough to scout a path. I pulled my gaze back, connected to the prepared Thundercloud Planet crystal orb outside, and opened the spatial passage. The instant I stepped through, my heart lurched. Gray sky, gray ground, gray plains. This wasn't a battle insect's viewpoint. This was my own eyes seeing it, and that overwhelming stench of decay, so thick it wouldn't clear, my heart sank. Was this a dead planet? Asterisk asterisk chapter 39. Ecological collapse. Species extinction asterisk asterisk. Wind swirled through the hazy gray sky, and dust flew wild across the barren plains. I sent my consciousness body up, then higher, as far as I could see. Still that same desolation. The whole planet. Not a speck of green. Not a whisper of anything alive. Only when I'd risen to a few thousand meters did I finally set my heart at ease. Rotten, sure. But something was still hanging on, clinging to life. Below, a swarm of slayers had already poured out. I drifted down, attached my consciousness to one of them, and flew at full speed toward the creatures I'd spotted earlier. 10-odd minutes later, a group of things came into view, like golden-winged rocks, bodies matching the 4th-gen whiptail dragons, wingspans over 100 meters when spread, not many, a few dozen. But they were killing each other. Shapes darted up and down, chasing and being chased, screams ringing out one after another. A dozen scrawny ones were being torn apart and hunted by their own kind. Purple lightning cracked open inside the swarm. Lightning element. No surprise there. Whatever a planet's named, that's the magic element. The creator names them all according to the planet's traits. In that short span, those few gaunt rocks crashed screaming to the ground. The strong ones immediately dove after them, fighting over the corpses. Asterisk boom, an explosion, and my view lurched violently, followed by the tremble of a plummet, the battle insect's last glimpse before death, several rocks slamming down toward its face. Spotted. I pulled out. The death of one slayer didn't register with me. At the other end of the passage, the flying swarm awaiting orders was already packed tight. On my command, they all scrambled to charge in, hurling themselves toward the rock's position like madmen. A beast planet. How does it rot into this state? I stared at the surface, and the longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. By all logic, without a creator meddling, a planet should thrive under natural law. How could it drive itself to extinction? Unless. I lifted my head and stared at that ash-gray sky. Only one possibility remained. An external force, something like a massive meteor slamming down and shattering the ecosystem outright. I sent out the command to explore, and swarms of fighters scattered, flying off into the distance. But before long I called them back, keeping only 200 or so to continue the search. No point sacrificing a pile of war insects just to satisfy a passing curiosity. Those great rocks were almost certainly the planet's dominant species. If even they had been reduced to eating their own kind, you could only imagine how dire the food shortage had gotten. Those few dozen might well be the last living things on the entire planet. There was probably nothing to eat along the way, and letting the fighters wander aimlessly would just be sending them to their deaths. 2 million. I just pulled myself out of the planet and back into the outside world when I ran straight into Xiong Hanlin, who came rushing over in a fluster, 2 purple gold cards clutched in his hand, 1 million each. The internal tournament wasn't over yet. It would drag on at least another day or two. So these 2 cards were what the fat man had scraped together on a quick trip to the money house. The betting pool came to just under 2,030,000 total, he said, shoving the cards into my hands. We agreed on a 90-10 split, so I just rounded it up. Don't be shy, Brother Chin. I love money, sure, but I love the process of making it even more. Besides, he added, squinting those little eyes, my Xiong family's plenty rich. 1 million or so is nothing. Anyway, haha. That laugh was subtle, but everyone knew what it meant. Fine. Thanks. I didn't refuse, I took them. Same play as Su Jian, looking to use this chance to latch onto me. Whether it'd pan out was another matter, but based on the hand I'd just shown, they had good reason to come sidling up. Brother Chin, I'll head back then. The tournament's still going. Go on. Once the fat man left, I didn't linger either. I walked out of the academy and made my way to the planet trade hall again. With Thundercloud's ecosystem gone to hell, my plan to stockpile genes and hold out for a 5th-generation war insect had fallen through. At least I had money now. Perfect timing to buy another one. No rush. I went in and headed straight for the 2nd floor. The 1st floor rented and sold biological civilization planets. Packed shoulder to shoulder, the 2nd floor handled tech and supernatural civilizations. Far quieter. Almost empty, with just a single counter. In the Pingxi Kingdom, creators of the other 2 civilizations were pitifully rare to begin with, and the planetary legacies they left behind could be counted on one hand. Scarce supply meant steep prices, steep enough that ordinary people couldn't touch them. Hello, my lord. The counter clerk came to greet me the moment he saw me. Any planets still available for rent? Yes, my lord. One left. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. However high the price, this world never lacked people with deep pockets, and the bizarre weapons and gear on tech planets, the mountain-moving, sea-filling immortal arts and magic on supernatural ones, not to mention the nations, sects, and factions the intelligent races there had built up. Which of those wasn't enticing? No matter how pricey, demand outstripped supply. Those wealthy clan heirs sure didn't queue up and wait like the commoners downstairs, showing up on the dot with a number tag in hand. This trip was pure luck. I hadn't expected to actually stumble onto a leftover. I paid the outrageous price of 1,000 gold an hour and followed a maid into a rental room. Inside was lavish, far brighter and more spacious than downstairs. A deep blue crystal ball sat in the center of the table, with a brief planetary history laid out beside it. I finished reading and laughed. Heh, no wonder it went unclaimed. Chapter 40. The Intelligent Race, an Endless Ambition. This brief history was, plainly put, a story of a world going from destruction to rebirth. This blue sun planet started out as a highly advanced tech planet, its intelligent race also human. But the moment the creator withdrew, The once globally unified human federation fell apart, splintering into fragments that quickly erupted into a war that swept the whole planet. By the end, several nations on the brink of losing lost their minds and unleashed weapons of mass destruction. Orders of magnitude more devastating than the nukes I'd known in my past life. The nations poured them onto one another, and humanity's destruction became a foregone conclusion. Not everyone died. A few burrowed underground and survived. They endured tens of thousands of years before the toxins on the surface finally dissipated. The people underground had bred through over 100 generations by then, long since reduced to savages. Every trace of their technological heritage lost. The ruins on the surface and the marks their ancestors had left were all scrubbed clean by vegetation that had run wild again. But on nothing more than that innate survival instinct. Over thousands of years and countless generations, the humans who returned to the surface clawed their way back to the top of the planet. It was now the age of cold weapons, roughly on par with the ancient Great Xia of a century back in the outside world. Dozens of feudal dynasties, large and small, dotted the planet. That was why this one had gone unclaimed. Familiar customs, a familiar ancient kingdom, who'd pay a fortune to tour a world they'd long since grown sick of. Humanity. I set down the history. No, all intelligent races, really, greed and ambition, without end. On that count alone, I shook my head. They'll never measure up to biological civilization, tech or supernatural. Sure, they were powerful, but keeping them in line would drive those creators to their graves. I'd read up on all this in the library. A typical tech civilization creator would pick some ruler of a nation, prop him up with power to swallow smaller states and unify the planet, then steer the direction of technology from the top down. A supernatural civilization creator would take the form of an immortal, a spell god, or a war god, keep an iron grip on the single strongest sect, and command the world. But an intelligent race is called intelligent for a reason. They think, they doubt, they rebel. So these two kinds of planets erupted into war every other day. The creator had no choice but to step in personally, wiping out the overlords and rulers who tried to slip their leash, propping up new puppets while cleaning up the mess. Worse still, one war on a tech planet could set technology back decades. One upheaval on a supernatural planet. And how many geniuses who should have broken through fell instead? Biological civilization has none of this nonsense. I smiled. Low intelligence, they never ponder a creator's origins, let alone question a creator's will. I settled my mind, and my presence appeared inside the Mars-restricted zone, my gaze drifting on its own toward the Mother Empress. The Mother Empress had developed a bit of intelligence by now, fortunately not much, and for the sake of hunting efficiency, when she bred war insects, instinct kept her from packing them with intelligence genes. I froze. I severed my connection to the blue sun crystal ball, furrowed my brow, and in a flash slipped into the thundercloud passage. Chapter 41. A Cosmic Lifeform. Horrifying beyond measure. The flying insect swarm threw itself in with reckless abandon, and those few dozen great rock beasts on Thundercloud were just about wiped out. Only one still struggled. The battlefield pushed to within 100 meters of the passage mouth. Save me, save me. The moment I appeared outside the passage, that broken, halting plea for help sounded in my mind again. Scatter. I swept my will out, driving back the battling swarm, and drifted through the opening they cleared to the wing-broken rock in the middle. You're the one talking. This bird's eyes were far too full of spirit, despair written plain in them. Even eerier, it stared at my consciousness hovering in midair as if it could actually see me. Save me. Before it could finish, it suddenly shrieked and jerked its head toward the sky in terror. I followed its gaze upward. Ash gray. Nothing unusual. But looking closer, the entire sky looked like it was being torn open fast. On the distant horizon, a vast sheet of white light was rising, growing brighter and brighter, like a sun climbing up at incredible speed. That's impossible. How could a sun rise that fast? While I stood stunned, a black curtain emerged below the sun. At first I thought an asteroid was blocking the light. Then that gray curtain sheeted downward, then abruptly rolled up and peeled away. My heart lurched. I blinked on instinct, my mouth falling open wider and wider, and my head exploded with a roar. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that was big enough to cover an entire planet. I gaped up at the sky. The curtain pulled fully away, and I finally saw it clearly. It really was a colossal eye. It had a pupil, an eyelid, and it was blinking. That gray from before hadn't been the sky at all. It was the dark gray skin around this eye. It was staring at the clump of swarm at the passage mouth. the skin at its corner tensing and creasing by turns. I could almost picture the expression on the eye's owner right now. Head cocked, a look of confusion, curious about where this batch of ants had crawled out from. Run, flee, run, run. The rock on the ground shrieked madly, flapping its shredded wings and charging for the passage mouth. The eye in the sky seemed to lose interest, or maybe our swarm of worms had annoyed it. It suddenly drew back, as if tipping its head up slightly. That one motion, utterly trivial to it, instantly whipped the entire planet's air currents into a horrifying vortex that surged toward it. Right after, I saw what was below the eye, black hole nostrils, a slightly parted mouth like a galaxy, and pouring out of that mouth, a brilliant stream of light and color wrapped in terrifying energy. My expression changed. I spun and drifted back into the passage. Close it. Shut it. Close the passage, now. The rock that had rushed out kept shrieking hysterically the whole way, wreathed in lightning, scrambling and tumbling forward. I came out after it, and, without a word, cut off the source supply. The passage closed slowly. But in the instant it sealed, a small wisp of streaming light shot through. Boom! The air detonated with a violent tremor, the terrifying current sweeping out in every direction. Wherever it passed, dense masses of the swarm dropped in droves, dissolving into dust in the blink of an eye. FWSH, at a flick of my will, I teleported 1,000 miles away. The moment my form appeared, the roiling current caught up, CHH. Inside the rental room, I spat out a mouthful of blood. Face ashen, I rubbed frantically at my head, which felt ready to burst. The scene on Mars and the room before me flickered wildly in my vision, as if my consciousness was being ripped bodily out of my skull, the pain contorting my features. Crash! I knocked the tea set off the table, shattering it across the floor. My lord, are you all right? The maid attending outside knocked on the door. I'm fine. I forced the two words through gritted teeth, eyes shut tight, gutting out the tearing sensation in my mind. It took a good while before I let out a breath, the trembling gone, my face recovering. I opened my eyes. The room held steady. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, straightened my clothes, and called the maid in to clean up the wreckage. What in the world was that thing? So terrifying, a cosmic life form. Still shaken, I took a sip of the freshly poured tea, my mind full of that last hurried glimpse on Thundercloud. Just the eye alone was as huge as a star, the whole head, and the body behind it. Actually, it wasn't hard to grasp. The planets a creator merged were bodies that genuinely existed in some dimension. Cosmic life forms bigger than planets roaming the star realms. I could accept that. What truly unnerved me was that the thing's attack could actually harm a creator's consciousness. A single stray wisp of breath, from 1,000 miles off, barely grazing me, had nearly turned me brain dead. Could it be that was how the life on Thundercloud had been wiped out? Was that how the planet's creator had died too? I didn't dwell on it. After resting a moment, I cast my consciousness back into Mars. For thousands of miles around the passage, everything had turned to barren white. Over the dark red soil, white powder was piled into mounds, spread out far into the distance, devastating losses. The ones that hadn't withdrawn on the far side of the passage, plus the nearly 600 million of the swarm gathered near the Mars passage, all annihilated, vaporized to dust, not even corpses left. Thank God I'd pulled out the more than 28,000 fighter war insects well beforehand. They were currently over on the ice crystal planet searching for its dominant race. And to make invasion easier, I'd set the Thundercloud passage mouth on the outer edge of the restricted zone, so it hadn't reached the Mother Empress or the hive thousands of miles away. Otherwise, save me, save me. The plea for help came through my consciousness again. My face twitched. That rock was somehow still alive. What a tough hide. I flashed over. It really wasn't dead, but it was close, a wretched sight. Its wings were completely broken and drooping to the ground, its feathers all but gone, like a plucked chicken, its whole body split with gashes, blood dripping to the ground and steaming into white smoke in the Mars heat. Its head hung limp. It just gazed at me sidelong with those still lively eyes, pitiful, without even the strength left to speak. I didn't rush to save it. I narrowed my eyes and studied it. After a moment, I spoke. You're the creator of Thundercloud, the myriad beast planet. A few hundred meters out from the passage mouth, the rock lay under the shade of a large tree. The environment here was mild, suitable for the vast majority of life forms to survive. Though it was still on the verge of death, at least it wasn't struggling for every breath the way it had on Mars. I drifted beside it, thought for a moment, and split off a thread of the source in my consciousness, slowly funneling it into its body. I'd been treating a dead horse as if it were alive, but the effect was absurdly good. The instant it absorbed that thread of source, its spirit was still listless, but the wounds on its body scabbed and healed at a visible, breakneck pace. Come to think of it, that made sense. Source itself was bought with sacrificed lives, carrying immense vitality within. This one. Wisp didn't look like much, just a few points if you crunch the number. But behind it were the lives of tens of thousands of savage beasts. Pouring the life energy of a few thousand savage beasts into its body made repairing this battered shell no trouble at all. Within minutes, every wound on its surface had closed, and even the snapped wing bones miraculously mended. The rock propped itself up against the tree trunk and dipped its head at me. A very human gesture, its answer to my earlier question. A creator, as I thought. I wasn't surprised. This bird could transmit consciousness, understood spatial passages, had eyes on par with the humans, plus the mind-severing sensation that cosmic life form had given me. The facts were clear. Anchoring one's consciousness in a creature of one's own was something every creator did. I possessed fighter war insects to scout all the time myself. Most likely, when the creator of Thundercloud possessed this bird, that cosmic life form's single strike had cut off its consciousness from its external body, trapping it in the bird with no way out. What's the story with that cosmic life form on Thundercloud? It turned its head aside, glanced at the war insects in the distance herding savage beasts into the passage, then looked back at me, its gaze flickering, as if hesitating. After a long moment, a thought came through. I am called Chi-In. Fine. Chi-In, what happened on your planet? You aren't surprised. The ripple of its consciousness carried something strange. Surprised at what? The name. What's there to be surprised about a name? Right, the name. But you. Why? Aren't you surprised? How could you possibly not be surprised? It goggled its bird eyes, brimming with disbelief. I looked at it, at a loss, thinking maybe this thing was hurt so bad its brain had fried, answering questions I didn't ask, on a completely different wavelength from me. You, could it be? You're not a person of this world. It cocked its head and threw out another one. My heart sank hard. Luckily, it soon started muttering to itself. The great Xia, folk beyond the border, or a rustic villager, it's certainly possible, wouldn't know. Enough. Just answer the question. Stop rambling about names with me. I was getting a little impatient. You first have to know this name. That consciousness carried a clear laugh, laced with a trace of contempt and lofty pride. I laughed too, reduced to this state, and still daring to put on airs in front of me. Buzz, my will sank. Overhead, a fighter war insect shook its wings. Thwip, a bone spike drove instantly into the tree trunk behind it, less than half an inch from its head. I drifted right up in front of it, leaned down slightly, stared into its panicked eyes just inches away, and said coldly, "Keep up the theatrics and I'll wipe you out right now. Want to test me?" No, you have to know my name before I can answer, otherwise I'd have to burn enormous energy to explain. I can give you more source. Can't mend consciousness trauma. Fine. Next time I see you, if you've still got the guts to run your mouth, you'll never talk again. I didn't push further. Wounds at the level of consciousness. The source really couldn't heal those, and its injuries were too severe to be faked. Its voice kept cutting in and out, weak and drained. It claimed it wasn't tired, but just listening wore me out. Rest easy. I've already ordered the swarm not to hurt you, and I'll have food sent. I summoned a few Slayer war insects, had them drag over a wild beast's corpse and dump it in front of the thing, then cut the chatter and pulled back to the outside world. After all that, I lost any interest in touring Blue Sun Star. Back on the first floor, I went ahead and bought 2 more Monster Beast planets. Of course, after getting burned with Thundercloud Star last time, I'd wised up, confirm it wasn't a dead star first, then pay. Just before leaving, I suddenly remembered what the Pung bird had said and turned to the counter clerk. Right, who's Chi-In? The clerk's pupils shrank hard. That look, like he'd just seen a ghost. I smiled. 100 gold tip slapped down on the counter, and he spilled everything about Chi-In like beans from a bamboo tube. Turned out this was just a story passed down through generations in Great Xia. Only an outsider like me knew nothing about it. The catastrophe 100 years ago, back at the academy dorm, I mulled it over. A cultivation planet forced into existence in an environment brutal to the extreme. A demon lord who could summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand. He slaughtered on a massive scale, nearly wiped out 2 nations. In the end, 4 nations joined forces, threw in every creator they had, and barely managed to seal and kill him. Seal and kill, I sneered. This guy never died. He's holed up alive and well inside a pung bird's belly. No wonder those four nations' envoys had bowed and scraped and fawned all over me back then. Turns out they'd taken me for a second demon lord. I spread my hand open and looked at my palm. In a way, I really am a copy of that demon lord. With the planet's source as a path, forget a few hundred companion creatures, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, countless war insects. I could summon them at will. That thought soured me a little, exactly because of that. Until I could guarantee my own absolute safety, none of this could be let loose. Otherwise, if the four nations mounted another all-out extermination like 100 years ago, I'd be dead for sure. I took out the crystal balls I'd bought, 2 monster beast planets, 1 greenwood star, wood attribute, 1 blazing flame star, fire attribute, both tier 3, main species evolved to the 3rd generation. 200,000 gold in all. After hearing that demon lord's legend, I'd gone back up to the 2nd floor and grabbed Blue Sunstar 2. Absurdly expensive, pricier than the 2 monster beast planets combined. A full 300,000 gold, and that price was only because the humans on Blue Sunstar hadn't developed a tech civilization, so it couldn't be rented out or sold, hence the discount. I stared at the deep blue sphere, paying a fortune for it. What I was after were the humans inside, not much different from Great Xia's. If I could really summon them in bulk, at least they wouldn't stand out. Of course, there were plenty of headaches. How much source it'd burn, whether their combat power was worth anything, and worst of all, I couldn't control them. I wasn't Blue Sunstar's creator, couldn't decide their life and death with a thought. But for now, I've got to win the grand tournament first, land a title, land a fief, land my own troops. Only then would any of these plans have a shot at reality. Otherwise, it was all empty talk. I sank into my consciousness and entered Mars. We welcome the Sovereign. 100,000 second-generation war insects returned from Beast Legion Star, assembled and awaiting orders. 20,000 third-generation war insects returned from Ice Crystal Star, assembled and awaiting orders. 100 fourth-generation war insects returned from beyond the territory, assembled and awaiting orders. Before my consciousness body had even fully formed, the Mother Empress's voice was already slamming into my head. These were the orders I'd left before leaving the guild. The Mother Empress had grown smarter. A mixed blessing. The upside was that as a messenger, she saved me a lot of trouble. Good. How's the 4th-generation breeding coming? Reporting to the Sovereign, 800 4th-generation eggs have been laid. That few. I frowned, but the math evened out. It had only been close to 12 hours since I gave the order to breed the 4th generation. In planet time, half a year, 180 days, 800 eggs, averaging 400 per clutch, with a roughly 3-month gestation. So 1 batch every 90 days on the planet, several times better than the 1st-generation Mother Empress, but add 3 years to hatch, plus a 4-year growth period. Out here, it takes 7 days just to get 400 more adult whiptail dragons. Too slow? Still, I accepted it. The 2nd-gen Mother Empress had fused dragon genes and could withstand more of the strain from egg-laying. But growth couldn't be rushed. The 4th-gen war insects had gone nearly full dragon form. So naturally, they couldn't grow as fast as the insect race. I opened the spatial passages to the 2 monster beast planets and ordered 20,000 interceptors to go in and scout in waves. It would take time for Mars's other ordinary insect swarms to regroup, and time was exactly what I didn't have to waste. I could only skim the cream off the top. First pin down each planet's main species and strongest breeds, then focus fire on hunting them for their genes. Once that was arranged, I turned and opened Blue Sunstar's passage. Compared to those mute, dim-witted monster beasts and wild beasts, a ready-made human planet, I said, sweeping my eyes over the swarm waiting below, is genuinely tempting, especially since I already held enough power to conquer it. I waved a hand. 100,000 slayers and 100 whiptail dragons roared and surged with me into Blue Sunstar's passage. The moment I dropped into Blue Sunstar, I landed right at the tail end of a good show, the Great Yin Kingdom. The Yin Emperor had just died. His princes were tearing each other apart over that throne. The most powerful of them, 4th Prince Ji Mingcheng, had swept through the civil war. A few days back, right beneath the imperial capital, he'd routed his last and strongest rival, the 6th Prince, into utter collapse. A few hundred li outside the imperial capital stood a massive military camp. Through the eyes of my swarm, I saw straight into it. Morale had shattered. The dread of defeat still hung on the soldiers' faces. Inside the command tent, it was even more oppressive. Scouts kept riding back in waves, crushing the mood to death. Report, 80 li due west, 200,000 enemy main force. Report, 60 li due north, 80,000 enemy flank. Report, 50 li due south, 50,000 enemy flank. Report, 100 li due east, 100,000 enemy, surrounded on all four sides. The generals in the tent had faces like thunder. No matter how capable, against a situation rotten to the core, there was no turning it around. Report, urgent dispatch from Qian City on the frontier. The sixth prince at the head seat took the report, tore open the wax seal, and gave it a glance. His body gave an almost imperceptible tremor. The next second, he slammed the table and shot to his feet, throwing back his head with a laugh. Excellent. Qian City reports that 150,000 reinforcements have crossed the Bian River and will arrive any day. Generals, hear my command. Move quickly to muster the troops. Cook rations at the Yin hour tomorrow. March east at the Mao hour, and join with the reinforcements to strike the 100,000 rebels on the eastern route. The generals were overjoyed and cupped their fists in unison. Yes. General 1, stay a moment. The sixth prince held back an old general with hair and beard gone completely white. When the man turned back, the old general froze. The prince, spirited just a moment ago, now had an ashen face and was propping himself against the command table, swaying as if about to collapse. Your Highness, Qian City, something's happened. The old general's voice tightened. The sixth prince licked his cracked lips and said nothing. After a long while, he suddenly smiled. Uncle, do you remember how old Xiao is? I do. I watched you grow up, 28 this year. Back when Father Emperor banished me to Qian City, I hadn't even had my coming-of-age ceremony, and now, close to 30. He sighed, then looked up. Uncle, tell me, did Xiao do wrong? How can your Highness say such a thing? The old general flared up at once. Ji Mingsheng murdered his own father and brother, then forged the late emperor's decree to force you to hang yourself. Gods and men alike are enraged. You answered heaven and the peoples will to return to the capital and punish the traitor. What wrong is there in that? The sixth prince shook his head with a bitter smile. What heaven's will, what the people's hearts, cut the pretense. Isn't it just a fight over that throne? Besides, if there truly were a heaven's will, why let half my 200,000 men be lost and leave me surrounded on all sides? Victory and defeat are common in war, once we join the reinforcements. Do you really believe there are reinforcements? The sixth prince spread open the dispatch in his hand, for large characters on it, stabbing the eye like blood. Qian City has fallen. Uncle, Qian City is gone. Home is gone. The retreat is cut off, he said bleakly. We became fish in Fourth Brother's barrel long ago. The old general's lips trembled. He couldn't speak. The sixth prince rose, walked over to him, and dropped straight to his knees. Your Highness, you must not. Uncle, my heart for the throne is already dead. He pressed down on the old general, who moved to lift him up. Please, cut off my head, deliver it to Fourth Brother, and spare the whole army's lives. The old general wrenched free, staggered back a few steps, and slammed both knees to the ground, his voice like a great bell. When has our family army ever been made of cowards clinging to life? How could we do the beast's deed of selling out our lord for glory? Your Highness, take back this notion. I would die 10,000 deaths before obeying. The sixth prince straightened and looked at this man past 70. I know uncle doesn't fear death, but you have to think of your family in Qian City. I will not. You can disregard your own family. The sixth prince pointed outside the tent. But what about them? They've just suffered a crushing defeat. Morale's already scattered. The moment word of Qian City's fall gets out, even if they don't mutiny on the spot, how much fight do you think they'll have left? The old general opened his mouth, but couldn't push back a single word. Deep in the night, the sixth prince sat alone atop a small mound in the camp, hands braced on the ground, head tilted up at the stars. On a man's last night, he always looks at this world a little more greedily. I watched him from the dark. Interesting man, backed into a corner, and what he thought about wasn't how to live, but how to make others die less. As dawn neared, he reluctantly drew back his gaze and looked at the sword at his side. He knew the old general was loyal and fierce, would fight for him down to the last soldier. But why? Death was death either way. Why throw away that many more lives for nothing? I spoke, my voice slammed straight into his head. Do you want the throne? He whipped his head around, scanned his distant guards, and took it for a hallucination. I said it again, the voice hollow and vast, as if descending from the heavens. Want the throne? Come to the enemy's south camp at noon today. On the plain, 100,000 black-armored soldiers were moving south. At the very front, the sixth prince sat high on his warhorse, a host of generals behind him. Your Highness, I know what you want to say. The The sixth prince cut off old General One beside him. But I still have to say it. This is almost certainly an enemy trick, luring us into the net. Would that even be necessary? The sixth prince turned his head. It's a dead end, surrounded on all sides. Fourth brother has us encircled and simply holds off. Drag it out a few days. Our grain runs out. Word spreads, and my army collapses on its own. Why would he bother with this? Then does your highness truly believe those words of gods and spirits? I don't. Then why? We've come this far. What harm in taking a look? Just then, scout riders came back in waves. Report, 10 li ahead. No sign of enemy forces. Report, 15 li ahead. No sign of enemy forces. Report, 20 li ahead. No sign of. The sixth prince and old general One exchanged a glance. The other generals looked at one another too. Yesterday, the scouts had clearly said the south camp was only about 50 li from here. They'd already come more than 20 li. By rights, they should have run into at least a few enemy scout riders. They rode on for another 10-some li. Several scout riders came charging back like madmen, every face white as paper. Report, 10 li ahead. Enemy camp sighted. The enemy force is annihilated. The enemy force is annihilated. The sixth prince stared at the scout sergeant galloping toward him, and I was standing right there in that south camp strewn with corpses, waiting for him to come. I rode inside the whip-tailed dragon's consciousness, looking down on this show from above. The sixth prince's scout charged back to the central army, face gone white, reporting, Your Highness, the enemy's south camp of 50,000 men. All gone. You saw clearly. I went in myself. The whole camp is nothing but corpses, not a single survivor. The way they died, it was too horrific. The sixth prince's brows knit. Give the order. Full army. Pick up the pace. I watched the hundred-some thousand troops surge up to the camp and halt. The terrain was wide open. Visible clear to the end. No possibility of an ambush. The sixth prince rode in, his face collapsing bit by bit, from startled, to horrified, to finally frozen stiff. No wonder. The camp was a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, most bodies torn into several pieces, every face locked in that ultimate terror of the moment before death. He knew nothing of warfare, yet even he could see it. This camp had been flattened in a single wave, with no time to fight back. The real show was only just beginning. At my command, from over the horizon, my swarm rolled in like a black tide. Enemy attack. Form ranks. Full army. Form ranks. Gods, what is that? Monsters. They're all monsters. There are some in the sky too. I watched that mass of Slayer war insects, each the size of a small hill, bear down, and below them 100-some thousand men clattered their teeth and went weak in the legs. The sixth prince too. Flee. Every instinct screamed at them to flee. The very instant before they were about to break camp and scatter, I had the swarm slam to a collective stop, halting 1,000 meters out. Then I drove a strand of consciousness straight into the sixth prince's head. Come here. He jolted, froze in place, turned to look at the men around him. No one else had heard. After dragging his feet a good while, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and spur his horse forward. Your Highness, old General Wen shouted, following behind with a trembling squad of guards. I couldn't be bothered to dance around with him. I asked straight out, do you want to be emperor? The sixth prince reined in his horse, looked up at my 100-meter-long body, throat working. You? What kind of thing are you? This backwater world didn't even have legends of dragons, so of course he didn't recognize me. Answer the question. I do. He forced out the words through gritted teeth. I can help you sweep away every enemy. Then, what do I have to do? He stole a glance at the black mass of the beast horde, then at the flattened enemy camp. His head wasn't fried, at least. He wasn't naive enough to think this was truly divine soldiers descended from heaven. Offer up tens of thousands of your finest death warriors. Now, 10 years from now. Fine. But he wanted to ask for details. I had no interest in hearing them. A cry split the sky, and the earth thundered. He watched, wide-eyed, as that black flood surged out past him, charging straight for the imperial capital to the west. I left one line in his head as I slowly drifted away. Remember the pact. 10 years from now, I come back to collect. Next came the sixth prince's time to perform. This kid was better at working a crowd than I'd expected. Soldiers, he raised his voice before the ranks. Ji Mingxing murdered his sovereign and usurped the throne, butchered his own kin, and left our great yin strewn with floating corpses. Such sin has enraged gods and men alike, drawing the fury of the heavens, calling down divine judgment. Today, I am summoned by the heavens to lead you in welcoming thousands upon thousands of divine beasts into this world. The heavens have already conferred their mandate upon me. As the one true, orthodox son of heaven of great Yin, I take up heaven's will, restore the realm, and deliver the myriad people from fire and flood. Inside the dragon's body, I nearly laughed out loud. Divine beasts, my pack of slayer war insects that could make children cry. What did they have to do with divine beasts? But the line worked. Old General One was the first to tumble off his horse and drop to both knees. Your Majesty bears heaven's will and wields heaven's aid. Surely you will destroy the traitor and set our realm in order. Long live your Majesty. Long live. Long live the Emperor. Long live your Majesty. The host of generals prostrated themselves, and 100-some thousand black-armored soldiers bowed their heads in unison. No one doubted it. No one dared. Those monsters, big as houses, were far beyond anything they could comprehend, and there were so many of them. Who but heaven could summon a force like that? And they had watched with their own eyes as the sixth prince stepped forward alone, as if communing with heaven to receive its command, and then thousands upon thousands of beasts turned and left. In an age this ignorant, the phrase "the sovereign's power is granted by heaven" wins the hearts of an army every time. The divine beasts of heaven have cleared the road ahead. The sixth prince drew his sword and pointed west. Soldiers, hear my command. Follow me straight to the capital and wipe out the traitors. Yes, sir. More than 100,000 men rose as one, their roar shaking the sky. The fear from moments ago vanished, replaced entirely by fervor. After all, they were now an army of righteousness, a heavenly host blessed by the gods above. I fed the fire a little more. While the war beetles tore through the enemy camp, I slipped a single thought into the mind of every fleeing soldier. Heaven protects us. The sixth son ascends the throne to shepherd the people in heaven's name. The effect was immediate. Report, routed enemy soldiers spotted ahead. Pass the order. Gather the stragglers. Spare any who surrender. The sixth prince gave the command and quickened the march. The farther they went, the more stragglers appeared. First a scattered 2 or 3 who'd thrown down their armor. Then whole formations of defeated troops. Some units were big enough to challenge his own main force, but not one dared resist, terrified out of their minds. They surrendered the moment they met him. The logic was simple. They were ordinary soldiers, and without their commanders they were like headless flies. They could fight to the death. They could bleed on the battlefield. But could they take on heaven itself? Would they dare raise a blade against a son of heaven anointed by the sky? Everywhere the sixth prince passed, entire routed armies knelt and cried out. Long live the emperor. He'd set out with 100,000. By the time he reached the enemy's main camp, that number had snowballed to more than 200,000, more than when he'd first raised his banner in Qian City. That main camp had already been plowed flat by my war beetles. The ground was nothing but trenches, and there weren't many bodies. Not like the flanking camp of 50,000 that had been butchered into a living hell. The giant beasts had simply rolled through in a single wave, never stopping to hunt. Inside the command tent, the sixth prince found the corpse of the enemy general. One of them, an old man with white hair and a white beard like old General One, had been the commander of this main force. Give him a proper burial. He waved a hand. I read something in his expression. This old general had held him as a child, but had thrown his lot in with his fourth brother in the end. The thought passed in an instant. 2 days later, the sixth prince arrived at the walls of the imperial city where he'd once suffered his crushing defeat. The army behind him had swelled to nearly 300,000. I'd already cleared those walls for him, more than a dozen massive breaches, not even rubble beneath them, as if whole sections had been vaporized, inside and out. My swarm covered everything, a seething black tide. Before the city gate, a giant beast that had been waiting for hours took to the air and dropped a long withered head at the sixth prince's feet. Is that my fourth brother? The sixth prince's eyelids twitched. The enemy he'd thrown 200,000 men and dozens of days and nights at without making a dent. Just gone, like that. The dreamlike look on his face was very satisfying. I will not betray heaven's expectations. I will govern with all my strength. He dropped to his knees with a thud. I will train the finest soldiers, forge the mightiest guard, defend our great Yin, and protect our people. The nearly 300,000 behind him trembled and bowed along with him. I gave him a reply, a dragon's roar that split the heavens. The moment it faded, the entire swarm receded like an ebbing tide, moving farther and farther away until it disappeared into the setting sun. Job done. Blue Sun Planet, the kingdom of Great Yin, a vast canyon deep in the mountains. I released my hold on the whip-tailed dragon's consciousness. and I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from curling up, turning my hand to summon clouds and turning it back to bring rain. Overturning a nation's regime with a single thought. That kind of thrill beats conquering those dull-witted creature planets any day. Divine beasts, I laughed. The nerve of that sixth prince, actually saying it out loud. For a throne, he threw away every last shred of dignity. This swarm of killer war beetles, the kind you'd use to scare a crying child into silence. Do they have anything to do with divine beasts? But he's no fool. He knows how to seize an opening, deify a pack of monsters, and wrap himself in a halo of heaven's blessing. Honestly, if I hadn't slipped that the sixth son ascends the throne thought into every fleeing soldier's mind while the war beetles hit the camp, his march wouldn't have gone half so smoothly. Even so, it was a bit of a stretch. If I really were this planet's creator, a single thought could have dropped the entire enemy army dead on the spot. Now that would be a miracle. That would be the might of heaven. Creators of intelligent civilizations all love to play these games of pretending to be gods. A shame. I sighed. Sacrificing humans doesn't yield any origin. Buying Blue Sun Planet was meant to give me a supply of humans to serve as external security down the line, but I'd also hoped to open up a channel for gathering origin. These people were just too weak, though. The ones I grabbed and threw onto Mars died without so much as triggering a system prompt. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sticking around a while longer, propping up my puppet sixth prince and unifying the whole world through him. Once the war beetles had all withdrawn, I closed the spatial channel to Blue Sun Planet. Where Yin went from here, whether the sixth prince could hold his throne, I didn't care. This had been idle amusement from the start, laying a bit of groundwork for plans that were still nothing but vapor. Besides, heaven had already shown its face in that ignorant world. Whoever sat on the dragon throne, who would dare defy heaven's will? If someone really rebelled, I'd just send a few war beetles down to flatten them. I waved a hand, and 100 flying dragons returned to their nesting grounds, while 100,000 killer war beetles were sent back into 10,000 Beast Planet. After a moment's thought, I followed them in. You're here. The rock's consciousness reached out. It had recovered well over the past few days, no longer flickering in and out, its feathers grown back in, just barely able to fly, but with 10 interceptor war beetles shadowing it at all times, it didn't dare stray far. So you're the demon lord from 100 years ago. I moved in close, my interest piqued. Demon Lord. Its consciousness shuddered. Demon Lord. So that's the name those ungrateful later generations gave me. I was amused. What else? Did you expect them to enshrine you as a savior? Of course, not just enshrine me. They should burn incense for me every day and pray to me every night. Without me, where would today's people even be? I didn't respond. That logic left me speechless. Slaughter 90% of Great Xia, hundreds of millions of people, and get called a demon lord. That's fair enough, and it still had the gall to demand incense. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I wasn't of this world. I felt no allegiance to it, just like a little while ago, when I gave the order to slaughter tens of thousands of Blue Sun Planet soldiers. I couldn't even be bothered to feel a ripple over it. Just then, a group of killer war beetles came driving several hundred savage beasts our way. The rock turned its head to glance over, then suddenly asked, "You found the method for gathering origin?" My heart lurched, then relaxed again. It was nothing now but a lone, wandering soul lodged in a magic beast's body, with no way back to the outside world. So what if it knew? Yes, I admitted freely. What about the other creators? I asked. If I said I knew everything, would you believe me? No, Chi-Yin answered flatly. Oh, why not? Because if this secret were made public, you'd have been dead long ago. I froze for a moment, then my brow slowly drew together, tighter and tighter, until my whole face turned grave. Chi-Yin sneered. Now tell me, should those later generations burn incense and enshrine me, or keep treating me as a joke? Your slaughter back then, all of it, was to protect this secret. I was starting to understand. What else? I'm no lunatic who kills for the fun of it. Chi-Yin's tone turned heavy all at once. The method for gathering origin leaked out back then and spread wider and wider. I had no choice but to act, to kill off every creator across those few generations who knew the secret. How many civilians died in the process, I don't know, but it was worth it. At least the secret was kept. He paused, the bitterness in his voice almost overflowing. The joke of it is, after everything I did, those surviving things didn't just fail to show gratitude. They turned around and cursed me as a demon lord. From there, Chi-Yin grew more and more worked up, cursing outright. A stream of foul language pouring out like a floodgate had opened, dumping 100 years of grievance all at once. It wasn't insulting anyone. It was the only way a savior misunderstood by the entire world had left to vent. I let out a soft sigh. Honestly, I understood him. Calling Chi-In a savior was no exaggeration. I ran through it quickly in my mind. The moment the method for gathering origin went public, every nation would immediately choke off the release of ownerless planets, and the Planet Chamber of Commerce would collapse on the spot. After that, the four nations would go to war over a single ownerless planet, even at the cost of all-out war between kingdoms. Whoever controlled enough ownerless planets would have an endless supply of origin, able to summon inexhaustible planetary creatures and launch a war to unify Great Xia outright. By then, the cultivators, mages, and magic beast hordes from several planets, dozens, even more, along with every kind of cutting-edge technological weapon, would all be crammed into the tiny confines of Great Xia, tearing each other apart. People are greedy. Blue Sun Planet was a living example. A single technological civilization's war drove its entire human race to ruin. What then of Great Xia? With countless civilizations igniting a war of apocalyptic scale all at once. There was only one ending. Extinction, not even the chance those surviving humans on Blue Sun Planet had, burrowing underground to scrape out a living. The whole planet would be blown to pieces. What good is digging underground then? I want out. Having vented, Chi-In suddenly sent over a thought of absolute resolve. You think that's possible? I refused without hesitation. Sympathy was sympathy, but I wasn't fool enough to let him out. Never mind whether the origin cost was worth it, or how unreliable his loyalty was. The single fact that he knew the method for gathering origin was enough. I would never allow him to see the light of day again. Don't you want to know the secret of Thundercloud Planet? Chi-In asked. You mean how a creator of a cultivation civilization ended up on Thundercloud Planet, or that cosmic creature? I smiled and glanced at the rock's body he was lodged in. If I'm not wrong, this rock was originally an immortal beast. You attached your consciousness to it and directed the rock flock to drive Thundercloud Planet's magic beasts and collect origin. Then your luck ran out. That cosmic creature ambushed you out of nowhere, severed the link between you and your body in the outside world, and you were left trapped in this rock. Chi-In said nothing. Over nearly 100 years, the rock degenerated into a magic beast to adapt to Thundercloud Planet, and that cosmic creature just wouldn't leave, letting out a sneeze now and then, tormenting Thundercloud Planet's creatures and your rock flock nearly to extinction. And then I ran into you. I paused. By the way, the ones the four nations' creators joined forces to kill 100 years ago must have been those few hundred cultivators you'd left in the outside world. As for that cosmic creature, so what if I know? Am I going to be crazy enough to open the Thundercloud Planet channel again and take one of its offhand sneezes, or send a pack of planetary creatures down to kill it? At that, I suddenly caught my breath. I had to admit, the idea was genuinely tempting. I wouldn't even need to kill it. Just get a bit of its surface tissue for the Mother Empress to absorb the genes, and maybe I could breed cosmic war beetles that roamed the universe. But it was only a thought. Right now, even my strongest fourth-generation whip-tailed dragons couldn't leave a planet. They couldn't get anywhere near that thing. There was nothing to discuss. Someday. Then, once the host beetles evolve to a certain point, maybe I'll try. Enough. Stay put and stop scheming. I pulled my thoughts back. This is the last mercy I'll show you. Otherwise, you know, a single thought from me can wipe you out. With that, I returned straight to Mars. The instant I entered Mars, my expression darkened. System, run a projection immediately. The time required for the detection system to learn how to gather planetary origin through sacrificing creatures. Divine tier projection, capable of forecasting all things. This, of course, it could calculate too. Under the premise of the Anton Kingdom, I added, the detection system had been built by the Anton Kingdom to begin with, and the only ones with the ability to upgrade and refine it now were the Anton Kingdom, which had gathered countless creators of technological civilizations. A few seconds later, the system responded. Projection route. Time required for the detection system to learn how to gather planetary origin through sacrificing creatures. Projection nation. Anton Kingdom. Projection result 1. Steady development. 280 years. Projection result 2. Technological breakthrough. 855 years. Phew. I let out a long breath. 800 years at the fastest. That's enough. As long as I never let Chi-In out, this secret would stay a secret for the rest of my life. 800 years from now, I'll be long dead. Let the floodwaters rise for all I care. If someone wants to court death, no one can stop them. Just then, something shifted in my expression. I sensed the fluctuations in consciousness coming back from my interceptor war beetles, two streams of it. In fact, one from Greenwood Planet and one from Ice Crystal Planet. My interceptor war beetles had long since scouted out the dominant races of both planets. It was just that I'd been on Blue Sun Planet before, then rushed off to 10,000 Beast Planet to muse on life with Chi-in the moment I got back, cutting off both channels in a row. So, the feedback had piled up and come through all at once. So the original creator of Ice Crystal Planet abandoned the powerful Frost Dragon race and chose a different species as its dominant civilization. Then what exactly does this dominant race look like? The question had been nagging at me. I went straight into the Ice Crystal Planet channel. When a creator of a biological civilization picks a dominant species, they look first at reproductive capacity, then at raw strength. Some species start out weak, but breed at a blistering pace, giving them enormous room to evolve far enough, and they can far surpass species that started out strong. There are exceptions, of course, like the dragon race. They breed only once every few decades, laying a countable number of eggs, and their starting point is their ending point, almost no room to evolve upward. But flip it around, and plenty of species that evolve their guts out over dozens or hundreds of generations still can't match a single adult giant dragon. How to choose is simple. Yet Ice Crystal Planet's creator had abandoned the dragon race for something else. There could be only one reason. This species' potential and its ultimate descendants were stronger than the dragons. Arriving at Ice Crystal Planet, I attached my consciousness to the interceptor war beetle that had sent the message. The moment I got a clear look at the dominant race, a shudder ran through me. Below, at the foot of a snow mountain, in front of dozens of caves, a huge pack of monkey-like things was packed shoulder to shoulder, around 5 meters tall, covered head to toe in long, thick fur, too thick, sturdy arms hanging at their sides, and only a single massive foot for a lower body. They got around by hopping, or by planting both hands on the ground and slowly dragging themselves along, stupid and ridiculous. But that face, layers of slack, sagging flesh piled up like 100-year-old crones. Enough to make your scalp crawl, and that gaping maw, split nearly to both ears, lips as thick as sausages curling outward, and somehow flushed a nauseating rosy red, as if smeared with lipstick. Ugly didn't begin to cover it. They looked like devils molded on a whim for the sole purpose of disgusting people. It took me a good while to barely adjust. Looking closer, I found these things carried no strong magical fluctuations at all. Frost demons. That's the name I gave them. The only word I could think of that suited a look this vile. Magical fluctuations this week. They're a lot like ordinary low-tier magic beasts. I frowned. But low-tier magic beasts are basically food for the stronger ones. Their kind couldn't grow this large, and their territory wouldn't stretch this wide. I swept my gaze over the area. This snow mountain, nearly 10,000 meters high, plus the several thousand meters extending out from its base, was all covered with the hopping figures of frost demons. Not even counting the ones inside the caves, a single glance at the ones outside put them at over 100,000. All of this fit the profile of a dominant civilization perfectly. More telling still, I could easily sense the residual creator's origin imprint on them. Even if the original creator had lost his mind and really picked low-tier magic beasts, for them to grow steadily after losing his protection instead of being devoured by other magic beasts, there has to be something special about them. I drove the interceptor war beetle toward the edge of the territory. Slowly, in a stretch of snow-covered woodland, a few frost fiends came into view, gearing up for a hunt. Their eyes were locked on a flock of white giant birds perched atop several tall trees. ROAR, the frost fiends let out a chorus of roars, like they were trying to lure the prey down. The giant birds seemed to be just passing through, taking a rest. This wasn't their turf, and they'd probably just eaten their fill, so they couldn't be bothered to respond to the taunts below. Seeing no results, the frost fiends slowly bent down, their massive palms sweeping across the ground, scooping up a huge pile of snow. Then they raised their thick arms and kneaded the snow hard between their hands. They need snow as a medium to attack, ice and snow magic, or some other special ability. I kept guessing while ordering my warbug to climb higher, so it wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. I waited a moment. Finally, under my eager gaze, the frost fiends finished their casting wind-up, weighed the packed snowballs in their hands, slowly raised them, and then threw them. At the tunnel exit, my face went dark in an instant. In that moment, I felt like my intelligence had been deeply insulted. I'd built up this whole elaborate theory in my head, and this was it. A snowball fight. Whoosh! A huge snowball slammed into one of the giant birds. It did 0 damage. That much was certain, but the effect was dramatic. It successfully pissed off the entire flock, and they all took to the air. Caw, caw. The giant birds let out crow-like cries. Their wings shuddered, and several meter-long sharp ice spikes rapidly formed in front of them. SHHK, SHHK. A whole barrage of ice spikes went screaming and spinning toward the frost fiends. ROAR, the frost fiends didn't dodge. Honestly, at their speed, dodging wasn't even an option. Instead, they let out a roar, their cheeks puffing up, and those ugly maws suddenly ballooned to a grotesque, terrifying size, almost swallowing up their entire heads and bellies. The next moment, every single ice spike flying at them got sucked in. Not one remained. Right after, several low, guttural growls rang out. The ice spikes they'd just swallowed came shooting back out of their mouths, in even greater numbers. Could it be? My eyes narrowed. I glanced at the giant bird that had been skewered by an ice spike and was plummeting straight down, then immediately steered my warbug elsewhere. Before long, a pack of frost fiends came into view, ganging up on 2 snow apes. Snow apes are among the few beasts that can cast area magic. Their bodies, over 10 meters tall, stood there like buildings. But just like before, the huge spread of ice blades they spat out all got sucked into the frost fiends' open mouths, then bounced back doubled in a blink. Absorb, reflect, those 2 words popped into my head, and suddenly it all clicked. No wonder those frost fiends earlier insisted on provoking the flock of giant birds first. Their magic power is weak. They can barely cast attack spells at all, but they can absorb and spit it back twice over, using the enemy's attacks to kill the enemy. That ability is insane. I marveled silently. On a planet where everything comes down to magic combat, it's basically unbeatable, evolved to its peak. Even those 2 frost dragons might not stand a chance. No wonder the original creator picked it as the main species. It's just those looks. I stared at the layers of drooping flab on its face and that gaping maw. Back when that creator chose it, I bet they wrestled with the decision for ages. That mouth grew that way so it could open as wide as possible, swallowing the prey's magic and spitting it back. As for whether it was ugly, well, that didn't matter. It can reflect magic. Something stirred in my mind. Can it reflect bone spikes? I immediately had my Slayer warbug dive down, firing a bone spike at the same time. A frost fiend on perimeter watch had already spotted the giant thing in the sky. It jerked its head up and opened its mouth wide. Thwack! The bone spike punched clean through its throat and drilled out the back of its skull, the sheer momentum pinning it dead to the ground. Blood gushed out, staining a large patch of white snow red. Physical attacks can't be absorbed. It can only swallow magic. I felt a little let down, but on second thought, that made sense. Those ice blades and ice spikes looked solid, but they were really just magic elements pieced together. The frost fiend's reflection was probably just breaking the ice blades back down into their most basic magic elements, then copying them into a pile of ice blades to spit out. A bone spike, though, is real bone grown from the body. It can't be broken down. I had the warbug grab the frost fiend corpse and fly back to Mars, then pulled out of the warbug's consciousness and switched over to Verdantwood Planet, SSSS. What powerful life force. The moment my consciousness surfaced at the tunnel exit, I couldn't help closing my eyes to savor it for a bit. Back when I bought Verdantwood Planet, I'd come in to check it out and been stunned once already. This time, I was floored all over again. The air was so thick with the aura of life it soaked my consciousness like sinking into a hot spring. On the ground it was even more extreme. Towering giant trees formed a primeval forest, and the creatures inside were so numerous you could only call it an overflow. The life force on Beast Planet was an insult by comparison. On both sides of the woodland ahead, a 2-headed wolf tribe and a unicorn horse tribe were crammed together in perfectly clear-cut boundaries, packed so tight the 2 sides had basically no sense of territory. You can do that, coexisting this smoothly. Just as I gawked at the scene, something played out ahead that had no business existing in nature. In the woodland, a small pack of 2-headed wolves, probably hungry, left the tribe to hunt down a few unicorn horses. Neither side used magic, relying purely on the most primitive means, chasing and tearing. But the strange thing was, aside from the few being targeted, the other unicorn horses acted like they saw nothing, grazing away, lying around, not the least bit panicked. And that pack of 2-headed wolves was in perfect sync too. They'd rather leap over the unicorn horses blocking their path than switch to an easier target. No survival pressure at all. Talk about living the lazy life, I said, staring at a unicorn horse that had escaped after getting bitten. And that healing speed. The bleeding wound on the unicorn horse's belly stopped and closed up in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, I shifted my consciousness aside, watching this panicked, blindly fleeing unicorn horse charge straight into the tunnel. Ding, planet origin +002. I froze for a second. Right after, the two-headed wolves that chased in after it delivered 2 more notifications. Ding, planet origin +003. Ding, planet origin +005. I stood there stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the countless 2-headed wolves and unicorn horses packing the woodland. Well now, wasn't that a whole field of origin waving at me? The origin from a single beast was dozens of times that of those savage brutes on Beast Planet. It's because Verdantwood Planet's life force is so thick. I quickly worked it out. The wood element magic supports this immense life energy, and when creatures absorb that energy, the origin they offer up naturally comes out higher. That's got to be it. I agonized over it for a while, but in the end I suppressed the urge to start harvesting right away. The 600 million bug swarm that had rushed to the edge of the restricted zone earlier had been incinerated by that cosmic creature. It would take time for the other bug clans to arrive. All I had on hand right now was the main host parasite clan. The killer's combat power was too low, fine for rounding up savage brutes, but sending them against beasts was suicide. Even sending all 300,000 plus of them was useless, low efficiency, and they'd just get wiped out for nothing. The slayers could barely manage, but there were only 28,000 plus, a drop in the bucket, and the losses along the way would make it a bad trade. As for the remaining 104th generation whiptail dragons, sending them in would be a pure waste of time. I steadied my emotions and attached my consciousness to a scouting slayer. The main species on Blaze Planet was a flock of eagle-vulture-like giant birds. I steered a warbug into fight and observed for a while, and found their attack methods weren't anything special. They cast divine magic that was half binding, half attack, but their life recovery was absurdly strong, skewered through the body by several bone spikes. They not only didn't die but restored themselves in a few breaths. After waiting a few days, the slayers brought back the corpses of both planets' main species, one frost fiend, plus a few eagle-vulture beasts. I quietly waited for the Mother Empress to finish devouring the genes, then spoke. Use the Frost Fiend gene as the base, with the Frost Dragon gene as support, to fuse evolve the 5th generation warbug. Use the Eagle-Vulture Beast gene as the base, with the Frost Dragon gene as support, to fuse evolve the 6th generation warbug. This time my will was crystal clear. The Dragon gene was the strongest, but if I let the Mother Empress breed by instinct, she'd just keep using the Dragon gene as the base, and even if the next generation got stronger, it wouldn't outstrip the whiptail dragons by much. With limited time before the grand competition, I could only gamble on evolving a few warbugs with special abilities. As the sovereign wills, the Mother Empress answered, lowering her dragon head and closing her eyes, beginning to configure the gene sequences. 4 days later, after finishing dinner and heading back to the dorm, the moment I felt the connection, I sank my consciousness into Mars and looked up at the 2 generations of warbugs that had just burst from the nest and were soaring through the sky. 4+ years. The first batch of 600 had finally made it through the long growth period, maturing from hatchlings into adults. Both generations still carried clear dragon traits. One had cyan patterns covering its body. The other was covered in dense, delicate semicircular scales. Beyond that, they looked much like a whiptail dragon with its tail closed, just with bodies smaller than the 100+ meter whiptail dragons and larger than the slayers. Combat power, a little over 100,000 points for the bug clan as a whole. That counted as serious regression, barely half a whiptail dragon. Combat power isn't high. They didn't even hit the evolution standard. They only count as breeding types, I said, staring at the info panel. But their abilities are all outstanding, especially against magic creatures. Add in the whiptail dragons. Against the phoenixes and demon dragon clan in the grand competition, we should be able to win. Right, the phoenixes were manageable, but the demon dragon clan was famous for its powerful physique, and they were a rare dark element species. I honestly wasn't sure. But there was no choice. The grand competition was drawing closer, and there wasn't time to fuss over breeding stronger dragons. After mulling it over, I named the 2 generations of warbugs, 5th generation breeding type, Devourer Dragon, 6th generation breeding type, Cyan-Spotted Dragon. Year 149 of the Great Xia calendar, May 10th. For most people in the Pingxi Kingdom, it was just an ordinary day, but for Linen City, it was the annual Grand Gala. Early in the morning, the whole city was boiling over. The streets were packed shoulder to shoulder, waves of noise stacking one on top of another. When the carriages came rolling in one after another, the crowd's enthusiasm truly detonated. People shoved back frantically to clear the way, shouting excitedly all the while, because these carriages weren't pulled by horses, but by all kinds of giant crawling creatures. The signature was unmistakable. The riders were all this year's contestants from the Bug Academy. Inside a carriage pulled by an ice crystal giant scorpion, I pushed open the window. Whoosh! A wave of noise poured right in. Isn't this year's turnout a bit over the top? I frowned, rubbing my ears, which stung from the blast, as I looked at the dense crowds lining both sides of the street. It's normal. Xiong Hamlin shouted at the top of his lungs from across the carriage. This year there are two Beast Civilization creators competing, remember. Fatty Xiong was also a contestant this time. Word was that on the second day of the internal competition, this guy's luck went through the roof. He evolved his tiger-striped wolf spiders to the 7th generation, then won challenge after challenge, and snagged a last-place spot. Also in the carriage was Song Zipping, the one who'd led the charge to challenge me back then. They were all here representing the academy, so at the moment none of the three of us held any grudges. Song Zipping smiled. It's all the city warden's office pushing the promotion so hard. People from a dozen or so surrounding towns all came, and it even drew plenty from the other 3 kingdoms. Look, over there. He pointed outside. Sure enough, there were quite a few people in the crowd wearing strange, exotic outfits. As the carriage passed, many commoners along the street knelt and kowtowed. All 3 of us stayed calm, not the least bit surprised. Normally at the academy, everyone shared the same status, looked perfectly ordinary, and cussed like ruffians during the internal competition. But in the eyes of the lower-class commoners, even the worst bug creator was far nobler than an ordinary clan scion. Right now, if we got out and killed someone, the patrolling guards not only wouldn't punish us, they'd arrest the victim's family and haul them off to prison for questioning. That was the privilege of a creator. The line of carriages went straight out the East City Gate. Over a decade ago, to fit the massive crowds, the city warden's office had moved the entire venue outside the walls. Out the gate, simple structures spread out on both sides, stretching beyond sight. At the far end of the view, countless craftsmen were still hard at work. TSK. I heard a while back that every inn and tavern in the city was full. Fatty Xiong grumbled. The city warden's office rush-built sheds outside the walls for spectators to stay in, and the prices are outrageous, just as I figured. When it comes to greed for money, nobody beats the government. You're not so different. Fatty Xiong was still smarting over that 100,000 gold. Losing it in the internal competition was like cutting off a piece of his flesh. Brother Chin, guess how much one of those crappy sheds costs per night? He held up 2 fingers and wagged them. 2,000 gold. And no meals included. There are tens of thousands of them in that stretch. My little business is small potatoes compared to theirs. That expensive, and people still fight over them. I found it a little hard to believe. 2,000 gold was enough for an ordinary person to live on for more than half a year. The newly built ones these past couple days have been scalped up to 4,000 or 5,000, and they still can't meet demand. Fatty Xiong smacked his lips, his face full of exasperation. If the government didn't ban outsiders from getting involved, I'd have jumped in ages ago. This is daylight robbery. And the venue tickets, private boxes go for over 100,000. Even ordinary seats run into the tens of thousands. A bunch of black-hearted crooks. The city warden's office holds the grand competition for the money. What else? I smiled. The Pingxi kingdom was poor, and the salary the treasury doled out wasn't enough to cut it. If they didn't rake in a fortune during the grand competition, Linen City couldn't even pay the monthly wages for the tens of thousands of people across the 3 great academies. The carriage stopped. Up ahead, soldiers had set up a checkpoint, and people piled up at the gate. It wasn't time to enter yet, so all the commoners were held back, while the carriages of the wealthy families who'd bought private boxes and the scions of noble houses were let through one by one. Nobody complained. In a society like this, who expected everyone to be equal, contestant students had privileges, so we went straight in. After another dozen or so minutes, a colossal venue spanning several kilometers came crashing into view. The carriage stopped in front of the venue, and the students got out one after another. Aside from the dignitaries who'd entered early, the most numerous were the soldiers arranging seats, packed in ring after ring. Looked like there were inner and outer sections, and the outer section tickets probably weren't much cheaper either. In front of the seats, a group of engineers from the Anon Kingdom were installing projectors, dark blue work uniforms, white hard hats. The sight nearly threw me into a daze, back to my past life. The Anon Kingdom was a tech powerhouse. Its industrial chain spread across all 4 kingdoms, and these big projectors were entry-level stuff to them. More black-hearted crooks. Fatty Xiong cursed at that row of seats, his expression as pained as someone staring at a floor full of purple gold cards he couldn't pick up. In the carriages up front, the dean and the instructors got out. My strength hadn't been officially certified yet, and Su Jian hadn't formally taken over the Bug Academy. So this grand competition still had to be led by the dean. But all 7 instructors, the dean included, were subtly reading Su Jian's expression, gathered around him with fawning smiles. The moment I got out, the students instinctively crowded around. Brother Qin, half a month since we've seen you. How's your species development coming along? Chung Song, that's the wrong thing to ask. So what if Brother Qin didn't develop this past half month? True, with the strength he showed in the internal competition, top 20 is a breeze. Top 20. More than that. Did you forget Brother Qin's dragon creatures? Haha. Those dragons are no weaker than 3rd generation evolution types. Top 10 wouldn't surprise me at all. With Brother Qin this year, our Bug Academy can finally have its moment of glory. I smiled modestly and didn't respond. If all I wanted was top 10, why would I have spent all this time buried in my planet's day and night? Look, the Plant Academy is here. In the distance, dozens of carriages came rolling slowly in, all pulled by towering trance. Students in emerald green robes stepped out one by one. The 3 great academies wore similar styles, all custom gold-threaded long gowns, distinguished only by color and nameplate. We of the Bug Academy wore gray, the Plant Academy wore green. I heard they produced quite a few ancient tier civilizations this year. Normal, big numbers. Someone's always going to get lucky. No, there's more. Don't know if it's true, but they say there's a female student who fused with a primeval tier planet. Primeval. SSSS. That fierce. The group, so nonchalant just a second ago, all changed color and sucked in cold breaths. Even my heart skipped a beat. Plant civilizations were the most peculiar and also the most useless branch of biological civilizations. They couldn't spur evolution by devouring their own kind. And the strength gap between species wasn't obvious either. Their only way to grow stronger was to wait it out. The longer they grew, the stronger they got, and the creator couldn't help in the slightest. So plant civilizations weren't measured by evolution generations, but by time, in 7 tiers total. Newborn tier under 100 years, recent ancient tier over 100 years, ancient tier over 1,000 years, primeval tier over 10,000 years, and above that, archaic, desolate, and eternal. The gimmick of it, the real catch, is that the moment of fusion locks in a plant's starting tier based on the planet, and that basically caps its ceiling. A creator lives 100 years, tops. 100 years outside means over 36,000 years inside the planet. Your average creator fuses with a newborn tier plant, born within the last century, and even after grinding a whole lifetime, they only just scrape into ancient tier. Primordial is out of reach. At the moment of fusion, you can already see exactly how far it'll go. Other bio-civilizations, no matter how ugly the odds, keep breeding, and each generation edges out the last. Grind long enough, and they hit the mark. Plant civilizations are pure luck of the draw. So when that guy earlier said lucky, he didn't say genius. I ran the numbers in my head. Newborn tier, a few hundred combat power. Recent ancient tier, a few thousand. Antiquity tier, tens of thousands. Ancient tiers roughly equal to the 11th or 12th generation of a normally evolving Zerg race. Bottoms 100,000, tops around 200,000. I pursed my lips, and if it pushes right up against 200,000, I looked off into the distance. That female cadet was surrounded by a whole cluster of Botany Academy people, treated like the center of the universe. This year's tournament was going to be a headache. Well, Dean Ma, you're here early. The dean of the Botany Academy came over with his instructors, cadets trailing behind, but deliberately hanging way back, making it plain they wouldn't be caught standing next to us. A few instructors muttered under their breath, but this close, there was no way we wouldn't hear as they walked up. Not much talent, but plenty of punctuality. He'd want us to wait on him if he showed up late. At least he knows his place. Dean Ma could only pretend he hadn't heard, and forced a smile. Dean Wong, you made it too. Old Ma, you've got quite the spring in your step, feeling confident about your ranking this year. We turned up a genius, should be able to push into the top 20, maybe. Dean Ma shot a glance at Su Jian beside him and gave a conservative number. Not bad, big step up from other years. Dean Wong brushed it off, and the instructors behind him rolled their eyes hard. Couldn't crack the top 100 year after year, and now the top 20, at least put some effort into the lie. Dean Ma watched Dean Wong grinning at him, then looked at those few pairs of eyes staring straight at him behind Wong. He really didn't want to feed the man the setup, but with this many people watching, all he could do was smile bitterly. So, how about you? The Botany Academy instructors let out a collective breath. Sweet. That line was exactly what Dean Wong had been waiting for. Doing all right. Turned up a genius who fused with an ancient tier planet. Haven't seen an ancient tier in what? 50-some years. What stage? Dean Ma played along. He'd already fed the setup once. One more wouldn't hurt. It's whatever. Got lucky mid-stage, I guess. Mid-stage. Then by the end of their life they could break into primordial tier. Primordial's a stretch. But for this tournament, haha. Dean Ma smiled and let it drop. He really didn't want to look at that smug face any longer. Dean Wong didn't care. He raised his voice on his own. The tournament? Huh. We could actually arm wrestle with the two beast civilizations. Won't win, but we'll scrape a third place. Ha ha. He laughed with real satisfaction. The instructors behind him looked down their noses, and even the cadets puffed out their chests, faces full of contempt. Dean Ma and the rest of us went green every year at this tournament. The Zerg Academy came dead last, and every year the crowd treated us as the joke. We'd figured this year, with a genius, we might finally hold our heads up. Instead, the Botany Academy, who should have been the ones inheriting the last place slot, suddenly turned fierce. Fierce beyond anything they'd have dared dream. Humph. So they got lucky and fused an ancient tier. Standing that far from us, too ashamed to be seen next to us? Is that it? Bunch of snobs. The cadets stewed, frustrated and helpless. A few glanced at me, wanting to fire back with something tough, but they just didn't have the ground to stand on. Even Fatty Bear, stubborn as he always was, could only rage in silence. Couldn't really blame them. Either, my dragon-like creatures had way too many Zerg traits to pass for real dragons, and nobody had seen their true strength. Worse still, after the internal matches, Fatty Bear had blabbed my third-generation Battlebug's combat power, 25,800. With that as a reference point, however strong those dragon-like creatures were, they couldn't be much more, and definitely no match for an ancient tier. That was something that could go toe-to-toe with the two top beast civilizations. But still, mid-stage, I quietly let out a breath. Ancient tier mid-stage was roughly 50,000 years, combat power around 150,000. My fourth-generation whiptail dragon, at 200,000, might not steamroll it, but a clean win was a lock. Right as I was thinking that, a pack of savage beasts came barreling in hauling carriages. The one out front nearly plowed into the Botany Academy crowd and pulled up brashly right in front of them. A burly, full-bearded man leapt down and hollered at the top of his lungs. "Ha! Old Ma, Old Wong, you two are here early." Dean Ma choked on his words. So did Dean Wong. Behind him, a crowd of black-clad Savage Beast Academy cadets shot a sidelong glance our way and gave a cold snort, contempt written all over their faces. The Botany Academy instructors and cadets, so full of themselves a moment ago, all wilted instantly, academy or sub-academy, inside or out. A chain of contempt always forms on its own. The strong look down on the weak defer to the strong. That's just nature. In past years, the Botany Academy might have dared to size up against the Savage Beast Academy, but this year the other guys had turned up two beast civilizations, no comparison. Cheap, a long, drawn-out bird cry cut across the sky, and a huge shadow bore down. Overhead, a rainbow-plumed lawn bird with a 100-meter wingspan glided past. A man and a woman seated on its back. A man and a woman drifted down from the sky. The man was in white as pure as snow, sword-sharp brows and star-bright eyes. The woman's colorful skirt fluttered, hair cascading like a waterfall. Two people strayed out of a painting. The few hundred people below all snapped their heads up, necks nearly cracking. The Savage Beast Academy cadets beside me saw the spectacle and lifted their chins even higher, as if basking in these two's glow made them a cut above. The Botany and Zerg Academy folks, on the other hand, were nothing but awe. Beast civilization, those two words came crashing down. Who wouldn't feel small? 100 years since the Academy opened in Linen, and this was the first time two beast civilization creators had come. A powerhouse race ranked in the top 10, no less. A beast civilization, all right. Even their entrance is stunning. It's those two up top who are stunning. The man's Lin Tianyang, young master of the Lin family in the royal city. His core civilization is the demon dragon race. And the woman, Duan Yuding, legitimate daughter of the Duan family in Linen, fire phoenix race. A dragon and a phoenix, perfect match. That's what you call a perfect match. Family, strength, looks, all of it lines up. So this young master Lin chased the Duan girl all the way to Linen. Why else would a demon dragon creator stoop to coming to this backwater of ours? I couldn't be bothered to look up. My ears were full of that kind of tongue-clicking. Someone was studying the big bird those two rode and murmured, "That mount doesn't look like a beast, it's a savage beast, right?" So what if it's a savage beast? They bought it. Bought it. Obviously, the price is absurd. Ordinary people don't even qualify to buy one. Right. My song family's a name to reckon with in Linen, and we don't even qualify to buy a single Zerg creature. That made me laugh. When a creator dies, besides the fused planet, they leave behind the creatures they summoned. Those get taken over by the state. Basically, what trickles into the black market is pitifully little. There's a price, but no supply. Without power and connections, no amount of money touches it. Only true royal city elites like the Lin family can pick up a savage beast on a whim for their kids to ride. The big bird overhead circled once and settled steadily atop the venue. "All right, everyone follow me in," Dean Ma called out, and let us Zerg Academy folks in behind him. The moment we crossed the gate, everyone froze. The place was absurdly huge. 100-odd people from 3 academies walked in and looked like a swarm of ants. Dead center rose a high platform, with a combat chamber on top. A pipe dropped straight down from overhead, and at its base 4 enormous screens glowed. A few engineers dangled on safety ropes doing final adjustments. Ringing the platform were tiers of stepped seating, and 5 more floors above that, each crammed wall to wall with private boxes. Damn, I still underestimated how greedy the authorities are. Fatty Bear stared at the boxes and sucked his teeth, stacking them up level by level like that. The prices have to climb level by level too. Those dozen-plus boxes right at the top are probably $1 million a pop. Everyone else walked in marveling at how grand the place was. This guy, all he saw was money at first glance. No surprise, coming from a merchant family. We competitors got the front 3 rows, easy access to the stage. The instructors were led off separately to a second-floor box. To my left was the Botany Academy, 1 aisle over. Farther off on the other side was the Savage Beast Academy. Not long after we sat down, the spectators started filing in, more and more of them. The huge venue went from empty to a roar, tens of thousands of people packed together, and even with everyone keeping their voices down, the blend of it buzzed like a market. There was a sudden stir at the entrance. 2 men in their 60s came up the side stairs surrounded by a big crowd, dozens of saber-carrying guards trailing behind. Fatty Bear took one look and leaned in. Those guys in back are all the big-name family heads in Linen. That middle-aged man in the fancy gray robe is the city warden, head of the Zhang family. He paused, then dropped his voice. Also the black-hearted boss raking in the cash behind this whole tournament. This guy just couldn't let go of the fortune the tournament pulled in. Those 2 old men out front are unfamiliar, don't look local. Even the city warden and the family heads are trailing behind them, playing second fiddle, that kind of standing. Envoys from the royal city, probably. I chimed in. I remembered the royal city sent people during the tournament. Brother Chen's right. Jiang Yuanyin, on the other side, spoke up. The one on the left is the royal city envoy. The gray-haired one is an official from the rights ministry in the capital. Jiang Yuanyin was of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family ranked in Linen's top 10, a cut far above Song Zipping's modest background. He was also the strongest contender this time aside from me. His race was pushing a 9th-generation evolution, combat power over 18,000. The royal city envoy showing up makes sense, but why is the rights ministry here? Someone asked. To perform the ennoblement rite. This year first place gets a new Viscount title, so the emperor has to decree the grant. Overkill, just going through the motions. The Great Xia had been an empire in name only for ages, but it hadn't actually fallen, and the 4 vassal states hadn't declared independence either. Nominally, everyone was still a subject of the Great Xia, so this ennoblement pageant still had to be gone through. The principals taking their seats meant things were about to start. An MC walked up to the platform, mic in hand. "Everyone, welcome to Linen's annual 3 Academy tournament." The crowd below looked visibly impatient. The MC took the hint, breezed through a few lines, and cut straight to the rules. 2B civilization creators are competing this year, so we've adjusted the rules. The tournament has 3 phases: group battles, contention battles, and the championship battle. The B civilizations go last and won't take part in the group battles. No one below was surprised. Run into a beast civilization in the early rounds, and there'd be no point fighting. Just concede. The MC brought up a screen. Details are here, the rules laid out one by one. The 2 beast civilizations weren't counted in the Savage Beast Academy roster, meaning the Savage Beast Academy, like the Zerg and Botany Academies, fielded 30 regular competitors plus 1 seeded competitor. The group battles split around the 3 seeded competitors as cores into 3 groups, with the regular competitors divided evenly among them. 31 to a group. For fairness, each group had 10 Zerg, 10 plant, and 10 savage beast randomly slotted in, matched up 2 by 2, winners. Advance. Seeded competitors sat out the first round and went straight to the second to face the 15 who advanced. Why is it showing 4 rounds? Fatty Bear stared at the screen, puzzled. 31 people. Shouldn't that take 5 rounds to get down to 1? A few others around looked just as lost. That's the inspectorate's arrangement. Jiang Yuanyin spoke up again. His family had clearly briefed him ahead of time. The linen inspectorate is expanding. 2 from each group advance, 6 total, and they get taken onto the inspectorate's reserve commandant roster. After graduation, straight to commandant. Commandant. The whole circle of people jumped up. My own heart lurched. The inspectorate governs creators exclusively, standing apart from the Pingxi Kingdom's official hierarchy and answering directly to the Prince of Pingxi. A commandant is the number 2 under the director, with hundreds of inspectors under them. That kind of authority, a local powerhouse like the Jiang family, even the city warden, all have to give ground to. The most famous and most terrifying incident. Over 10 years ago, a family scion in the royal city got on the wrong side of an inspectorate commandant. That night the man led people over and wiped the family out. All 381 of them, not a chicken or dog spared. The Pingxi Kingdom had 5 inspectorates, spread across 5 cities where creators gathered. Their power varied. Linens couldn't match the royal cities. But even the linen inspectorate, a single commandant's word carried enough weight to hold down every ordinary official in the city, within one region, truly one below one, above 10,000, who wouldn't be tempted by a seat like that. 6 advancement slots. Maybe our Zerg Academy can grab one. The way I see it, besides Brother Qin, Brother Zhang has a real shot too. Right. With a little luck, Brother Zhang could advance. In past years, the Zerg Academy's competitors were mostly 5th-generation evolutions, a rare few at 6th. The Botany Academy was about the same, and the Savage Beast Academy just a notch stronger. This year was different. It was flowering everywhere, 7th generation at the lowest, and a few at 8th. Put simply, this year's intake was 3 times bigger than usual, so a few standouts emerging was no surprise. Amid the circle of envious voices, I felt nothing. Surprised, sure, but it passed quickly. What I wanted wasn't some petty inspectorate post. It was that champion's Viscount title. Jiang Yuanyin was different. His face was flushed now, heart pounding. He wasn't trying for first. That wasn't realistic. He had his eye on one advancement slot, and he genuinely had a chance. The seeded competitors sat out the first round, so as long as he dodged the seeds in the last 3 rounds, his 8th-generation strength made advancing no problem. Once he advanced, graduated, and became commandant, his father taking the city warden's seat would come down to a single word from him. But right as the whole scene was playing out so vividly in his head, the screen up on the platform switched, bringing up the roster of the 3 academies' competitors, tier and evolution generation marked beside each. The whole place went dumb. They're all higher antiquity civilizations. How does the Botany Academy have this many higher antiquity tiers? The Zerg Academy side erupted in gasps. On the screen, aside from that one ancient tier-seeded competitor, the rest of the Botany Academy was uniformly higher antiquity tier. Higher antiquity, at its lowest, matched a Zerg 8th generation, and at its highest reached 10th generation. 50,000 combat power. The Savage Beast Academy, someone's voice was actually shaking. 5th generation evolutions at the lowest, and 2 6th gens, 1 7th. This, how do we even fight this? Savage beasts in their raw form averaged nearly 1,000 combat power, matching a Zerg 4th generation, which meant a beast civilization's 5th generation equaled a Zerg 9th. The flush on Jiang Yuanyin's face drained away in an instant. Up in the second floor box. Old Ma, your batch of cadets isn't looking too hot. The Savage Beast Academy dean glanced at the screen and frowned. This man's surname was Zhao, given name Meng, meaning fierce, and true to his name, he never had a filter on his mouth. Heard earlier you could push into the top 20. I actually believed it. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. The way I see it, this batch of yours will be lucky to crack the top 50. The Botany Academy's Dean Wang's words cut deeper than Zhao Meng's, barbed and loaded, plainly there to slap faces. I sat in the venue, and on the screen overhead, the combat power rankings of each academy were laid out plain as day. A pack of Botany Academy instructors pointed at us Zerg Academy names and laughed, grating to hear. Their best is 7/8 gens. That combat power barely matches the 15 or so weakest guys in our academy. The top 50's basically all locked up between our 2 academies. Isn't it like this every year? Though the Zerg Academies stepped up this year, at least they'll make the top 100. Huh. There's only 90-some people total. Making the top 100 isn't hard. The jab was so cutting the whole place laughed along. I saw Dean Ma's face flush red. A few Zerg Academy instructors beside him had their fists clenched so tight they cracked. I knew that feeling. It was exactly how they'd felt back when they mocked Su Jian, now handed right back the same way. In past years, the three academies got along well enough. Why? The Savage Beast Academy had always been miles ahead, and the Zerg and Botany Academies were 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, two miserable brothers, neither in a position to laugh at the other. But this year, the Botany Academy suddenly straightened up, able to arm wrestle with the Savage Beast Academy. The Zerg side was the same as ever. The sense of superiority came out all at once. Am I seeing this right? Dean Wong suddenly fixed on my name at the very top of the screen. The Zerg Academy's seeded competitor is a 6th generation. Yeah, old Ma. Zhao Ming got a kick out of it too. Your regular competitors are all 8th generation, and your seeded competitor's only 6th. There's got to be a mistake. Dean Ma shot Su Jian a glance, his face twitching, then bit the bullet. This cadet's a 6th generation, but his combat rating's higher than the 8th gens. Oh, how much? Over 25,000. Hey, not bad, not bad. Dean Wong's grin got even wider. Finally, someone worth showing off. No surprise he was practically bouncing. It was spelled out plain as day on the display screen. The Beast Academy's 7th gen seed contestant had a combat rating over 100,000, and the Botany Academy's seed was even nastier at 150,000. The message was clear. As long as you didn't count those two demon beast civilizations, the Botany Academy stood a good chance of steamrolling the Beast Academy this year and taking the championship. First time in nearly 50 years, Dean Wong's name would go straight into the Academy's history books. Not bad, I suppose. Zhao Ming tossed it off casually, but I could guess the sentiment underneath in a bumper year like this. With the creator going all out, the Insectoid Academy was still this pathetic, a supposed seed contestant, worse than the other school's ordinary contestants. You can't polish a turd. Heh, beside me, Jiang Yuanyin let out a bitter laugh. A moment ago he'd been dreaming of becoming a commander, and reality had just slapped him across the face. The weakest ordinary contestant on the other side was stronger than him. Forget making it out of the group, he'd probably get bounced in the first round. I thought about offering a word of comfort, then figured it'd be easy to talk when it wasn't my own hide on the line. Never mind, I turned to the fat bear on my right. This guy, though, not a shred of gloom. He was practically glowing, itching to get in there. You don't feel even a little hopeless? I asked. Hopeless about what? The fat bear shrugged. I'm not here to place. I'll go up, throw a few punches, call it a day. Good attitude. It's not attitude, it's knowing where I stand. He winked and gave a smug little chuckle. Besides, being a contestant gets me in without paying admission. I'm making out like a bandit here. It's not like you're short on. I cut myself off mid-sentence, sighed inwardly. Doesn't matter what world you're in. The richer they are, the cheaper they get. Honestly, this is pretty normal. The fat bear pointed at the display screen. True, I nodded. I got what he meant. Everyone figured the Insectoid Academy admitted so many students this year. That's why all this talent popped up. But they forgot the other two academies recruited plenty too. When you really break it down, the Beast civilization fuses more planets than anyone every year, and the Botany Academy even ranks ahead of us. More people means higher evolutionary generations across the board. Why would they be worse off? Up on the platform, the host started assigning groups. 3 groups. Group 1, the Beast seed contestant. Group 2, the Botany seed. Group 3, the Insectoid seed. That was my group. The 3 seed names locked into place, while the remaining 90 ordinary contestants' names flashed wildly. Lucky me, I got put in Brother Chin's group. Me too. I'm in Group 1. Damn it, rotten luck. I got stuck in Group 2 with the Botany seed. The names settled. Some cheered, some groaned. Not that it mattered much. Everyone had seen the competition's strength, and nobody had any illusions left. And now, the host bellowed. First match, ready. The names spun madly. Then 2 of them blew up huge in an instant. First match of the group's opening round. Group 3, Insectoid Academy's Xiong Hanlin versus Botany Academy's Han Bo. Tiger-striped wolf spider tribe versus Deadwood Treant tribe. Random draw, and the fat bear was up first. Lucky me, first one in the ring. The fat bear shot to his feet, glanced at the botany contestant standing across the way, and shouted back at us. Fellow classmates, watch me beat the crap out of that guy. Go get him. Take some payback for us. Blow him away. With just a 7th gen. What a joke. We'll see who blows away who. Go, Brother Han. Both sides hollered back and forth. The fat bear couldn't be bothered. He waved a hand, climbed up like a warrior marching off to die, and stepped into the battle chamber. A moment later, a vast plane appeared on the screen. Xiong Hamlin drifted out first. 10,000 7th Gen tiger-striped wolf spiders surged out behind him. Their markings all turned gold, glinting in the sunlight. Across the field, Trans 5 or 6 meters tall lumbered into view one by one. And I mean lumbered, one plodding step at a time, like watching slow motion. This was the botany civilization's chronic weakness, painfully obvious. And these were ancient tier. You could only imagine how sluggish the recent tier and novice tier ones must be. The deadwood trans were a dusty gray, with heads and limbs and all, branches sprouting all over, each twig topped with a little tuft of green leaves. 6,000 of them. That was the rule. Insectoids 10,000, botany 6,000, beasts the fewest at 2,000. Neither side wasted words. They went straight at it. The wolf spiders spat out sheet after sheet of white webbing from a distance. The trants charged forward for all they were worth. The whole crowd cracked up with those trance steps. An all-out charge was about the pace of an ordinary person strolling. Sheet after sheet of white web plastered over them, gluing up their arms and legs. The more they moved, the slower they got, unable to break free for the moment. The deadwood trants aren't that strong. Huh. Yeah, can't rip through the webbing anytime soon. Maybe. I found myself sitting up straight. Maybe the fatty actually wins this one. On the screen, the fat bear had spotted the opening too. He dropped the slacker act, his consciousness darting through the spider swarm to direct them, his expression dead serious. Meanwhile, that fat cadet lucked out. Ran right into our weakest one. Hanbo only just hit ancient tier. His tribe hasn't fully humanized yet. This one could go either way. So what? It's only the first match. Who cares if we lose one? The Botany Academy instructors ran their mouths, all nonchalant. But on the insectoid side, Su Jian, Dean Ma, and the whole crowd of instructors instinctively crowded up to the floor-to-ceiling window, jaws clenched, eyes glued to the fight. I knew what they were thinking. If we could win the opening match, then no matter how the final scores shook out, it'd at least give the contestants some confidence and win back a little face while we were at it. On the screen, the webbing kept raining down. The moment a trant tore the webbing off, more webs draped over it. The white piled up into clumps like cotton candy. At this rate, the trants would only fall further behind. Hanbo, up above, understood this too. His will sank, and he roared, "Tree form, strangle." The next instant, the trants all stopped struggling. Still, regressing, branches shot out wild. Green leaves bloomed like flowers. In the blink of an eye, towering trees rose from the ground. Tree form complete. All the trants plunged their arms into the earth at once. Boom, boom, boom. A dense chorus of bursting soil exploded, and thick roots snaked across the ground like earthen dragons at breakneck speed. Asiri! An anguished shriek tore through the air. The front-row tiger-striped wolf spiders took the brunt, seized and bound tight by the roots erupting from the ground, tighter and tighter. Nearly 1,000 spiders were strangled into pieces in a blink. Scatter, charge, kill. The fat bear panicked. Barking 3 orders in a row, the wolf spiders scattered in a flash and swarmed the enemy from every direction, blotting out the sky. Turning into trees, I stared at the battlefield, intrigued. I'd always studied the beast and demon beast civilizations, hadn't paid much attention to this botany stuff. But it was obvious. This long-range strangling burned way too much energy. Every time the roots contracted and mangled a huge swath of spiders. The green leaves on every trant visibly began yellowing. Hanbo was trying to close the distance. Ideally charge into the spider swarm before shifting to tree form, spreading out a whole trant territory. Close-quarter slaughter would save a lot of energy. Sure enough, more and more spiders lunged into the trant ranks. Their tail stingers stabbed madly, pumping venom into the trant's bodies. Branch after branch withered fast, life draining away before your eyes. But the trants fought back vicious even in death. Up close they had the home advantage, branches coiling and crushing, and the spiders took heavy losses. For nearly every trant that fell, 2 or 3 spiders went down with it. The battlefield was a chaotic mess. For a while there was no telling who had the upper hand. But as time dragged on, the picture gradually cleared. Both sides dwindled. Finally, the last few surviving tiger-striped wolf spiders were strangled into piles of shredded meat by the 2 remaining trants working together. First match, group opening round, Botany Academy's Hanbo. Victory. The host's word was final. Lost in the end after all. On the Insectoid Academy side, The light in one pair of eyes after another slowly went out. We won. Victory. I told you that Fatty would lose for sure. Huh. Couldn't even beat our weakest one. Well, obviously, otherwise why call them the Insectoid Academy? The botany crowd cheered themselves hoarse. No idea what they're so happy about. Someone beside me muttered, holding back their anger. An ancient tier civilization against one of our 7th gens, and they nearly went down together, and they still have the nerve to laugh. A Pyrrhic victory. That's all. Put one of our 8th gens up, and that Hanbo wouldn't stand a chance. They said it, but nobody argued the point. A win's a win, a loss is a loss, a loss is a loss, and a Pyrrhic victory is still a loss. The fat bear walked down off the stage with his head hanging, plopped back down beside me, propped his head in both hands, and didn't say a word. You did your best, I said, giving him a pat. He looked up, lips trembling, his face full of frustration. Brother Chin, I thought I had it. Just a little more, just that little bit. Let it go. It's only the first match, I said. I knew he'd truly gone all out this time. A mere 7th gen evolutionary body, going toe-to-toe with an ancient tier tribe on par with an 8th gen, fighting to mutual ruin and nearly clawing back a draw. That was already a miracle. The insectoid cadets around us spoke up one after another. So we lost. It's nothing. Besides, so what if we all lose? We've still got Brother Chin, don't we? Right. When Brother Chin goes up, he'll wash away the shame. Everyone looked at me. I nodded. Don't worry, there's still me. The next few hours became the Insectoid Academy's nightmare. Beast Academy's Xing Hu. Victory. Botany Academy's Luo Jingxiang. Victory. Beast Academy's Wang Hushu. Victory. Loss after loss. Forget an even fight like the Fat Bears. Our people basically got flattened outright. The few most promising 8th gens all fell. Zhang Yuanyin had it even worse, running into a Beast Academy 6th gen whose combat rating was over double an Insectoid 10th gen's. That wasn't a curb stomp. It was a massacre. When the host announced the result of the final match, the botany crowd blew up all over again. No surprise there. The Insectoid Academy loses again. 30 straight losses. Not one advanced. Ha ha. I'm dying over here. Not a single one who can fight. Worse, every single year, the insectoid side had long lost the will to react. Every one of them looked like a frost-bitten eggplant, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the floor. The Century Grand competition, and for the first time we'd been wiped out in the opening round. And it just had to land on our class. I stared at that botany crowd with a furrowed brow. Every time we lost, they had to sneer a few times, each remark uglier than the last. Losing to them I could stomach, but even when the Beast Academy won, they got a kick out of it too, as if an insectoid loss hit their sweet spot every time. Even the most even-tempered person can't stand getting jabbed over and over like that. Beginning the group battle second round matchups, the host shouted into his mic. After the first round eliminations, the Insectoid Academy's ordinary contestants were all gone. Of the 15 who advanced from my group 3, 9 were Beast, 6 were Botany, and not a single Insectoid left. Add in each group's seeds, and 48 names bounced around the screen. Group second round, match 8. Insectoid Academy's Qin Tian versus Beast Academy's Zhou Peng. Finally, my turn. I glanced over at that botany crowd, feeling a twinge of regret. They were actually the ones I most wanted to fight. I stepped into the battle chamber and sat down. The tall, burly guy across from me sized me up. You're the Insectoid Academy's seed contestant. That's me. What of it? You're only marked 6th gen, but you made seed, so you must be stronger than those 8th gens of yours. At least he's got a bit of a brain. That said, Zhou Peng grinned. Running into that trash from the Botany Academy. Maybe you'd have made it to the third round. Running into me. Tough luck for you. Oh, you're that strong. That got a laugh out of me. Not strong, but putting you down will be like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Heh. Sorry, I take back what I just thought about you. Thought what? Brainless idiot. You. Couldn't be bothered wasting words on him. I set my hand into the device and let my consciousness sink down. In the Mars restricted zone, batch after batch of battle bugs had long since assembled and stood ready. Beyond the 3 great dragon tribes, there were the upgraded Slayer battle bugs. Their bodies no longer slender, their limbs and scythe-like forelimbs grown thick and powerful, mouths bristling with fangs, their whole form pushed as close to a beast as it could get. I'd had the Mother Empress evolve them specifically for the competition, using beast genes as the base and giant dragon genes as support. Average combat rating 50,000. Half a month out here was a full 15 years inside the planet. I'd been soaking in Mars every day. I could hardly spend it all just tinkering with those 2 dragons. Go, 8,000 upgraded Slayer battlebugs surged toward the spatial passage. My opponent was a 5th-gen Shadow Leopard tribe, only 20 or 30,000 combat rating. Using the dragons would be a total waste. Insectoids could field 10,000 per match. I held back 2,000 in reserve, ready to have the whiptail dragon step in if anything went sideways. The other end of the passage, Zhou Peng was glaring at my side, his face dark enough to drip water, cursing under his breath, radiating that vicious intent to slowly toy me to death, stuff like wiping out my tribe and watching my face fill with despair. Then he froze, staring at the towering, savage beasts pouring out of the passage. The whole guy went dumb. Where were the insectoids? What the hell were these things? Beasts. The moment the image came up, it was the Insectoid Academy side that perked up instead. What is that? A new tribe Brother Chin evolved. Why isn't it the dragons? Probably Brother Chin figures a single beast tribe isn't worth bringing out the dragons for. And the Botany Academy, who moments ago had been crowing that after this match the insectoid cadets could clear out early. The smiles froze on their faces one by one. Second floor. Zhao Meng strode over to Dean Ma in a few steps and asked with a furrowed brow, "Old Ma, is your seed contestant really an insectoid?" He is, I think. Even Dean Ma wasn't sure himself. During the internal matches, Qin Tian's giant dragons had still carried a few insectoid traits, but the things on the screen now were basically a pack of beasts. Top floor, Lin Tianyang, clad all in white, lifted his gaze from the chessboard toward the display screen and smiled. Interesting, an insectoid civilization actually evolving beast traits. Who is this person? The stunning woman across from him set down a piece. Young master jests. Do you truly not know who this person is? Why do you say that, Miss Duan? Just now your moves were careless. Without any structure, your eyes were on the board, but your mind was somewhere off it. Another private box. An old man with a graying beard held his tea and said in surprise, "Isn't this Qin Tian an insectoid? How'd a pack of beasts come out? There must be some mistake." Zhang Wenshan hurried to answer with an obliging smile. "You're not aware, old minister, but once evolution reaches a certain level, some aberrant traits are inevitable. That swarm looks like beasts, but in truth the 6 limbs and black carapace are all insectoid traits. The system detects tribe information on entry. It's never wrong." On the field, I gave my opponent no time to stand there dumbstruck. 8,000 Slayer battlebugs charged straight in. Zhou Peng forced down the panic in his chest and directed 2,000 Shadow Leopards to meet them. Beast against beast, no fancy tricks, just a head-on brawl. The Shadow Leopards were lean, streamlined bodies under 3 meters, not even half the size of my battlebugs, but fast, agility-type beasts, coming and going without a trace, one-on-one. Even with my combat rating far higher, I might not chew through one in short order, but this was a full-scale swarm battle, no room for it to dart and weave. That edge and speed dropped straight to 0. From the bird's-eye view, it was a pack of starving wolves pouncing into a sheep pen. A vast black tide surged forward, swallowing every gray shadow in an instant. The first wave of Shadow Leopards, my battlebugs didn't even bother with combos. Sheer bulk and momentum alone sent them flying. Second wave, a swing of the forelimbs. Third wave, a pounce, jaws open, ripping. The Shadow Leopards fell like harvested wheat, row after row, skulls cracked open, bodies torn to shreds, blood pooling everywhere, severed limbs strewn across the field. Hell itself couldn't look much worse. As for who'd win, in my eyes, there was never a chance this fight went sideways. Twice their individual combat power, and 4 times their numbers, 4-on-1, a flat-out gang beating. Watching the slaughter, then glancing at Zhou Peng across from me, ashen-faced, stiff as a puppet. I pursed my lips. Suddenly I felt a little bad. Wasn't this a bit much? Ha ha ha. Incredible. Yes, now that's a show. Compared to the dozens of matches before, this one blew up. The crowd below didn't care who won or lost, and they sure didn't care how a Zerg bug had grown beastly features. All they wanted was blood, carnage, this kind of gut-level spectacle. The earlier bouts between the 3 great races topped out at a throat torn open, a body run through, a puddle of blood, nothing like now. Bodies practically shredded to pieces, satisfying. Every time my slaughterer bug swung its scythe forelimbs, Shadow Leopard, limbs and blood sprayed out, and the arena erupted in cheers. The last Shadow Leopard toppled into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Zerg Academy, Qin Tian, victory, the announcer called the result. It was the first time the Zerg Academy's name rang through the arena. To the other 2 academies, it meant nothing, but to the Zerg Academy, It was different. At least the deans and instructors up in the box, and the Zerg contestants down on the floor, could stand a little taller now. Humph. So that's all the Zerg Academy's seed contestant has got. 40, 50,000 combat power tops, nowhere near our seeds. If they actually clashed, it'd be a one-sided massacre. You're giving him too much credit. That little combat power needs a seed contestant. I could put him on the ground myself. I'd barely stepped off the platform when a group of Plan Academy people drifted over, dripping sarcasm. Having seen the slaughterer's ferocity, they didn't dare run their mouths as brazenly as before, but run them they still did. I'm really looking forward to facing you. I fixed my eyes on the one who'd just spoken, not a taunt. I genuinely, truly wanted to smack that face of theirs. 2 hours later, the second round wrapped up entirely, still no match. I stared at the advancement list, disappointed. Group 3's qualifiers, besides me, were 4 beast contestants and 3 plant contestants. With that lineup, the odds of drawing a Plant Academy fighter were slim. The tournament looked like random matchmaking, but there was actually a fairness system. Fighters from the same academy generally didn't clash, and whichever academy had more people, that's where you'd get sorted. Sure enough, a few matches into round 3, my opponent was Beast Academy again. Damn it. How's the matchmaking work? The Zerg Academy crowd around me seethed. They'd had enough of the Planned Academy's mockery this whole time. At least I could get on the platform and vent through slaughter. They could only choke it down. If they weren't still clinging to a thread of hope, they'd have left early or just started a brawl with the Planned Academy to blow off steam. For this fight, I used the upgraded slaughterer again. My opponent was a swarm of striped pythons, low combat power, about on par with the shadow leopards, their strongest trick being a spray of deadly venom. If there's one thing the Zerg never lack, it's venomous bugs. My battle bugs had fused an ocean of toxin genes. Basically immune, I wiped out 2,000 pythons easily, without a hitch. Another half hour, and round 4 arrived. The final round, even better. Group 3's qualifiers were 2 plant contestants and 1 beast contestant, which meant, in the last fight, I was guaranteed to face the Plant Academy. Round 4 of group combat, matchmaking begins. Group 3, Zerg Academy, Qin Tian vs. Plant Academy Yin Feiyu. Host Zerg vs. Ironwood Treefolk. Brother Qin. The fat bear lifted the head he'd kept lowered, lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to get it out. Relax. I clapped him hard on the shoulder. I'll teach them some manners. I got what he meant. He was the first to fall to the Plant Academy, the first to become a laughingstock. With his hot temper, any other time he'd have shouted right back. But ever since he lost, he'd been wilting, head down, silent. Every cruel word that hit his ears, he swallowed. I could imagine how bottled up he felt inside. I stood and looked around at the circle of Zerg Academy classmates. No one spoke, but the longing in every pair of eyes burned into me like flames. I nodded at them. Everything unspoken, understood. As I was about to head up, I noticed the one standing on the Plant Academy side. The very guy who'd boasted about putting me on the ground. He froze for a second, then grinned. Lucky me. I actually get you, Qin Tian. Right? Heh. You'll be the first seed contestant kicked out of the group stage. Good. I'll be waiting. No more words. I stepped straight up. This fight's a foregone conclusion, of course. Aside from the seed contestants, Yin Feiyu's the strongest. His race is close to 10,000-year ancient tier, isn't it? Another 1 or 200 years short. If the tournament were a few months later, our Plant Academy would have 2 ancient tier fighters. Shame. Shame about what? Nearly 100,000 combat power, and it doesn't affect advancement anyway. The Zerg Academy drawing Yin Feiyu, just plain bad luck. True, forget the combat power gap. The counter alone is unbeatable. Ironwood Treefolk have insane defense, a perfect counter to his seed. That advancement slot's ours. Ha ha ha. Plus Group 2. Our academy takes 2 of the 6 slots. Second floor box. The Plant Academy instructors were relaxed and smug. On the Zerg Academy side, breathing had nearly stopped. Hearing all that from across the way tightened them to the breaking point. Dean Ma hesitated a long while, then leaned towards Su Jian. Old Su. Those dragon creatures Cadet Qin has. What's their combat power, really? That. Su Jian licked his cracked lips. The truth was he didn't know either. Before the tournament, he'd wanted to ask Qin Tian a few times. But the kid was always busy on his planet, and he hadn't wanted to intrude. This fight, can we win? Dean Ma pressed. 50-50. Su Jian gave a bitter smile. That was already the most conservative estimate. Dean Ma sighed helplessly. The other instructors shook their heads bitterly too. No one understood better than they did what this final fight meant. It wasn't about face. It was cold, hard interest. An advancement slot meant a future inspection bureau commandant position. When, and every instructor, including the soon-to-retire Dean Ma, would rise in status for having trained a commandant, a raise in monthly pay was the small part. What mattered most was that each of them could parlay it into a better path than instructing. With a commandant's authority, reassigning a few instructors wouldn't even need him to ask. There'd be countless people below scrambling to curry favor and arrange it. Lose, and the Zerg Academy declined for good. The best these instructors could hope for was frittering away their lives teaching at the academy, going nowhere. On the battlefield, I floated in midair, the black bug tide beneath me fully assembled. From the space passage across the way, ironwood treefolk poured out in quick strides. 10 meters tall, movements not the least bit stiff, features clear, two wisps of ghostly green flame flickering deep in the eye sockets. Their bodies weren't the rough vines and branches of ordinary treefolk, but thick, whole bark wrapping them like a suit of heavy armor. Most striking of all, a 5-meter-plus thick shield in the left hand, a curved, several-meter cold blade in the right, both grown from wood within their bodies. Yet they gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, their hardness. An edge needed no guessing. The moment they cleared the passage, they formed into orderly ranks, vines extending between them to lash and lock together. Heh. I swept my eyes over the legion forming up, then looked up at Yin Feiyu's arrogant face. I had to admit, the man was cocky, but he had the goods to back it. If the Fat Bear's opponent had been a ragtag mob, the one before me was a well-drilled, ironclad regular army, worlds apart. I was actually afraid you wouldn't hold up, I smiled. This is perfect, I pressed my will down. Beneath me, the battle bugs screeched and charged. Clang, clang, clang. Dull impacts thundered across the arena. The ironwood treefolk's frames packed real force. The shields locked seamlessly in front, unmoving as steel boulders, easily blocking the bug's charge. SHHK, the next instant, every treefolk moved in unison. Shift the shield, chop the blade. Luckily, my bug's carapaces weren't bad either. The long blades only left cracks, failing to kill in one stroke. The pain drew out the bug's savagery in full. Screeching, they hacked their scythe forelimbs madly against the shields. Those pouring in behind, with nowhere to bite, split off to swing around the flanks. Soon the entire treefolk formation was ringed in, sealed at the center. That bunker formation might work against beasts. Can't bite through the turtle shell, so you get chipped away bit by bit. But against a swarm of bugs that don't fear death, it was a joke. Packed tight, the bugs piled up, climbing over their own kind to surge into the formation. More and more of them. The hacking growing denser. Wood chips flew, sap splattered. The ironwood treefolk's low roars mixed with the bugs' shrill death cries, rolling over the battlefield. Overhead, Yin Feiyu watched the fight. When the bugs poured into the formation, his brow tightened visibly, then eased. He looked up at me, at my utterly calm face, and sent a thought across. You don't seem to care about the fight at all. From start to finish, I hadn't glanced down once. Even now, with the bugs taking far heavier casualties than the treefolk, I didn't look. My gaze stayed on him. The outcome's already decided. Why care about a foregone result? I said. At least you've got some self-awareness, though I'll admit, your race is a bit strong. It's all right. Getting cocky, I said a bit, understand. Yin Feiyu raised an eyebrow. You're right. The last few matches I didn't lose a single one. This fight you'll cost me some of my kind. That's enough for you to be proud of. Good. Once it's done, I'll go brag about it. Yin Feiyu hadn't expected me to be so agreeable. The pile of taunts he'd prepared stuck in his throat. Nowhere to go. Finding it dull, he just came out with it. Forget it. This is pointless. Surrender. I don't want to surrender. Why? Don't tell me you're still deluded enough to think some miracle's coming. Yin Feiyu pointed down at the battlefield with amusement, that victory-in-hand look making me want to laugh. The situation's clear enough, isn't it? Half your bugs are dead. I've still got nearly 5,000 treefolk. What's the point in fighting on? I didn't answer. Surrender's too humiliating. Face. Losing to me is the greatest face you'll ever have. He sneered and couldn't be bothered with me anymore. Half an hour later, the last bug in the arena fell. You've won, I said, obviously. Yin Feiyu shot me a sidelong glance, the kind you'd give a heap of garbage. Then why haven't you dropped your consciousness link? I asked. Why haven't you left? I drifted slowly over, stopping right in front of him, staring into his eyes, the corner of my mouth curling up. What are you waiting for? Waiting for what? Isn't it over? What's the host doing? Outside. The arena was in an uproar. The Plant Academy people yelled loudest. They'd clearly won. So why hadn't it been announced? Up in the second-floor box, the Plant Academy instructors looked baffled too. But beside them, the Zerg Academy instructors and our contestants down on the floor all wore thoughtful expressions. The host on the platform picked up the mic and lowered his voice to explain. Everyone, this fight hasn't been decided yet. The arena went silent in an instant. Per tournament rules, Beast Academy fields 2,000, Plant Academy 6,000, Zerg Academy a cap of 10,000. He paused. And this Zerg Academy contestant just now, his fielded number was only 5,000. So the bugs you fielded didn't even come close to 10,000. Above the battlefield, Yin Feiyu's face changed abruptly. What he'd been waiting for just now was the system's ruling. This battlefield system detected both sides' combat data and, when it ended, sent a win/loss notification. Basically the referee, but he'd waited and nothing came. He looked again at the smile on my face, then at the mountain of bug corpses below, and he understood. Before entering, I'd set my formation, a black mass of bugs, a few thousand or a full 10,000. Who could tell apart with the naked eye? Only the system could count. Only the host's instrument could see. You've been playing me, he ground out. I smiled and said nothing. Humph. So you held back some strength. I've still got 4,000 treefolk, more than enough to finish you. True. I put away the smile and sighed. Fielding 5,000 bugs, I thought I could take out at least half of you. 5,000? He let out a breath, and that flicker of urgency scattered at once. What? You still think you can win? If I can win, who'd want to lose? Heh. As if you're worthy. I can't be bothered. The sooner I clean up your leftover bugs, the sooner this ends. Good. As the word fell, from the Mars passage, an interceptor bug spread its wings and flew out. The upgraded version fused with Frost Dragon genes. Harder body, sharper bone spikes. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of bugs unleashed a barrage of reinforced bone spikes, blotting out the sky as they crashed down. Meet them, ray shields. Yin Feiyu panicked. You worthless things, raise your shields. Now. Too late. He'd never trained the treefolk for anti-air, and the Ironwood treefolk reacted half a beat slow. Most were fully exposed to the rain of spikes. Bang! The spikes shattered on iron chest plates. Those struck in the head dropped in droves. The unluckiest few had their eye sockets punched clean through, one barrage, and over half the treefolk were dead or wounded. The rest hadn't reformed before the bugs, hot on the spikes' heels, spiraled down in a dive. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with shredded flesh. It's over. Yin Feiyu stared at the mangled corpses below, unable to believe it. He'd just finished shouting to raise shields when those colossal things dove down in a suicidal rush, insanely fast. He stood stunned for a while, then made out the nearly 1,000 treefolk still standing in the arena, and suddenly laughed. The laughter grew louder, more manic. He pointed at me. Haha. Cheen, so you kept a trump card, still beaten by me, aren't you? Before strength, numbers are always a joke. Bugs are bugs. So what if they evolved bigger, just garbage stacked up? If I hadn't been caught off guard, if the treefolk had had time to raise shields, with those broken. His voice suddenly faded. His face darkened further and further. He stared dead at my still smiling face and forced a few words through his teeth. The creatures you fielded still don't add up to 10,000. Haha. I smiled. No more pretense. I'd gotten my money's worth. You know, I'm really enjoying that face of yours right now. I drew a little closer, less than a finger's width from his twisted face. Time and again you mocked us, sneered at us over and over, never caring how much we swallowed inside. Did you really think the Zerg Academy had no one? Really think we were easy prey? You jumped around the loudest of all. You thought I'd just steamroll through in one wave like before. That'd be letting you off too easy. First give you hope, then let you fall. Give it, then let you fall, again and again, and finally, I stared into his eyes, smash every last hope you have, drop you into the abyss, and let you taste that bone-deep despair, roar. As the words fell, an earth-shaking dragon's roar tore through the heavens. In the top-floor box, Lin Tianyang and Duan Yuding's game of chess stopped. The two pressed up to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the swarm of savage-relaced battle bugs on screen. Then the dragon's roar exploded, and a massive dragon surged out of the space passage. Both of them jolted hard, faces shifting again and again. At that same moment, in the other top-floor boxes and the countless rooms below, from the royal city's envoy and the old minister of rights down to the heads of the great families, everyone crowded to the windows, eyes locked on those dragons. Past the shock, a grave look surfaced on every face, some upheavals, some buried secrets. Ordinary people had long forgotten them. I filed the request through the interface. But how could these power brokers forget? How could they let their guard down? Many of them had come here for exactly this. The arena fell dead silent. Unlike the family heads upstairs with their scheming minds, the ordinary spectators felt just one thing: awe. This year's tournament had drawn most people for the two great beast civilizations, especially the Demon Dragon clan, who wouldn't want to see a dragon from the legends with their own eyes. And now, in the group stage, a dragon-like creature had appeared. Woa! The brief silence erupted into a tsunami. Cheers, shouts. The whole arena boiled over in an instant. Inside the battlefield, Yin Feiyu was completely stunned. He stood frozen like a statue, staring in terror at the swarm of massive dragons, forgetting to breathe, forgetting to think, forgetting to give orders. Not that struggling would have done any good. If 10-meter ironwood treants looked like children next to the battle bugs, then right now, beneath these 100-meter dragons, they were nothing but ants. The enormous bodies plunged down for the kill, 3 steel cable tails whipping out to pierce and tear. The defense the treants took such pride in was paper-thin. Even their door-sized broad shields were shredded into a storm of wood chips in an instant. Outside on the elevated platform, the host received a system alert. He shot another terrified glance at the roaring dragons on the screen and raised the microphone with a trembling hand. The Bug Academy, Qin Tian, wins. In the battle room, I pulled my consciousness out, glanced at Yin Feiyu sitting there dazed across from me, gave a smirking laugh, and stood up to leave the platform. I scanned the crowd below. The Plant Academy people finally dropped their arrogant faces and lowered their heads in unison. Even that pretty ancient tier female student looked away under the dragon's lingering menace, not daring to meet my eyes. Haha, Brother Qin is mighty. With Brother Qin here, so what if the rest of US got wiped out? One Brother Qin is enough. The Bug Academy people were roaring with laughter. Up in the box, the gloom vanished from Dean Ma and the instructors' faces. All the humiliation, rage, and anxiety they'd bottled up for so long poured out in this moment, leaving nothing but pure satisfaction. The next match began, and the arena slowly quieted down. A dozen or so minutes later, all 6 battles of the 4th round wrapped up, and the group stage came to a close. Of the 6 who advanced, aside from me, the Dark Horse, the seeded competitors from the other 2 groups moved on as expected, and the remaining 3 ordinary competitors were all from the Savage Beast Academy. 2 6th Gens and 1 5th Gen. Shame about that Yin Feiyu. Yeah, he had a real shot at advancing. His ironwood treants could have easily taken out that 5th Gen from the first group. Rotten luck. Running into the Dragon Clan of all things, the crowd buzzed with talk, most of them feeling sorry for him. After Yin Feiyu came down, he looked even more crushed than that fat guy from before, sitting there dull and slack, like his soul had been ripped out. I turned and looked at him. Honestly, setting aside our personal grudge, I felt a little something too. Everyone had seen what those ironwood treants could do. He drilled them into a proper heavy-armored legion. In any other group, they'd have snagged a spot easily, and against the other 2 seeds, they might have even stood a chance. But he'd run straight into an opponent he couldn't possibly beat. Advancement, gone. Future, gone. And that commandant position with all its power slipped right through his fingers. Before we went up, he kept laughing at my bad luck. Little did he know, the one with the worst luck of all was himself. Next up, the second phase, the championship battles begin. The host spoke, and the arena went quiet again. Due to the small number of participants, and in the interest of fairness, the first round will use cross-challenges. Each group's seeded competitor will, in turn, challenge the ordinary competitor from the next group. 3 winners advance. Indiana the second round. Those 3 battle down to 1. In the third round, the final qualifier challenges the grand finale, the Beast Civilization, the Fire Phoenix clan. The rules were simple and maximized fairness, avoiding the possibility of the strongest seeds meeting early and getting eliminated. But before the battles even began, all 3 ordinary competitors below stood up and conceded. It made sense. All 3 were from the Savage Beast Academy and had already faced their own seed in internal matches. As for the Plant Academy's seed, an ancient tier race with a combat power over 150,000, their numbers were nearly double ours. In the first round, our side skipped straight through, triple the opponent's count. No point fighting. As for sending the Dragon Clan out for the Bug Academy, that would just be asking for humiliation. The second round began. The 3-seeded competitor's strength was hard to gauge, so it stayed random matchup. The results came fast. Second round. First match. Shi Tianhao of the Savage Beast Academy versus Qin Tian of the Bug Academy. Red Scale Ape Clan versus Parasitic Bug Clan. Under everyone's gaze, I stood and climbed the platform. Just as I was about to enter the battle room, I stopped, turned, and walked back to the host. Sir, is there a problem? He immediately bowed with an ingratiating smile. I wanted to ask, can two matches be combined into one? Combined into one, he blinked, then it clicked. He gasped, Sir, you mean, you want to challenge both of them at once, right? This isn't my call. Please wait a moment while I check. His face twitched. He called over a staff member and gave a few instructions. The person hurried upstairs and returned shortly. Giving him a nod, the host raised the microphone, his voice carrying an emotion he couldn't quite name. Everyone, at the competitor's request and with the approval of the special envoy, the minister, and the city warden, the two second-round matches are now combined into one. Qin Tian of the Bug Academy will simultaneously challenge Shi Tianhao of the Savage Beast Academy and Zhong Yinxue of the Plant Academy. The moment he finished, the whole arena went wild. 1 against 2. Has he lost his mind? Way underestimating his opponents. Red Scale Apes are all iron and muscle, monstrously strong, and an ancient tier trant. Not the same league as those Ironwood trants from before. Don't talk too big, he's got the Dragon Clan. After all, they just look the part. Those shells are too obvious. No real dragons. In pure melee, those big dragons can't outmuscle two top-tier races. Up in the boxes, there was plenty of tongue-clicking too, but someone quickly caught on. Did you forget he's Bug Academy? By the rules, the Savage Beast Academy can field only 2,000, the Plant Academy 6,000, and the Bug Academy, a cap of 10,000. 10,000 dragons. Everyone's eyelids twitched, then lit up with excitement. Haha, this fight's worth watching. 8,000 against 10,000. Anyone's game. Only the Bug Academy people were on edge. Dean Ma and the instructors had gone green in the face. They didn't understand why I'd pass up the safe, steady route. 1-on-1. The odds were heavily in our favor, but gambling on a 1 against 2. Even with a slight numerical edge, there were no guarantees. With things as they were, all they could do was stare and pray. On the light screen, creatures from all three sides poured out of the spatial channels. 3 sets of numbers flickered wildly in the top right corner. Ever since my little mix-up in the group stage, the host had made a point of displaying each side's deployment count. Everyone stared at those numbers. And the number representing my side stopped after just a few ticks. It stopped at 900. Just 900. 900 against 8,000. How's that even a fight? The whole arena froze. The faces of Dean Ma's group went gray in an instant. All the light drained out of them. In the battlefield, the Red Scale Apes roared and leapt out of the channel, like colossal apes magnified countless times over. Their tens of meters tall bodies covered in dense crimson iron-armored scales. On the other side, the Abyss Trance filed out, 7 or 8 meters tall. Both arms morphed into twin blades, terrifyingly nimble. The further plants evolved, the more supple their bodies became. Above the channel, Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yinxue drifted together. My bold declaration of 1 against 2 didn't anger them. If anything, they were secretly relieved. Dragons were a taboo in the mind of every civilization's creator. Even something merely dragon-like made anyone hesitate to face it alone. In a bit, I'll pin them down from the front. You look for an opening and strike from the flank, Shi Tianhao said. His Red Scale Apes were famous for strength and defense. That defense ranked in the top 10 across the entire civilization system. Got it, Zhong Yinxue nodded, then asked, the enemy's dragons can fly. Can you counter that? I'm a land species, counter my ass. Don't your Abyss Trants have any anti-air? They do, but I lean toward agile melee. Ranged is weak. No matter, just wait for them to come at us. The real question is, you sure you can hold them? Relax. Once those dragons come down, they won't be flying back up, unless they can drag tens of tons into the sky. Just be quick when the time comes, and order the trance to go for the eyes. The two looked up at their opponent, then froze together. That few, the dragons in the sky were sparse, countable at a glance, not 10,000, not even a fraction of it. Shi Tianhao sent me a thought. You sure you don't want to field more? 1,000 dragons is enough. He laughed, then muttered to Zhong Yinxue. Doesn't take us seriously at all. Thinks he can win with 1,000. Underestimating us. Works for me. I wasn't sure about 10,000, but 1,000, he'd better feed them to us in batches like this. Send a batch. We eat a batch. 10 fights and we win. Across from them, I looked down at the dragons beneath me, feeling a little helpless. I wasn't posturing. I wanted to field more, but this was all I had. In half a month, I'd hatched 800 adult whiptail dragons total. plus the first batch of 100. Genuinely under 1,000, but like I said, it was enough. Roar, at my will. The dragons let out a unified howl, spread their wings, and surged forward, their 100-meter bodies casting vast shadows across the ground. Roar. Below, the giant apes weren't about to back down. They pounded their chests, rose upright, and locked their eyes on the incoming dragons. Their job wasn't to fight. It was to pin down, grab the dragons, and drag them down, creating kill windows for the trance beside them. The apes rubbed their fists together, waiting for the dragons to swoop in. But what met them wasn't bodies. It was streams of blistering, magma-hot dragon flame. In an instant, the entire land turned into a sea of fire. The apes' agonized screams tore through the clouds as their mountain-like bodies crashed down and rolled. Countless abyss trants were instantly reduced to balls of flame, crackling and popping. Scatter, scatter now. Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yinshue's faces went ashen, their wills shaking violently. Who could have guessed these dragons could actually breathe fire? Worse still, before the battle they'd mixed the two races together. Each ape had 2 or 3 trants nestled beneath it. They'd meant to coordinate the dragon hunt. But now it had become a shared grave. The dense packing amplified the damage and fed the flames. The burning trance spread like dry kindling, roasting the apes beside them in turn. Those red-scale apes' defense is no joke, I said, watching the towering figures in the sea of fire, tens of thousands of degrees, and the scales still haven't burned through in this short a time. A little unexpected, but the heat conducting through the scales still had the apes howling in pain, as if their skin were plastered with red-hot branding irons. Some clawed frantically at themselves on the ground, as if trying to tear the scorching plates off. The sight was too grim to watch. Tree form, strangle. Zhong Yinxue unleashed a surge of will, her pretty face twisting into something monstrous. The trance that escaped the fire immediately took root, growing into towering trees, roots bursting through the earth and coiling toward the dragons in the sky like spirit serpents. But just as she'd set herself, ranged was her weak point. The roots shooting skyward were thin as rope. Locking down a dragon was pure fantasy. Even if one caught hold, the dragon would turn its head and reduce it to ash with a single breath. Just a dying struggle. I couldn't be bothered watching the marked trance. My interest had waned. Proposing 1 against 2 wasn't arrogance, and it wasn't underestimation. The facts were laid out plainly. A land species with no anti-air, and a being that was practically a natural accelerant. 1 match or 2. What difference did it make? Outsiders all thought whiptail dragons weren't true beast dragons, that they could only rely on melee. They weren't wrong. But who said something had to be a beast to cast magic? At the very least, it could unleash something like dragon breath. The parasitic bug's original host was that swarm of fire-breathing blazed gold armor bugs, and the whiptail dragons hatched later even seized the magma rivers as their habitat, territory that should have belonged to the giant crabs alone. Those dozen or so completely vaporized breaches in the walls of the Blue Sun Star Imperial capital were the work of their dragon breath. Otherwise, how could the Slayer battle bugs have scaled the high walls and stormed into the city so easily? The land burned, the flames raged, thick smoke shrouded the entire battlefield, and only the darting shadows of dragons and the cascading red flames could be dimly seen. When the smoke cleared, the entire land looked like it had been thoroughly scrubbed clean. No charred corpses, no smoking splinters. Every creature and every plant, under the relentless dragon breath, had been reduced to dust drifting down on the wind. The arena sank into dead silence. Even though the light screen had gone black, everyone still instinctively stared at it. The host on the platform had turned to stone too, until I, impatient with the wait, stepped up to remind him. Only then did he snap out of it and hastily announce the result. Only then did sound slowly return to the silent arena, bit by bit. The young are to be feared, truly, the young are to be feared. At the final battlefield, in the stands, the Plant Academy students all hung their heads, not daring to look up. A bug, evolving to this degree. Not a dragon, yet no different from the real thing. Shame though, against the Fire Phoenix clan, this is where he ends. Right, Fire Phoenixes only have a combat power in the 100,000s at their primal form, but they're born immune to fire, the perfect counter to these fire-breathing dragons. No chance, he should just concede. The buzz of chatter droned on below. I stood outside the battle room, taking in every word. Concede, I smiled and walked straight into the battle room. A wave of gasps erupted behind me. Up in the box, Su Jian was stunned. I didn't need to turn around to picture the look on his face. He probably thought I'd throw in the towel. After all, At this point, my record was already explosive enough, but me, I never concede. Across from me, Duan Yuding glided in, holding up the hem of her dress, and gave me a graceful smile. Master Qin's race is a real eye-opener. I'm impressed. You flatter me. Miss, next to your beast civilization, it's hardly worth mentioning. I tossed back the polite line without thinking. To my surprise, she nodded earnestly. You're right, Master Qin. The gap between us is indeed vast. I choked. Well now, she was really climbing the pole I'd handed her. It was just mutual modesty, exchanging pleasantries, and she took it seriously. Don't misunderstand, Master Qin, she laughed softly. I mean no disrespect at all. Are you familiar with the Fire Phoenix clan? A little. Then you should know Fire Phoenixes are immune to all fire attribute attacks. Your dragons can't harm me in the slightest. So you want me to concede? No. She shook her head. What I mean is, I surrender. The baronetcy is yours, freely given. The light screen below stayed black for a good while, and the audience's chatter grew louder. In the battlefield, Duan Yuding hovered in midair and still couldn't help sending me a thought. Master Qin, you're really going to give up a baronetcy that's already in hand, insisting on fighting. Thanks for the kindness, I said flatly. I don't like owing people favors. Please give it everything you have, miss. Otherwise, I left the rest unsaid. The meaning was clear. Even if you throw the match, I won't accept the favor, handing over a title with both hands. What was she after? Nothing but recruitment. If I took this freely offered benefit today, tomorrow I'd have to walk into her Duan family and work myself to the bone for them. I'd come this far precisely to avoid being a pawn of the great families, power, status. I didn't care for anyone's handouts. If I wanted it, I'd take it myself. In that case, very well. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but not a trace of resentment. The next moment, 100-meter giant birds spread their wings and flew out of the channel, fiery red feathers, eagle-like eyes. A single flap of their wings sent rolling waves of heat surging out, the air boiling in their wake, living up to a top 10 beast race. A chill ran through me, but I wasn't rattled. On my side, 500 whiptail dragons burst into the air first. They'd just finished a battle, yet showed no trace of fatigue. Only half an hour had passed outside, but 7 days had gone by inside the planet. They'd long since recovered. Right after, 500 devourer dragons filed out, their bodies covered in dense semicircular scales. The rules allowed 500. The Bug Academy's cap was 10,000. Fielding only this many was more than fair. Scree! The Fire Phoenixes shrieked and dove in for the kill. At a single thought, my 500 devourer dragons rose to meet them. The Fire Phoenixes hovered midair, wings beating furiously, condensing wheel-sized fireballs one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sky full of fireballs trailed long tails, slamming into the devourer dragon swarm like cannon shells, drowning out the entire sky in an instant. No screams, not a single dragon fell. Countless fireballs rained down, and not a single spark flew up. What's going on? Duan Yuding's brow furrowed. The instant the fireballs died out, a scene made her scalp crawl. The scales across those dragons' bodies all stood up, splitting open into pitch-black holes, and the fireballs slowly flowed inside like melting snow. Dissolving? No. Absorbing. Her expression changed. The next second, every dragon opened its mouth wide, and bursting fireballs of the exact same size shot out, thrown right back at her. Impossible. She was stunned. Drifting closer for a better look, she finally noticed this pack of dragons was different from the three-tailed ones in the distance. Their scales were denser, their bodies smaller, and the fireballs they spat carried a thick magical aura, absorbing and reflecting magic. She gritted her teeth, and her will crashed down. Weave flame spear, arm-thick lances of blazing fire took shape and screamed forward. Same result, swallowed by the holes in the scales, then spat right back. She bit her lip and went all in. Blaze burst, fire thunder detonation, inferno storm, domain of fire. Outside the arena, everyone stared at the pillar of fire soaring across the light screen, all of them dumbstruck, from waves of fire magic, to area-wide detonations, to the entire battlefield turning into a churning sea of flame. When the fire faded, creatures on both sides were completely unharmed. Fire Phoenixes were immune to fire. That, they understood. But that pack of dragons, they're immune to fire too. And they can cast magic. Are they not insectoids at all? Are they beasts? In the top floor box, the old minister stared out the window and spoke up for who knew how many times. Could there be a mistake? Are those dragons really not magic beasts? Not one of the family heads in the room dared answer. The people who had thumped their chests with guarantees earlier had been slapped in the face by reality again and again, and none of them dared brag anymore. The city warden had no choice but to wave over the staff member outside the door again. The man numbly took the order and went downstairs, and before long came back, just as numbly, repeating the exact same answer. My lords, the battlefield system ran another deep scan. Chin Tian of the Insectoid Academy's pack of dragons are indeed insectoid creatures. Above the battlefield, my face carried an easy contentment. The other side had used every trick, even unleashing a forbidden tier fire domain, and couldn't harm a single hair on my devouring dragons. Meanwhile, her own mana was hemorrhaging, and a whole flock of fire phoenixes was panting with exhaustion, no different from throwing punches into a cotton pile. Can't hurt a soul, and wears yourself out doing it. If fire phoenixes weren't born immune to fire, this fight would have been over long ago, I thought. Just reflecting her own magic back would have wiped them all out. The logic was simple. Really, the ice beasts of Ice Crystal Star could only absorb and reflect ice magic, but the devouring dragons, fused with ice beast genes, could absorb and reflect magic of nearly any element. Magic is energy, ice, fire. At their core, they're the same. The only shame was that the devouring dragons had no mana of their own, so they could only reflect an equal amount, unable to strike back at double like the ice beasts. On the other side, Duan Yuding wasn't willing to give up. The thought of surrendering had barely surfaced before she snuffed it out. Gritting her teeth, she sent a will to charge into the phoenix flock. Magic was useless. Then, close combat, still struggling. I shook my head. 500 whip-tailed dragons that had been building up their strength spread their wings on cue and rushed to meet them. Roar. See. Earth-shaking roars and stirring shrieks exploded across the sky at the same time. Dragon and phoenix, the two strongest species, slammed into each other and put on the most primal flesh and blood slaughter in midair. Dragon claw against phoenix talon, dragon head against phoenix beak, all turned into deadly weapons hammering into the other. Dragon blood sprayed, phoenix feathers scattered. Now and then a dragon and phoenix tangled together and plunged down, some perishing together. But far more whip-tailed dragons soared back into the sky. A magic beast's strength lies in its terrifying magic, just like the crimson-scaled apes and abyss trance I dealt with earlier. Duan Yuding's fire phoenixes should have had an even easier time clearing out these brute beasts. One wide-area domain of fire would have flattened them outright. But stripped of magic, a fire phoenix's body was only a touch stronger than an ordinary brute beast. Compared to a dragon, not even close. My whip-tailed dragons were different. They'd inherited the dragon race's mighty body and evolved 3 sharp whiptails built purely for close-quarter slaughter. What could a fire phoenix use to fight that? After feeding over 100 fire phoenixes into it, Duan Yuding finally stopped. She stared at me and sent over a thought, her voice trembling. I concede, I understood her. From the moment she gave the order to charge, she'd known this would be the outcome. 500 fire phoenixes were a bet she couldn't afford. The stronger the species, the poorer its breeding, and the smaller its population. Her fire phoenixes, after 3 months, close to a century on her planet, numbered only around 1,000, lose over half, and forget evolution being nowhere in sight. She could lose the whole race. The rules limiting a magic beast civilization to 500 in the tournament existed for exactly this reason. With defeat already sealed, there was no reason for her to keep playing along until her own race went extinct. She withdrew her consciousness, looked at me, and gave a bitter smile. She'd probably only just realized why I hadn't taken the title she'd offered. If you have the strength, you earn it yourself. Who wants something handed to them? I stood up to leave. Young master, wait. What is it? That, she pressed her red lips together, and her fair cheeks suddenly flushed. She fidgeted for a long while. Then, as if summoning tremendous courage, lowered her eyes and said with shy grace, Tinger and young Master Lin were only putting on an act. There's no romance between us, and even less anything intimate. Oh, I answered with a single sound, pulled open the door, and left, silence behind me. I figured she was still standing there frozen with her mouth open. She'd said it that plainly, and I'd just walked off like that, clueless about romance. I just didn't have time for it. Outside, the place erupted. My God, he actually won. An insectoid civilization taking down a magic beast civilization, first time in history, and a top 10 fire phoenix race at that, unprecedented. This battle will go down in the records. The Insectoid Academy competitors were flushed with excitement, every one of them. Even though they'd been knocked out in the first round, they'd lost with honor. Their generation had created a miracle. the weak overcoming the strong, and rewritten a century of insectoid humiliation. More importantly, they'd let everyone see hope. The words Instructor Sue had spoken when they first entered the academy were probably echoing in every one of their minds right now. There are no civilizations born inferior, only slack and feeble creators. As long as you're willing to fight, anything is possible. Now they'd seen that possible with their own eyes. A half hour to regroup. With tens of thousands of eyes watching, Lin Tianyong, dressed all in white, and I stepped onto the high platform, the championship match, a duel of dragons. Both are dragon races. Who wins? Lin Tianyong. I'd say his demon dragons are the genuine dragon race. Fire phoenixes are the genuine phoenix race too, and they still lost. How's that the same? Fire phoenixes are only primal forms. His demon dragons have evolved a generation. Combat power close to 300,000. Don't forget the insectoids have numbers. How many can they really have? You think he can put out tens of thousands? Evolve to giant dragon level. The population's got to be small too. Even if he fields 1,000, it's still 2 against 1. Enough. Point is, it's a real fight. 50-50. They argued in a tangle, burned by the earlier rounds. This time no one dared call a winner for sure. In the battle room, Lin Tianyong laughed heartily. Brother Qin, your race is truly astonishing. Lin admires it. The playbook, the phrasing, the flattery, all about the same as Duan Yuding's. My brow furrowed, and I cut straight in. If I said no match for your demon dragon race, would you nod right along? Then you'd offer to concede, handing me the championship and the Viscount title on a platter. Lin Tianyong paused, then caught on and shook his head with a laugh. If Lin's not mistaken, the Duan family wanted to win Brother Qin over with a baron's title. Yes, and Brother Qin turned it down, right? So then, he said with an easy smile, Brother Qin doesn't want charity, and why would I bother doing something so off-putting? Of course, a talent like Brother Qin, my Lin family did have thoughts. Honestly, this trip of mine to Linen City was for you all along. But meeting you today, that thought is done. With a temperament like yours, Brother Qin, you'd never be content living under someone else's roof. So for this battle, Brother Qin, rest easy. Lin will give it everything. Win or lose, let's neither of us take it to heart. Just treat it as an ordinary sparring match. Afterward, if Brother Qin thinks well of Lin, thinks well of the Lin family, that's my good fortune. If not, then the Lin family simply wasn't fated for it. I narrowed my eyes. I hadn't expected this man to be so direct, without a shred of concealment. Even less had I expected the young master of a preeminent clan in the royal capital, the creator of a top 10 demon dragon race, to carry himself so humbly before me, so humbly that it left no room for the slightest distaste. Best that way, let's begin. After you, Brother Qin, after you.